Everything Bella has fought for comes to a turning point. With Edward by her side again, the future looks hopeful, but destiny still has tests to give. Welcome to part 3 of What If Bella's second chance was Edward. The second chance begins to show its true power. After he goes, I'm not sure how long I sit and cry. I know I have to get up, though. I can't be sitting here in my pajamas and crying when the kids get home from my parents' house. I manage to make myself presentable before they arrive. I fake smile at my parents so I don't have to discuss what is going on with Edward. My mom looks at me funny and hugs me extra tightly before she goes, but she doesn't say anything. The kids and I decide to put up Halloween decorations, which helps my mood a little. Sophie and Michael have homework, so we spend part of the afternoon quietly while they do homework and I pretend to read. I mostly think about Edward and what went wrong while trying not to let the tears take over again. I do not obsessively check my phone for texts, but I do keep it with me just in case. When I go to bed Sunday night, I have no messages, no texts and no phone calls. I cave. Just wondering if you made it home safe. Love, B. I wait up for over an hour, but get no reply. After a fresh round of tears, I finally fall into a fitful sleep. Blank. I wake up Monday groggy. I get the kids up and off to school and then head to the office. Still no answer from Edward. Since July, I've talked to him almost every morning during my commute. The absence of his voice, his attention, is more painful than I ever believed it could be. I can't even bear to hear the radio right now and drive in complete silence the whole way to my office. I check email as soon as I arrive, still nothing from him. Jake, Angela and I have a quick meeting to go over financials for the previous month, then Jake heads back to his office. Angela gets up and shuts the door to mine. Out with it, she says, sitting back down across from my desk. What? I ask. Something's wrong, something's off with you today. Your eyes look funny. Are you pissed at Edward or something? Jesus, how does she do this? We're taking a break for a few days. From each other, she asks shrilly. Yeah, he got pissy about me having lunch with Sam on Friday and I go pissy back and we fought about a whole bunch of shit. We decided to take a break for a few days to figure out what we want. You want each other. I think we do, but I'm not going to be bossed arrow. Und told who I can have fucking lunch with. It's beyond controlling. He doesn't trust me to be faithful or something. Oh, bells. I'm sorry, she says, coming around my desk to hug me. I sullenly refuse to get out of my chair, making the hug kind of awkward. She laughs at me. So how long is this break? We said a few days, but I already texted him. He didn't answer. I reply. When did you text him? Last night. Oh, wow, willpower. Yeah, well, he'll answer, B. He's completely fucking nuts about you. Everybody knows it, she says, smiling confidently at me. Thanks. Enough about me. Let's talk about you. Something's off with you, too, I say. She's been acting not quite herself for the last few days, but I couldn't get anything out of her before last week, even on Friday night. It's Ben, she says. Suddenly teary-eyed. He wants to have a baby. With me. I almost laugh at the way she phrased that, but she's not in a joking mood. This subject comes up with them periodically. But she always blows him off with some version of, in a couple of years. They've been married almost 8 years now. How do you feel about having a baby? I ask gently. Bella, you know I fucking love your kids. But I don't know if I could do it full time. I'm not exactly maternal, she answers. When it's your child, it doesn't feel like full time. You want to do things for them. And why? Oh, you are very maternal with me. You've managed to pull me out of my guilt phase, make me have fun again, find me a hot guy, and push me to fall in love. You totally mommed me. True, but I don't think I can yell and cuss at a baby and give it delicious alcoholic beverages until it does what I want, she says. No, I think you go to jail for that shit, I say, smiling. She laughs a little. Angela, I Don't think that everyone has to have kids. And if you don't want to, I think that's fine and I'll support you. But if you do want to and you're just scared, please know that everyone is scared about it the first time. And if you decide to, I'll be here to help you any way I can. I love you and I think you'd make a great mom, I say sincerely. I love you too. Ben and I are going to talk about it more tonight. I will definitely think about what you've said. Now I do get up to hug her and she heads back to her office. I have a shitload of papers on my desk that need handling, but I'm not in the mood. I read email, return a few phone calls, check my cell for texts. I have some, but not from the person I most want one from. Around lunchtime, Lauren buzzes me that Arrow is holding for me. I ask her to tell him that I've gone into a meeting. I can't bear the thought of talking to Gramps right now. I'm sure he knows something is up since he was with Edward yesterday. I'll call him later. Things are settled one way or the other with Edward. I haven't gone this long without talking to Edward since we got together in July. It's been almost 28 hours of no Edward. By the time I leave my office, it's 32 hours. Still no Edward. Blank. My mom shows up at my house Monday night right before the kids' bedtime. She takes over tucking in duty while I finish cleaning up the kitchen. When she comes back downstairs, she takes my hand and leads me to the couch in the hearthroom. Bella, baby, what's going on? She asks gently. What do you mean? I ask, frowning at her. You had the funniest look on your face yesterday and tonight you still don't look right. It's Edward, isn't it? Involuntarily, tears begin streaming down my face. I nod. Do you want to tell me what happened? She asks softly. No, I love you, Mom, but I don't want to talk about it right now, I say between gaspy breaths. Okay, sweetie, she says, pulling me close to her. I let her hold me while I cry until I can't cry anymore. We sit in silence for several minutes after I'm cried out. Mom, I love him so much and I'm losing him again, I finally whisper. Bella, all couples fight. All couples go through rough patches. It doesn't mean that you'll lose him, she says. There are times in every relationship where you fight with each other. And there are times you have to fight for each other, too. It took your father and me decades to figure that one out. I raise my head to look quizzically at her. We quit, Bella. We quit on each other. On ourselves, on our family, and most importantly, on you. It's the biggest regret I have in my life. Don't quit on this relationship. You two are so good for each other. This little spat, or whatever it is that happened, doesn't change the love that you have for each other. You just got off track a little and now you have to fight to get back where you were. She stays a few more minutes, but thankfully doesn't ask me for any details about what happened. When she goes, she hugs me hard and says again and again how much she loves me and how much she loves Edward. Tuesday passes in much the same way. I cave again and call his cell in the afternoon. Straight to voicemail. I leave a message that I'm just checking on him and that I love him. Then I put my head down on my desk like a kindergartner. That is how I'm sitting when James comes through my open office door. Bella, are you okay? He asks. He actually has the nerve to sound concerned. I sit up. What do you want, James? I sigh heavily. I have some papers for you to sign. How was the rest of your weekend? He asks. Am I just imagining the hopeful gleam in his eye? I'm starting to think that he and Jessica set this whole thing up. Is that too paranoid? Maybe not. Jessica could have overheard Jake saying where we were headed Saturday night. She sits right outside his office door and he talks loud. Would James and Jessica do something so crappy? Yes and yes. I'll have to think about how I want to handle this. My weekend was great. I'm just completely worn out from it, I reply, smiling a big fake smile. You can just leave the papers and I'll look through them tomorrow. His face falls a little at my weekend answer. Yep, I think I'm onto something with this setup. It doesn't change any of the issues that Edward and I are having. But it changes how I feel about my lawyer and Skankaka. I needed those papers signed today, he insists. Then you should have brought them to me earlier. I'm getting ready to head out. I'll get to them in the morning, I say, standing up and ushering James out of my office. After he's gone, I get my stuff, make sure my office door is locked and head toward Jake's office, just out of curiosity. I peek around the corner and James is at Jessica's desk whispering. This does not look like a lovey-dovey conversation though. I retreat back around the corner before they see me and head to the elevator. I go home in the chilly rain and put on one of Edward's t-shirts. I fake it for the kids, but I think Sophie is catching on that something's up. They're usually ND when I'm talking to Edward, and I'm sure she's noticed that I haven't gotten any calls from him. Mom, is Edward mad at you or something? Sophie asks. Crap, I wonder how much I should tell them and settle on enough not to lie. But not everything. Edward and I are taking a little break from each other for a few days, I say carefully, trying to keep my voice even and steady. You broke up? Sophie asks loudly, indignantly. Chase hears this from the kitchen where he's eating his chocolate ice cream and comes sliding across the hardwood floor of the hearth room in his socks to stop right in front of where I'm sitting. Mom, what the fuck? He asks. Oh, terrific. Dropping the F-bomb at age 8. How many crappy Mother of the Year awards am I going to win? Young man, we do not speak that way in this house. Apologize right now for that language, I say sternly. Okay, if I wasn't in such a terrible mood, I probably would have had trouble keeping a straight face when he said it. Sorry. Does this mean Edward's not coming back? He asks. Why would you do that? I like him. I shut my eyes and take a deep breath. Isn't this part of the reason I talked myself out of dating the last 3 years? The emotional push-pull with the kids can't happen. I shouldn't have answered Sophie quite so honestly. Honey, we didn't break up. It's all going to be fine, I say, hoping it's not a lie. Don't break up with him, Mom. He warns me before heading back to his ice cream. Fuck, it's the word of the day around here. Luckily, it's close to bedtime, so I send everyone to shower. I do the tucking in ritual, which takes forever tonight because Chase still has to be reassured that Edward will be coming to see him again. As I'm finishing up in the kitchen, I hear tapping at my patio door and see Ang. I go to let her in and take the cup she's holding out to me. Hey, how ya doing, Bells? She asks, grinning at me. Hanging in. How about you? You look better, I remark, sitting at tea table and gesturing for her to join me. I feel better. Ben and I are going to try to get pregnant, she says with a huge smile. I squeal and jump up to hug her. We sit back down and she tells me LL about their big talk last night and how she is still scared, but she does want to have a family with Ben. I am so happy for her that I forget to be sad for myself. I take a sip of the drink she brought me. This is so good, Ang, I say. It tastes like a flavored coffee. I know. I'm living vicariously through you. It's decaf espresso, caramel vodka, coffee liquor and half. It's so yummy, I say, taking another big drink. It's called a caramel sundae, she says, still smiling at me. Once again, my tears are involuntary and are coursing down my face before I even realize I'm going to cry. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. What's wrong? Inside joke Edward. I'm sorry, Ang. I can't drink this, I manage to say between sobs. She grabs the cup and pours the contents down the sink, mumbling about idiot men the whole time. So have you been thinking about what you want? She asks while she's rinsing out the cup. Huh, I ask. You said that you and Edward were taking some time to figure out what you want, or did you just mean he was supposed to figure out what he wants, she says. I think she's trying to provoke me. I want him here. I want him to move. I want him to want to move, I answer. Okay. Then tell him. And spend a little more time on your introspection, sister. You are going to need more than that to say to him when you two talk. What are you willing to give in return? It's got to be give and take, balance, she says, coming back to the table and resting her hands on my shoulders from behind. Let's get you to bed, she says softly. We walk back to my room and she tucks me in, saying she'll lock up and turn the lights out. She kisses the top of my head before she goes. She'll make a great mom, just like I thought. After she leaves, I get up to put the white shish IRT from the long ago meadow sex on over the t-shirt I'm already wearing and get back in bed, crying silently again. Blank, underscore, blank. I struggle through Wednesday, getting moodier by the hour. Still nothing from Edward. I have texted him 2 more times. He's definitely ignoring me now. If he's trying to make me miss him more, it's working. But I am done crying now. No more of that shit. My fairy godmothers, who are overly cheery, come to my office to drag me to Pilates class. Afterwards, they agree to come over for dinner and hang out with me and the kids. Eventually, Angela goes home to Ben and MK goes back into town to meet up with Seth. I feel a little bad because I didn't even know MK and Seth were dating again, then Emma says she didn't either. So I guess I'm not as out of the loop as I thought. After the kids are in bed, Emma pounces. We are sitting at the kitchen counter drinking wine. I'm finishing my second glass while she's just starting hers. Trying to drink him out of your system, Bells. That won't work, you know. You'll end up with a hangover but still feel shitty about Edward, she opines. I know, Emma, I snap. Then sigh. Sorry, I don't know what else to do. He's completely ignoring me. You know what you need to do, Bella. You need to get your ass down to LA and talk to Edward in person. Besides Ben and Aang, I've never been around two people who are so crazy about each other. Don't let a stupid fight ruin what you two have. I can't go to LA. I'll be destroyed if I haul my ass all the way down there to get dumped. She laughs. I don't know which one of you is acting more stupid. You both need a smack upside the head. She shakes her head at me. Can you just be on my side, please? I ask, irritated now. I am on your side. You love him. Get down there and tell him, show him, she insists. He should know. I fucking tell him all the time, I say, moving from irritation straight to anger. Oh, please. He's a boy. He forgets half of what you tell him and wasn't listening to the other half in the first place. Dimitri hasn't remembered 2 words I've said since we started dating, she says jokingly. Then she turns serious. Bella, you'll never forgive yourself if you don't work this out with him. I know. I don't want to hear it in person if he's done with me, though. I won't be able to take it. I've seen the way he looks at you, the way you look at each other. You're not done. Now I don't know why he's not returning your calls, but if I was you, I'd have that airplane ready first thing in the morning and go get my man. I can't. I'm tired of crying. I'm tired of feeling crappy. I just want to pretend last weekend never happened. Not possible, sugar. You have to work out the issues that come up in a relationship. Not just ush them down or sex over them, she insists. When did love 'em and leave 'em Emma become so relationship savvy? I don't want to think about it anymore right now. Will you stay with me tonight? I don't want to be by myself. All right, but I can only sleep on the left side of the bed. No funny business in bed either. I've seen how you start rubbing against Edward after the second glass of wine, and I do a lot. But no girl on girl. And I get the remote, she states seriously. I shake my head disbelievingly at her, then we dissolve into laughter. Okay, Emma, I think you're the funniest person I've ever met, I say. Still smiling. Funniest person you've ever met or will meet, you mean, she responds. Maybe you should text Edward that we're having a sleepover and pillow fighting in our undies. He'd probably answer you then. If I thought he would, I'd do it in a heartbeat, I answer. You're not going to make me sleep in one of the t-shirts you've lifted from the Edward Cullen summer and fall collection. Are you? Now that you mention it, I say, and we laugh again. We watch a chick flick and discuss the general stupidity of men. Then she gets a text from Dimitri and goes all girly girl on me. I'm really happy for her, but my own feelings of despair are magnified when I think how that used to be me. I used to be the one getting late night phone calls and texts. I used to be the one with the guy who was crazy about me. I hold it together, though, even sending a text of my own to Dimitri and managing to smile for Emma. Eventually they stop and Emma and I turn out the lights. Thanks for staying, Em. I couldn't face another night of waiting by myself for him to not call. You're welcome, B. It'll all work out, you'll see, she answers with a yawn. Huh, same words Edward said to me 10 days ago. Fucker. I hope so, Emma. I hope so. Blank, _, blank. Thursday morning Arrow calls again. I ask Lauren to tell him I'm in a meeting again. I know I'm being a chicken shit. But I can't handle being interrogated by Gramps right now. I grab a sticky note and scrawl Gramps on it and stick it to the back of my cell so I don't forget to call him back later today or first thing tomorrow. I promise him in my head that I will call regardless of what happens with Edward. By lunchtime, I am convinced Edward's completely done with me. Still no messages from him at all. I have refrained from texting him or calling him anymore though. I can take a hint. I would like to be childish and text him some nasty, name-calling messages, but I don't. I can't. I love him even if he doesn't want me anymore. Last week, I whined to Jake until he let me have Tyler as my assistant. I had never gotten around to replacing my old assistant, after she quit to stay at home with her kids last spring. So today, my new assistant who by Edward's rules I am not allowed to eat lunch with and I are going over some reports in my office when my desk phone buzzes. Bella, Alice Whitlock is here to see you, Lauren says cheerily, probably thinking I'll be pleased by this unexpected visit. She doesn't know anything's wrong between Edward and me. I sigh quietly. Send her in. After I hang up the phone, I turn to Tyler and tell him we'll have to continue this conversation tomorrow. He is stepping out the door just as Alice comes breezing in. I stand up and go to hug her. I get us each a water from my mini fridge and we sit down at the small round table in my office. I point out to her that I'm wearing my bracelet from her collection and her eyes light up when I tell her how much I really do love it. I don't mention how much I love the man who gave it to me. So, what's going on, Bella? She asks when the bracelet conversation is exhausted. Just work. Busy, I answer. But I'm pretty sure that's not what she meant. I suddenly get very interested in the lid to my water bottle, spinning it around on top of the table. I mean, what's going on with you and Edward? You were butting out, remember? I ask testily, looking into her bright blue eyes. Look, I'm happy to butt the fuck out when you two are not making a royal mess of a great relationship, but from what I hear, this is not one of those times. So I'm officially butting the fuck back in, she huffs. I sigh heavily and rub my hands across my face. I don't know, Alice. We got in a big fight Saturday. He left early Sunday. We're taking a break. Taking a break. You're taking a break. How Ross and Rachel of you, she says incredulously. So have you talked at all this week? No. I caved and called him. Texted him. But he hasn't answered at all. She rolls her eyes and makes a face. I think he's turned his phone off. I can't get a hold of him either. I ended up having to talk to Eric yesterday at Edward's office because I was worried that I couldn't get through to Edward. Eric said Edward's been on a bender this week and he's had to pull my darling brother out of that fucking dive bar he loves at closing time every night. One night, he had to pull that slutty Kate from across the hall off of Edward, too. What? I practically yell, sitting up straighter and slamming my hands down on top of the table. There's the new, improved Bella. Going to get off your ass and fight for your man, now. What's that supposed to mean? He was the one acting like a fucking possessive dictator about me having lunch with a friend. Bella, she begins softly, you and Edward both negotiate as part of your jobs, and I hear you're both quite good at your jobs. But when you two disagree, he overreacts and you dig your heels in stubbornly and refuse to give even a little. That's no way to build a lasting relationship. I know, and I definitely need to work on my part in that. But that's only part of the problem. He doesn't trust me, I say, my voice catching on the last sentence. Why do you say that? He thinks I'm going to cheat on him just because I had lunch, a mostly business lunch, with an old friend, who I happened to date for a short period of time. You slept with said friend at some point? She asks intuitively. Yes, forever ago. In college. She laughs and smiles wryly. Yeah, guys cannot be rational about that stuff, though. I don't think that means he doesn't trust you as a whole. He's just afraid of losing you. Well, it's ridiculous. He basically said it was okay for me to eat lunch with married guys, but not single ones. She bursts into hysterical laughter. Yep, that sounds like my brother. What an idiot. He's not an idiot, I say defensively. He used to love me. I sniffle. So much for no more tears, Bella. She reaches over to grasp one of my hands on the table. He still does, Bella. That's why he's acting like an idiot. Speaking of idiots, let's talk about your husband, I say, knowing I'm going to get Jasper in huge trouble, but not caring. He started it. Alice gasps when I tell her what Jasper told Edward and what Edward said to me about it. She pulls out her phone and texts furiously for a minute. I smile a little thinking about Jasper having to endure the wrath of Alice instead of me this time. Maybe we should chuck them both and turn lesbo. She laughs when she finally looks back up at me. She talks me into calling Edward at his office, then announces she has to get back to Forks. Did you have meetings in Seattle today? I ask, feeling bad for not asking earlier. Her line is selling very well in the stores it's carried in and I know she's had more offers. Just one very important meeting with my very good friend, she smiles at me. I tear up again. You drove all this way to talk to me. Yes, Bella, you were very important to me, to Edward, to our whole family. Fix this. Don't let this happen again, she says firmly. Her eyes are filled with tears now, too. I'm going. You call him and work this out. Okay, Al. We hug goodbye. As she's on her way out, I call, thanks for butting in. She laughs and says, anytime. As soon as she's gone, I call Edward's office and smile when I hear Charlotte's voice. Hi, Charlotte, it's Bella. Is Edward available? Well, it's about damn time. What the devil is going on with you two? Edward's been insufferable all week, reeked of stale alcohol most days and looked like hell, which is hard for him to do, she says angrily. I'm not smiling anymore. We argued. I'm trying to fix it. I need to talk to him, but he's not answering his cell, I offer as a defense. I don't know what he did with it. He hasn't had it all week. Is he there? Yes, but he's been in a meeting most of the day with the senior partners. Today is the first day that he looked better, and smelled better. He still hasn't shaved, though. But he had some light in his eyes again this morning. You haven't spoken to him. She sounds confused. No, I say, my heart plummeting into my stomach. I wonder if he decided to take the partnership and that's what he's meeting with them about. Well, will you just tell him that I called? Please, Charlotte, I beg. Of course, dear, she says, and we hang up. I put my head down on my desk again, which is how I'm sitting when Emma comes in. Good God, all right, this has gone far enough. Get up. We are going to get some endorphins running through your depressed self. You already took me to Pilates this week, I complain. We're doing cardio today, she informs me. You need to get a little of your fire back, Bella. I don't want to, I whine. I didn't ask if you wanted to. Get your workout stuff on. We're out of here in 5, she says in her, don't even think about arguing with me, voice. She grabs my gym bag from the closet in my office and throws me my Bermuda workout shorts, a sports bra and a tank top. Defeated, I go into my private bathroom to change. We end up on the ellipticals at the gym in the building. She's in better shape than I am and I hope no one is listening to our conversation. She's Spia, king normally while I'm huffing and puffing and sweating like crazy. Maybe Edward's just not as great as we all thought. I mean, if he's going to treat you like this, she says. This is another paraphrase of her mantra for the last 15 minutes. Edward sucks, dump him. Thought you were his biggest fan, I managed to say, breathing hard. I was until he started acting like a complete cocksucker. I mean, really, I might kick him in the nads if I ever see him again. You will not. Don't you dare hurt him, I seethe. Why not? He's done nothing but hurt you all week, she says. How about you? Wait to find out what's really going on before you jump to all these conclusions about him. Jesus, Emma, at least give him the benefit of the doubt, I argue, meeting her eyes in the mirror in front of us. She smirks a little, then raises her eyes to the television over our heads. She shrugs her shoulders. Okay. Oh, she's played me again. You're kind of a tricky bitch, you know. I ask, smiling at her in the mirror. Damn, Bella, I'm insulted. What's with this kind of shit? She asks, laughing. An hour later, after cooling down on the treadmills, I'm sweaty, stinky and in a much better fram. Of mind even though Edward still hasn't called me. Emma's right. I have to go to LA. As soon as I get home, I will call my parents to see if they can stay with the kids this weekend and then I'll call the pilot. Tomorrow morning I will get my ass down to LA like I should have done days ago and fix this. I get in my car, not bothering to go back upstairs to get my work clothes. I take myself nay out of my purse and stick the note to call Gramps to my console. My heart jumps excitedly when my phone rings a few minutes later. I pick it up. Right area code, wrong number. Hi, Dimitri, I say brightly, assuming that Emma told him to call and cheer me up. Bella, has anyone called you yet? He asks, his voice tense. No, I say, nervous now from the tone of his voice. Something is definitely wrong. What's going on? God, Bella, I'm so sorry to have to be the one to tell you. I think you need to get down here as soon as you can. It's bad, he says, his voice crackling with emotion. My heart is in my throat as I beg again. Dimitri, what happened? Bella, it's Arrow. He collapsed, Dimitri answers. My instantaneous relief that it's not Edward is immediately replaced by despair and worry for my Gramps. What? No. He called me this morning, I say disbelievingly, thinking Dimitri must be mistaken and already feeling terrible for never calling him back this week. My mind is racing, with 1,000 different things, the first of which is denial. It just happened a couple of hours ago. I'm on my way to the hospital. Bella, he's on life support, Dimitri says, choking back a sob. No, Dimitri. Oh my God. Okay. I'm on my way. I'll be there in 4 hours, tops. Don't let Heidi make any decisions yet. We'll get the best doctors, I blurt out a mile a minute. Just hurry, Bella, he says, giving me the hospital name. We hang up and I dial Jake and ask him to get the plane set up. He wants to come, so I tell him he's got 20 minutes to get his ass to the airport or I'm leaving without him. Then I call my parents to stay with the kids. They are upset, too. They both know how I feel about Arrow. An excruciating hour later, Jake and I are airborne, me still wearing my workout clothes with a random hoodie I found in the back of my car thrown over the top. Jake gets airsick almost immediately because he didn't have Dramamine at the office. I rub his back and get him some ice and a blanket. I feel sick to my stomach, too. Eventually, Jake falls asleep and I lean against him on the bench seat, letting tears run silently down my face. The guilt and sadness I feel is overwhelming. I wish I had talked to Arrow this week. What if that was my last chance? My last chance to absorb his wisdom about life and love. My last chance to hear his deep, ringing laughter. My last chance to feel an inch tall when he calls me on my behavior. Okay, he's never done that before. Gramps is usually amused with my bad behavior, but I think if I had talked to him this week, he might have too. LD me to pull my head out of my ass where Edward is concerned. Sitting here, reflecting with a new perspective, I think he would have been right. What the hell was I thinking, letting Edward just leave and taking a break? Why did I regress into teenage pouty mode instead of talking to him? I've been doing it for months now. I haven't been honest with Edward because I was afraid of scaring him off. Afraid if I said what I really feel. I love you, I can't live without you, please move your ass up here and never leave me, he'd run for the hills. It all seems so stupid now. Have I driven him too far away now? He's been down this road with me before and may have already decided not to go down it again. How do I fix this? I run through 100 different scenarios in my mind. I link my arm through Jake's, drawing comfort from his presence even though he's sleeping. My thoughts inevitably drift back to Gramps. Then to Heidi. I've been in her position kind of. The waiting is tortuous, the sense of powerlessness debilitating. Heidi, though, depends on her husband emotionally in a way that I never depended on Marcus. But I depend on Edward that way now. Have I thrown our relationship away again? For what? At this moment, I don't feel any anger toward him. The stuff we fought about doesn't seem important now. After what feels like forever, we finally land, get a cab and race to the hospital, running in the door hand in hand. We get directions to the ICU waiting room from the slow-ass lady at the help desk. When we turn into the ICU hallway, Dimitri is standing at the far end, looking defeated. Our eyes meet, and he tries to smile at me, but it looks more like a grimace. God, what if it's already too late? I let go of Jake's hand and run, crying again, toward Dimitri. He scoops me up, hugging me tightly and lifting me like a child. Only after I'm way up in his arms do I see the man standing behind him. My red-brown eyes meet his red-green eyes for an instant, then I squeeze mine shut. I can't deal with my Edward emotions right now on top of this. Edward and everything I feel for him will have to wait. Where's Heidi? I whisper against Dimitri's shoulder. Dimitri turns and WLKS into the waiting room, not putting me down until we're inside. I go straight to Heidi, sitting down in the chair next to hers and taking her outstretched hand. I hold it between both of mine as I try to get the tears under control. She is stoic in the way that many of us find we are capable of when faced with dire circumstances. I ask her a few questions, but she just shakes her head, not wanting to talk. Jane is sitting on her other side and briefly tells me what happened and that we are still waiting for word from the doctor. I nod and tell her thanks, then sit back, still clutching Heidi's hand. Sitting in silence with Heidi, I quickly get lost in my own thoughts, reliving several painful moments from the last weeks of Marcus's life. He wanted to stay at home, didn't want to die in a hospital. I had nurses and hospice to help, but I tried to do everything I could for him myself. Watching the life slowly slip out of someone is both a humbling and agonizing experience. I held it together though, for weeks. For Marcus and for the children. And I discovered that no one could hear me cry in the shower. So I took a lot of showers. I remember feeling hollow after he passed away, like I wouldn't have anything to give to any man ever again. And for a long time I didn't. Until Edward. I know he's here in this room. I know he's sitting with Dimitri and Jake somewhere behind me, but I can't look at him yet. I'm afraid if I look in his eyes and don't see the light, the love, the desire I normally do, I will break beyond repair. Well, Angela, I think Riley, you were right. I wasn't introspective enough up to now. But now that I've started, I can't stop. I didn't want to see before how I helped screw things up between us, how my behavior contributed just as much as Edward's, just in different ways. I'm still punching Jasper the next time I see him though. Okay. I probably won't because Alice probably already did. That makes me smile slightly. Now I feel guilty, though, because I know he was only trying to protect Edward. And, in a moment of complete self-honesty, I can admit that I have a history of hurting Edward, so it's not unreasonable for Jasper to jump to the conclusion he did. I wish he'd asked me. But I understand why he didn't. Finally the doctor comes out to speak to Heidi, rescuing me from the painful dose of self-reflection I've got going on. I only hope what the doctor has to say will not be more difficult to hear. Mrs. Volturi, we can step into the family conference room, he says gently. I'd rather you just tell me here, she answers. He looks around at all of us gathered around her. Me, Jake, Dimitri, Edward and Jane. This is your family, he asks. Yes, this is my family, she answers firmly, squeezing my hand and causing a few tears to leak from my eyes. Mrs. Volturi, your husband has sepsis, an infection of the blood. We are administering high doses of antibiotics and we have him sedated. He is also on a ventilator, as you're aware, to assist his breathing. When will he wake up? She asks, still sounding strong. We'll just have to wait and see. In cases like these, the initial 24 to 48 hours are the most crucial. Will he wake up? Dmitri asks. I wish he wouldn't have asked that question. I am not sure I want to hear drive. Whoever the fuck is his answer. I can't tell you that yet. His chances of survival are 50 to 50, he says gently. My abdomen contracts as if someone just punched me there and I sort of bend over in my chair. When I straighten up, tears are running unchecked down my face again. Heidi looks shocked. We will keep you updated as much as possible. I've spoken to Mr. Volturi's gerontologist. He says Mr. Volturi has a great will to live and is relatively healthy for his age. Both of those factors weigh in his favor. Now, if you'd like to go back and see him for a few minutes, you may. 2 at a time please. He gets up and shakes hands with all the men. Heidi, Jane and I stay seated, Jane and I still on either side of Heidi. Dmitri offers to take Heidi back to see Arrow. As soon as they leave, I stand and walk to the windows, using the sleeves of my hoodie to wipe away the wetness on my cheeks. What? Ching, all the cars rushing by outside in the darkness. I chuckle humorlessly thinking of all those people going on with their lives while mine is falling apart piece by piece. I wrap my arms around my torso, hoping to quell the pain inside but not succeeding. I feel hands on my shoulders, squeezing gently, giving comfort. I know without looking that they are not Edward's. Jake, he can't die. I'm not done with him yet, I whisper. I know, Bella. He leans his head against mine. Do you think we should get another opinion? I don't know. I called Tyler and he's researching this doctor right now. I smile at that. Jake and I tend to think alike anyway, but it amuses me that even in this stressful situation, we're on the same page. When Heidi and Dmitri come back, Heidi looks devastated. She's teary and wringing her hands. She goes into the small restroom saying she needs a few minutes to pull herself together. Edward and Jane leave the waiting room to take their turn at seeing Arrow. I sit down next to Dmitri and lean my head against his shoulder. I should have brought Emma for you, I say quietly. I talked to her earlier. She's quite upset, too, about Arrow. And worried about you, about how much more you can take right now, he says just as quietly. I'm fine. I just need Arrow to pull through, I say. We sit in silence for the next few minutes. Heidi reappears and sits on the other side of me. I reach over to take her hand again, but none of us speaks. When Edward and Jane come back, Jake comes to stand in front of me, holding a hand out to me. I take it, letting him pull me to my feet and led me back to Arrow's room. Tyler calls Jake just as we're about to enter the ICU. Jake takes the call and motions for me to go ahead. I smile sadly at the nurse checking Arrow's vitals and step to the bed to take his hand. Holding it gently, I ask the nurse how he's doing and she replies that he is stable for right now. Hiya, Gramps, I say softly. We're all here. We're taking care of Heidi. You concentrate on getting better so you can wake up. I have some things to say to you, some of them are not that nice, but what else would you expect from me? I say with a hollow chuckle. Come on, Gramps. I can't lose both of you in the same week, I beg. I can't hold the sobs back any longer, but I do manage to keep them quiet. When Jake steps in and whispers to me that Arrow's Doctor R is considered one of the best in his field, I just nod. I'm going to go for a walk. I'll be back in a little bit, I say, squeezing Arrow's hand before laying it back down gently. I walk back out to the hallway, wiping the tears from my face. Edward is leaning up against the wall outside the waiting room, looking down at the ground. I haven't really let myself look at him until now. He's still beautiful, but he looks like hell. He has bags under his eyes, clearly hasn't shaved all week, which I already knew from Charlotte. His hair is an absolute mess. I'm sure because he's been running his hands through it like he does when he's stressed. He looks up as I come down the hall. I look over at him, but keep walking right past him, walking faster instead of stopping when he calls my name. I roam the halls, wishing it was like the old days when you could go to maternity and look at the new babies to boost your spirits. Now you can't get on the maternity floor without some kind of code or bracelet or something. Maybe they should have puppies in a window instead. Or kittens. Something besides depressing, squeaky, linoleum floors and weird, abstract sculptures. I end up in the chapel, sitting at the front, letting the tears fall again and wondering if God listens to people who only show up when they want something. I see him sit out of the corner of my eye, not too close, but not too far away. I don't turn and look at him. Though. Hey, I say quietly. Hi, Bella, he answers. You didn't have to follow me. I'm okay, I say. I sound stubborn and childish, I know. Great stat, Bella. Way to stop acting like an idiot and have an adult relationship. I know. You're always okay on your own, he answers, childish too, probably just following my lead. I let my head and shoulders droop after that statement. If he only knew how false that statement is now. I used to be okay on my own, but now that I've experienced life with Edward, I don't think I'll ever be okay without him again. I don't want to fight. I can't do this right now, I say, closing my eyes. I don't want to fight either. I just want to talk to you, he says. I don't want to talk right now, Edward. I'm too upset about Arrow and I look like shit and I smell bad, I say. He huffs out one chuckle at that. Okay. The talking can wait. You look great, though, Bella. And you don't smell bad, he says softly, scooting closer. Bullshit. I need a shower. I know if I can smell myself, everyone else can smell me, too, I say. You know you're welcome to go shower at my place. You left jeans there last time you were here and you can borrow a shirt. He says softly. Are you sure you wouldn't mind? Of course not. Okay. I'll do that then. I still have a key, I say, then feel fresh tears spring to my eyes as I think about having to give the key back if we don't work this out. I'll take you. You don't have to leave. I can get a cab, I say flatly. Fuck, why are you so stubborn? I assume that was rhetorical and don't answer, watching him as he presses the heels of his hands against his eyes. Let me take you, please. All right. I go back to the waiting room to get my bag and tell Jake where I'm going. He hugs me tightly and promises to call if there's any change in Arrow's condition. We drive to Edward's apartment in silence. It's strange that there should be so many things to say, but I can't think of anything. When we get upstairs, I find my jeans and my beach flip-flops in his closet. He hands me a t-shirt and my black thong. I half smile at him. Mostly because I saw him get it from under his pillow. I take a shower, secretly glad that I don't have any of my stuff here and have to use his shampoo and soap. Now I will smell like him. I allow myself to cry a little bit in the shower, but I want to get back to the hospital. So I get myself under control fairly quickly. I brush my teeth with the toothbrush I left at Edward's and put my hair back into a ponytail. I grab powder and lip gloss from my purse and apply those. That's as presentable as I'm going to be able to get for now. When I come out of the bathroom, I start to walk up the hallway, but when I glance in Edward's room, he's sitting on the edge of his bed with his head buried in his hands. I stop and lean against the doorway. I'm ready. Thanks for bringing me, I say quietly. The room is dark except for the light shining in from the hallway. He doesn't respond. I take 2 tentative steps inside the room, then 2 more until I'm standing in front of him. He looks up at me with teary eyes. My heart clenches and tears well in my eyes, too, as I step in between his legs, putting a hand hesitantly on his shoulder. He grabs me around the waist and pulls me close, leaning his forehead against my abdomen. Bella, please don't leave me, he says in a pained voice. I put both arms around his shoulders, hugging him tightly. Baby, I wasn't going to. I love you, I say, tears sliding down my cheeks. I love you, too. I don't want lose you, he says. We stay there several minutes, just clutching each other. Finally, I pull away and sit sideways on the bed next to him. He reaches for my hand. Edward, we have some stuff to figure out. But I think we need to concentrate on Arrow and Heidi right now if that's okay with you, I say softly. Yeah, I think you're right. But, Bella, we will work this out. I will do whatever I need to do. I won't give up on us, he replies, looking at me intently. I won't either, I say, leaning in to kiss him softly. He slides his free hand under my hair to the nape of my neck, holding my mouth to his. After a minute, he pulls away. I love you so much, Bella, he says, resting his forehead against mine, exhaling quietly. You're right about concentrating on Arrow and Heidi for now, though. We should probably get back. Okay, let's go, I say, standing and pulling him up by the hand I'm still holding. And Bella, yes, I want that thong back, he says quietly, making me laugh, really laugh. For the first time in several days. Blank. We stop to get coffee and sandwiches on the way back to the hospital. Everyone drinks the coffee, no one feels like eating. But Jane talks Heidi into taking a few bites. The doctor comes back out to tell us that Arrow continues to be stable and if his condition stays steady or improves, they will cease the sedation sometime tomorrow and see if he wakes up. Then he suggests we all go home to get some sleep. Heidi refuses, so Edward and Jake convince the doctor to get a recliner into Arrow's tiny ICU room where she can sit with him and stretch out with a blanket. I sit in a chair on Arrow's other side until Heidi falls asleep. Then Gramps and I have a little talk. I take his hand again and tell him I want him to wake up and make a suggestive comment and wink at me. I tell him how much he means to me, how much I admire and respect him, how much I love him. The tears start again and I lay my head down on the bed beside his hand and let them fall until, exhausted, I fall asleep. I wake up to a hand stroking the side of my neck. Come on, baby, your neck is going to hurt in the morning if you stay like this. Edward whispers in my ear. I look up at him, then at the machines monitoring Arrow. He's the same, which is good according to the nurse. Hopefully it means they caught the infection in time, he tells me. Let's go out to the waiting room. I pushed a couple of chairs together for you to lie down on. When we get out to the waiting room, it's empty. Jane went home a while ago. Jake and Dimitri just left. Jake's going to crash for a few hours on Dimitri's couch. How long was I back there? A couple of hours. It's a little after 1 a.m. We sit down on the chairs Edward described. I put my feet up on the second chair and Edward grabs a sweatshirt he brought along and drapes it across my upper body. I don't want to sleep anymore right now. I'm afraid I'll wake up and he'll be dead, I say. Trying to hold in the sobs. Sweetheart, you have to be exhausted. Try to sleep just a little more, he says, looking over at me. I am exhausted because I haven't slept all week. Where the fuck have you been and why haven't you answered your cell? He exhales loudly before answering. Like he knows I'm not going to like this answer. When I had to turn my phone off for takeoff Sunday, I decided to leave it off for the rest of the day. I knew I wouldn't be able to stop myself from calling you if I left it on. Then when I got home from golfing on Sunday and turned it on, the only person who had called me was fucking Jasper. I'm irrationally pissed at him, by the way. So I tossed the phone across the room. By tossed I mean I threw it as hard as I could. I killed my phone and dented the bookshelf. I didn't go get a new one because I was trying to do what you said you wanted and leave you alone for a few days. I thought it would be easier if I didn't have easy access to text or call you. Then this afternoon Charlotte said you called and Alice called, too. Alice left me a scathing message through Charlotte. I was not calling her back, for sure. But I was just getting ready to call you when Jane called about Arrow. When I got to the hospital, Dimitri said he'd already called you and you were on your way. Everyone's been trying to get a hold of you, I scold. If By everyone you mean all the Cullen women, and both of the Cullen men, then I know. I called some of them back while you were showering. I'm avoiding Alice and Rosalie, though, he chuckles. I didn't get to avoid Alice. She freaking drove to Seattle this morning yesterday morning whenever, to yell at me. Well, I got Arrow and Heidi, and Charlotte and Lucy, even Eric gave me a rayon of shit. So we're probably even. I got Scary Emma, I remind him, smiling wryly at him. You win, he chuckles. And Chase WTF'd me, I admit. Chase dropped the F-bomb at you. Did you say it first? He smirks at me. Edward, it's not funny. He's a little boy, I say, but I'm having trouble not laughing. Was he defending me or pissed at me? Does it make a difference? Absolutely. If he was pissed at me, then I'm telling him he's never allowed to speak to you that way again. If he was defending me, I'm buying him his first shot of whiskey when he's 21. I laugh lightly. Whiskey? Huh, that what you've been drinking? I heard Eric had to pull Kate off you and drag your ass home, I say, not looking at him. Off me? No, she was sitting on the barstool next to mine and pissing me off with her incessant chatter. Shit, I was drunk. But there isn't enough whiskey in LA to make me let her be on me, he says, annoyed. Alice said you were out getting sloshed every night, I say quietly, still looking at the floor. Pretty much. Shit, Bella, I was so afraid that I was losing you all over again. I spent Sunday golfing and trying to act normal, but Arrow knew something was wrong and cornered me when we were through. He tried to get me to fly right back up to Seattle Sunday night and I should have. But I thought you needed space, wanted space, and would be mad at me for ignoring your wishes. God, we have royally fucked this up, I say sadly, shaking my head. Bella, don't say that, he pleads. Oh, Edward, don't overreact. We've just wasted a lot of time being miserable. We'll fix it, baby. Let's not talk about it now. I love you and you love me, right? I look over at him and smile as he nods. Then let's get comfy and table all this conversation until we know what's going on with Arrow and have slept some. What are you doing about work tomorrow? I have to go in the morning for a little while. I haven't been good for shit most of this week. I was already planning to take the afternoon off, though, and catch the early flight to Seattle, he says. I was planning to fly down here this morning. Wouldn't that have been great? I come down here to see you and you've already left to go see me. We smile at each other and I lean closer, resting my head against the side of his shoulder. He reaches for my hand to hold it tightly. We sit in silence, our feet propped on the chairs in front of us. Each lost in our own thoughts for the moment. Blank. We both fall asleep sometime around 2. I wake up with a start at 4:30, panicked because of the dream I had about Arrow dying. I look over at Edward, but he's still sleeping. I get up quietly and lay the sweatshirt across his chest and arms, then walk down the hallway to Arrow's room. Heidi is still asleep in the chair beside his bed. Gramps looks the same. I take his hand and play with his thinning white hair a little while I look at him. I try to memorize everything about his face, just in case. I scoot out of the way when the nurse comes in a few minutes later to record his vitals. When she's done, she smiles at me and beckons me outside the room. You're Mr. Volturi's granddaughter, she asks when we're outside. I check her badge. Her name is Bree. Yes, I mean, not biologically, but yes, I answer. Well, I didn't want to wake your grandmother, but he's doing better. The doctor called to check on him a little while ago, and we're going to decrease the sedation and see if he wakes up. I just thought you might want to stick around back here. Sometimes patients are frightened at first when they wake up on a ventilator. She says. I have started crying again, but I do manage to thank her. I want to hug her, but I'm pretty sure I won't get to stay if I do that. How long until he starts coming around? If he's going to, I ask, sniffling and wiping at the wetness under my eyes. I wouldn't be surprised if he was awake within a couple of hours, she smiles again. Bree might be my new best friend. I thank her then go back in and sit down with him again, smiling and still sniffling. I am obsessed with watching the machines and delight each time I see spontaneous breath on the ventilator instead of assisted breath. I hold his hand and whisper, "Keep working, Gramps," over and over. When Heidi stirs a little bit later, I tell her what the nurse said. She starts to cry, and even though I just stopped, I start up again with her. I decide to go get us some coffee so she can have a few minutes alone with Arrow. As I'm walking toward the waiting room where the crappy coffee machine is, Edward comes out to the hallway, looking alarmed. "Arrow," he says hoarsely. "Better. They're going to let him wake up," I say, smiling. Here come the stupid tears again. I walk right into Edward's arms and we hug tightly. We get coffee, then carry it back to Arrow's room. Heidi takes her cup, silent tears running down her cheeks again. The nurse has been in and put restraints on Arrow's wrists so he doesn't try to pull the vent out if he wakes up when he wakes up. I sit on the arm of her chair with my hand in hers and we wait and watch. Edward sits in my chair on the other side of Arrow. Finally, just a little before 7, his eyes start to flutter. I stand up and set my coffee and hide us down while she stands and takes his hand. Edward is holding his other hand. His eyes open and close again. "I'm getting the nurse," I whisper and go to find Bree. The nurses are starting shift change, so both Bree and her replacement, whose name I don't look at yet because Bree is my best friend, come into the room. "He does look like he's coming around," Bree smiles. She sees Heidi fingering the restraints. "I know it's upsetting, Mrs. Volturi, but they're only temporary. Once he's awake and calm, we'll take the restraints off. Sometimes they panic at first, though, and they can do real damage if they start pulling at the tube." Heidi nods. Arrow's eyes open then, landing first on Edward, then darting to me and Heidi. We are all smiling at him, but he looks frightened. "It's okay, darling. It's just a tube to help you breathe," Heidi says softly, squeezing his hand. The nurse scoots up beside Edward and he lets go of Arrow to move out of her way. She speaks soothingly to Arrow, telling him what's going on and that the doctor will be here soon. Arrow drifts in and out for the next few minutes, but we all delight in just seeing his eyes open and the clear recognition in them each time. When the doctor comes in, Edward and I go out to sit in the waiting room. After I see Arrow again, I'm going to the office for a while. I have to take care of a couple of things, but then I'll be back. Assuming Arrow's doing okay, do you want to try and talk today or tonight? He asks. For an instant, I want to say no. I want to say I'm so freaking happy that Arrow's awake and hopefully coming off the vent sometime today that I don't want anything raining on my parade. But I know that's partly what got us in this position in the first place, so I put on my big girl panties and answer yes. I turn toward him and run my fingers through the scruff on his jaw. I smile and he smiles back. "I kinda like this," I say. "Really? I thought you'd hate it. I was going to shave it this morning. Do you want me to keep it?" he asks. I shake my head. "Not really. I think I like you smooth best," I answer. "Wait, maybe keep it until tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Well, I figure at some point today I'm going to get to really kiss you and I would like to do that before you shave it," I say, blushing as I smile over at him. "Sounds good, grizzly lover," he answers. I make a face, scrunching my nose and curling my lip at that. I shake my head. "No grizzly lover?" he asks, smiling down at me. "Nope, I could be your beard," he laughs. "Well, I did sleep with Emma Wednesday night," I say, quirking an eyebrow at him. He laughs harder and leans over to kiss me gently. I love you, too, beard boy," I say, touching his face once more. Blank, blank. After Edward leaves, I stay in Arrow's room for the rest of the morning, watching as they remove TH vent tube, smiling when he immediately tries to start talking. Telling everyone what to do. The doctor urges him to rest his throat and the nurse brings him a small dry erase board to use for the rest of the day. Jake comes in to see Arrow. Then tells me he's flying back to Seattle. I tell him I'm planning to stay the weekend, At least, or until I feel comfortable leaving Arrow and Heidi. Dimitri and Jane come by, too, and pleased to see Arrow doing so much better. Heidi walks out with them to get a coffee, so I get Gramps to myself for a few minutes. He picks up his marker immediately. Avoiding me this week. I smile, knowing I'm busted. Yes, too chicken to talk to you. Good job, though, getting so sick that I had my freaking pilot fly me down here, I say, happy when he chuckles at my statement. Had to get you here somehow. I knew it. This was all an elaborate ploy to see how fast we'd all run to the hospital, right? I ask, narrowing my eyes, teasing him. He smiles but gets right back to writing. You and Edward, fix it. I nod. We will. We're going to talk later today and work it out. He nods approvingly at me. He loves you. I know. I love him, too, I say, swallowing with difficulty. He looks at me sheepishly as he holds the board up again. Did you call me Gramps? Holy hell, could you hear me? While you were out you heard me, all of us. He nods. Sometimes. I know my face is turning red. Sorry. I've been calling you Gramps in my head since the summer. I just felt so close to you, especially after everything you did for Edward and me. You're one of my favorite people, I say, sniffling again. Not sorry. I like it. You do? I ask, beaming at him. He nods and crooks his finger at me to move closer to the bed. I take his hand and lean down to kiss his cheek. I love you, Gramps, I say. So happy that I got the chance to tell him. I press my cheek to his for a long moment, hoping he feels the depth of my affection. When I stand back up, there are tears in my eyes and Arrow's eyes are shiny, too. He whispers hoarsely, barely loud enough for me to hear, love you, too. Blank. Do you want to go back to my place and talk? Edward asks. It's early afternoon and he's been back at the hospital long enough to see Arrow. The nurse has now kicked all of us out so Arrow can rest. Dimitri just left to drive Heidi home to clean up and nap a little. No, I think we need neutral territory and somewhere public. We can't just fall into bed to fix this, I say as we approach the door leading out of the hospital. You're right. There's a little cafe on the next block. We could go there. We can bring something back for Heidi to eat later, he offers. I agree and we head down the street, holding hands. Once we're seated and have ordered, he dives right in. Bella, I acted like such an ass. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry, too, baby. I want you to know that I do trust you. I have never doubted you or your feelings for me. I felt insecure about the whole Sam thing and I lashed out at you. But that's on me, not you. Why would you be insecure about Sam? You two obviously had a close relationship. It's clear from the way your Ace was all lit up around him at Jake's reception. Then I thought you purposely didn't tell me about the lunch. I thought he was trying to lure you away from me. Edward, at the reception, that was nothing more than innocent joy at seeing an old friend, a friend I hadn't heard from or seen in a long time and whom I missed. And there's no way anyone would lure me away from you. Your face didn't light up like that when you saw me again last summer, he says, but he's smirking. I roll my eyes at him, then try to explain. I was so shocked when I saw you again. And my feelings for you were always so deep. So complex. When I first saw you last summer, I felt so many different things: happiness, fear, anger, panic, desire. Sam and I had a very superficial and fun friendship which we tried to force into something more. It wasn't right for either of us and we both knew it. And we worked really hard to get past the awkward post-breakup crap and rebuild that fun friendship. And as long as I'm spilling my guts here, I'll point out to you that most of my formative years were spent around guys. My dad, Jake, and his dad, you, Emmett and Jasper. I'm very comfortable around guys and like having male friends. I'm not sure that I can change that about myself, but I'll try to tone it down if it's going to continue to bother you, I say honestly. Edward listens intently, smiling at me the whole time. He shakes his head at me. No, I'm working on that. You should never have to run your friends by me. The only ones I will really have a problem with are the ones who are disrespectful or mean to you. Okay, I can live with that as long as it goes both ways. Absolutely. No more jealousy, I ask, narrowing my eyes at him. I can't promise I will never feel it, but I won't freak out on you again. I felt jealous yesterday when you came into the hospital with Jake, when you went running to Dimitri, he begins. Edward, I interrupt. Let me finish, baby. I felt jealous, but not Had you might have romantic feelings for them or them for you. I was jealous that they were the ones able to comfort you, not me. And that was my own stupid fault. I don't want to do that again. I know. They're your friends and you should derive comfort from them. But you should have been getting it from me, too. I won't do that to us again, won't deny us that again, he says sincerely. Why couldn't we have done this last weekend? I muse, smiling gently at him. I don't know. Next time we'll do better. Next time. Already anticipating our next fight. I ask teasingly. No, definitely not. But we are both fairly opinionated. And one of us tends to really overreact about some things. I think it's safe to say there will be more disagreements, he laughs. I love you. I love you, too. And I know I'm at least half to blame for this. I'm so stubborn. He nods and chuckles. Yep, you are stubborn. But this is so much better, Bella. In a sick way, I'm glad we got into that argument because I think we both have discovered ways to make things better, ways to stop holding back from each other. But I'm sorry I tried to tell you what to do. Apology accepted. Are you going to flip out if I eat lunch with a friend again? No, you were right to call me on that shit. It was idiotic. I figured it out on my own, but my mom, Alice and Rosalie all called me this morning to tell me what a dumb shit I was, or am, he laughs. Okay, so we can put one issue to rest. I ask. He nods. I take a deep breath and dive into the next issue. Why didn't you tell me about the partnership? I ask softly. This is a biggie for me. I was sure you would want me to accept it, he answers just as softly, searching my eyes with his. Why would you think that? Well, didn't you? I wanted you to do what you wanted. I don't want to boss you around, Edward. As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I know what his response will be. But that's part of the problem. There's a difference between bossing each other around and having a discussion as a couple about big decisions that either one of us is making. We don't do that. We end up walking on eggshells around each other, avoiding tough topics are not telling each other how we really feel about them. You don't tell me how you feel about anything because you don't want to influence my decisions. So, I feel like whatever I do, it's not going to be what you want because I never fucking know what you want, he says earnestly, but not angrily. I want you. He smiles at me. That part one got. It's the rest. How much do you want me in your life? Are you happy with the weekends only and want to continue that forever? Do you want me more involved with the kids? Do you ever want to get married again? Have more kids? These are all things I want to know and don't feel like I can ask because you will just tell me to make my own decisions. Now it's my turn to nod. He's right about a lot of that. Okay, maybe I've been a little too insistent on the independent decisions. Do you want me to answer all of those questions? He nods. Okay, here goes. I want you in my life all the way, all the time. I do not want to continue with weekends only forever. But if that's the only way I can have you, I'll make it work. I love how involved you are with my kids and they really like you. You can be as involved as you want to be in their lives. I would like to get married again someday. But I won't do it again without being in love. More kids. Well, since our little, pregnant pause in August, I haven't thought too much about that. But ove babies, I love kids, I love being a mom, so you can probably figure that one out for yourself, smarty pants. Did I get them all? He's smiling widely, looking at me steadily as he answers, yeah, I think you did. I smile back, then ask the question that I think will set the tone for where we go from here. Are you taking the partnership? I ask timidly. He continues to look at me intently, but his smile falters slightly. He looks nervous. He takes a deep breath before he speaks. His answer, when it comes, is firm and heart-stopping. Yes, but you know it's all right. I came to my senses. Letting go of my defenses. There's no way I'm giving up this time. Yeah, you know I'm right here. I'm not losing you this time. Blank, underscore, blank. My heart drops into my stomach. I pick up my iced tea and drink. Looking down, willing the tears that have sprung to my eyes to stay hidden. He's taking the partnership. Breathe, Bella. Things can still be okay. How the fuck can things still be okay? He's taking the partnership. Can I move my family to LA? I inwardly cringe at the thought of completely disrupting the kids' lives again after feeling like we're just barely healed from the loss of their dad. Why didn't I tell him I wanted him to move to Seattle last weekend? Last month, or any time in the last 20 minutes we've been sitting here? Bella, look at me. I raise my eyes, but continue sipping my tea. I was in meetings all day yesterday about this. Can I tell you why? I nod. Because I know what I want and I finally figured out the way to get it. I went to the senior partners with a counteroffer. I told them I would accept the partnership if we open a satellite office in Seattle. The partners have wanted to open an office somewhere else anyway, but hadn't decided where. So I spent Tuesday and Wednesday researching everything about Seattle, from office rental rates to number of lawyers in the city. I met Keys for breakfast yesterday and got him on my side, and then made my presentation to the rest of the partners later in the morning. After several hours and a lot of questioning, they finally agreed. I shakily put my glass down on the table and sit back to look at him, not bothering to wipe away the tears now leaking from my eyes. I'm barely holding it together at this point. Massive sobs are threatening to break through joy, relief, excitement, love coursing through me now. He gets up from his spot across from me and moves to the chair beside me, pulling my chair close to his just like he did on my patio last July when we both declared ourselves in for the ride to see where this relationship would go. It's been a thrilling, terrifying, exhilarating, perfectly imperfect ride. He reaches both hands up to my face, gently wiping away the tears. The greenest eyes I've ever seen look directly, honestly into mine. I raise my hands up to grasp his forearms, closing my eyes for a second to get control of my emotions. When I open them again, I am astounded at the depth of emotion I see in his. He swallows and clears his throat before he continues. So my plan was to move my ass to Seattle and sit on your doorstep until you took me back, no matter how long it took. I love you. I want to keep building a relationship with you. I don't want to be away from you anymore. My breath hitches and I squeeze his arms as I start to talk. I don't want to be away from you anymore either. If it was just me, I'd move wherever you were, Edward. I want you to know that. But I can't uproot the kids, I say quickly, feeling compelled to let him know what I would give up for him. Baby, I don't want you to. I love them, too, you know. I want them happy and secure. I want you happy and secure. Are you sure you want to leave LA? I ask. There's not even a question about that, Bella. I told you last summer that I was ready to get out of this town. Honestly, I was thinking about moving back to Forks or Port Angeles before I saw you again. After that first week with you, I knew I would end up in Seattle eventually, but I was afraid I'd scare you off if I pulled up and moved 2 weeks after we started dating again. I chuckle lightly. I was AFR. I'd scare you off if I told you I wanted you to move to Seattle. He shakes his head minutely at me, smiling softly, the laugh lines around his eyes crinkling up like they do when he's really happy. What a couple of idiots we were. He muses. No more hiding our feelings, okay. I nod. Okay. I say. I look into his green eyes and smile. He leans in to kiss me gently, the scruff on his upper lip tickling me a little. He rests his forehead against mine as he pulls his lips from mine. So you're moving. I couldn't wipe the wide grin off my face if I tried. He's grinning, too. Yep, I'm moving. I'll have to come to LA once or twice a month, but the rest of the time, you won't be able to get rid of me. Is that going to be okay with you? I kiss him quickly twice before I answer. Edward, it's so much more than okay with me. I can't wait. Between you and Gramps, today is turning out to be one of the best days I've had in a long time, maybe ever. I grab one of his hands and clasp it between both of mine. Sitting back in my seat to smile at him. Will you help me find a place to live? He asks. Of course. Do you know where in the city you want to be? I don't really care. I only have one requirement. It has to be close to you, Bella. I wish you could just move in with me, but I let my voice trail off. Someday, he says, squeezing my hand. Someday, I agree, smiling and sniffling. Understanding what we've both just declared, but what we both realize would be premature at this point. He doesn't move away from me when our food arrives. Instead, we sit close together, legs touching under the table. Arms and hands touching each other often. When we're finished, we walk back to the hospital slowly, our arms wrapped around each other, talking about the week we just endured, the misery, the fear, and, now, the happiness. I tell him that Tyler is my new assistant, watching his face intently for any signs of distress, but seeing none. He looks genuinely pleased and compliments me on my choice and my manipulation of Jake, getting him to give Tyler up. His face does show distress when I tell him that I think James and Jessica plotted to get us to fight at the bar. I tell him I'm going to handle it and I would like him to stay on the sidelines for now. He wants me to promise that I will let him know what's going on and ask for his help if I need it. Smiling up at him, I promise. Right outside the entrance to the hospital, we stop and face each other. He bends down to kiss me, but I don't kiss him back. Baby, what's wrong? He asks, concerned. I'm worried. We fought about a lot of shit last weekend and now we've talked for 2 hours and it's all fixed. It can't be that easy, I say, frowning up at him. Why not, Bella? I think it absolutely can be that easy. It doesn't mean that we won't have to work at it, but after what I went through this week, how I felt thinking I'd lost you again and then almost losing Arrow, my perspective has shifted. Mine, too, I agree, nodding. I'm sure we'll have ups and downs, but I love you and that's not going to change. And I'm not afraid of scaring you off anymore, he laughs. Oh, hell, this means you're going to tell me everything now, right? I tease, instantly feeling better. Yep, I expect to hear everything from you, too, he says, smiling and bending to kiss me again. This time I kiss back. I'm starting to believe that it can be exactly this easy. Blank. When we get back to the ICU, the nurse grudgingly lets us in to see Arrow, although she complains that he's had too many visitors and isn't getting the rest his body needs. We promise not to wake him if he's asleep. In his room, we find him dozing, so Edward and I sit Edward in Hydas' recliner, me perched on the armrest and watch him. After a while, Edward takes my hand and starts writing things on my palm with the index finger of his other hand. Stay with me tonight, I nod. He puts an arm around my waist and squeezes gently. I rest an arm around his shoulders. Order in. I nod again. You're tired. I smile and kiss the top of his head gently, silently. Kiss me again. He looks up at me and, smiling, I bend down to kiss him. Immediately moving my other hand to gently scrape through his jaw scruff. I lick along the seam of his lips until he opens for me, then I move my tongue gently against his. A loud tapping noise causes us to pull apart abruptly, both of us looking for the source of the insistent noise. It's Arrow, of course. Awake now and banging his marker against the side of the dry erase board. He writes something quickly, then raises the board our way so we can read what he's written. About goddamn time. We both laugh and Gramps wheezes a little with his otherwise silent chuckle. I tell him he'd better be nice since we're the only visitors he has right now. When he frowns, I tell him that Hydas gone to nap and get some of his things from their condo. He nods before yawning again. You need to rest, Gramps. I say softly. He shakes his head and starts writing again. He points to Edward as he holds the sign up toward us. Moving. Edward laughs out loud. Yes, Arrow. I'm moving to Seattle so I can see Bella every day until she's sick of me, he answers. Arrow writes again, not even letting Edward finish talking. My idea. Edward laughs and I look over at him with one eyebrow raised. Oh, really? I ask, teasingly. Sort of. I wanted to move already. Arrow just suggested I approach the partners with the idea of a Seattle office. I would have quit and moved anyway, baby. It's time, he says, looking up at me. Arrow's writing again. He's such a busybody and adorable. Cupid, why, busybody? The other thing we talked about. Working on it, Arrow. Don't push, Edward answers, leveling a steady stare at Gramps. Gramps stares right back. Old man, don't think just because you're in a bed with rails that you're going to get your way about everything. I almost died. He looks at us pitifully. Clearly trying to play Edward to get whatever it is he wants. We both laugh at his audacity and morbid sense of humor. Okay, boys, that's enough. Either tell me what the hell you're talking about or knock it off, I say. We're going to knock it off. You don't need to worry about this stuff, baby, he says to me, then turns to Gramps. And you, mind your own business. We're on the same page. Arrow can't resist writing one more thing. That was my idea, too. Blank, underscore, blank. When Arrow dozes off again, Edward suggests that we go back to his apartment and Since I'm having a hard time staying awake, I agree. We write Arrow a note on his board telling him we'll be back tomorrow. I can barely stay awake during the short ride to Edward's. We hold hands and I look at him through my half-closed eyelids, astounded that soon I'm going to get to see him every day. Every day. I smile sleepily. I yawn over and over on the elevator ride up to his apartment and sincerely hope we don't run into Kate in the hall today. I've got no energy for snark at the moment. Fortunately, the hallway is deserted, so I take the opportunity to feel up Edward's ass while he's unlocking the door. I start to slide my hands around to the front, but he totally cock-blocks me by grabbing my arms and turning to face me. Chuckling, he turns to look at me. Slow down, Trigger. We've got plenty of time. He bends down to kiss me and pulls me inside the open door. I pull back to look at him. Did you just call me by a horse's name? I ask, frowning at him. Yeah, I was pretty sure that one wasn't going to pass. He states with a smile, letting go of me and walking to the fridge to get each of us a bottle of water. You think, smarty pants, you think any girl wants to be called the same name as a fucking horse? I ask, opening the water and turning away from him to face the kitchen counter. Of course not, Bella. I'm sorry, baby. Why don't you take a nap? I'll call your parents and the kids for you and let them know what's going on, he suggests, wrapping his arms around me from behind. Am I extra irritable because I'm so tired? Judging by the way he's coddling me, the answer must be yes. Okay, Bella, time to tame the inner bitch. You're not napping? I ask, turning in his arms to look at him. I smile at him and wrap my arms around his neck. No, I think I can make it till later. I'll probably work a little while you rest, he says. That sucks. I was counting on a nap after my nap. He's right, though. I can barely hold myself upright. I'll feel much better after a few hours of sleep. I kiss him and tell him I'd appreciate him making the phone call. Chase would probably like to talk to him more than me anyway. He walks me back to his bedroom. Don't let me sleep too long, okay? Wake me in a couple of hours, I say, then collapse on his bed. He covers me up and closes the blinds to block out the late afternoon sun. I am half asleep by the time he leans down to kiss my temple and don't hear him leave the room at all. Blank, underscore, blank. Baby, wake up for a minute and tell me what you'll eat, he whispers, kissing down my cheek and across my jaw. His whiskers tickle me and I giggle quietly as I emerge from the fog of the deep sleep I was in. Comfort food, I slur sleepily, putting my arms around Edward's neck to hold him to me. Like meatloaf and mashed potatoes comfort or greasy burgers and fries comfort. He says, rubbing his scruff back and forth against my jaw now. Burgers, fries. Edward, I say, desire racing thr. Ow me at finally being in such close proximity to him alone for the first time in days. Baby, what do you want? He asks teasingly. He knows exactly what I want when I arch my back toward him the way I am right now. Edward, I say again, pulling his mouth to mine. We kiss for several minutes, then he pulls away, sitting back up. Bella, I want nothing more than to get in this bed with you, but I want to feed you first. I have big plans for you later, he says, smiling down at me in the dim light. I laugh lightly. Okay, we'll postpone for a little while. Can I take a shower? Of course, baby. Just take whatever clothes you need, he answers, getting up from the bed and offering a hand to pull me up. I take a long, hot shower, thinking about how the last 24 hours have been a complete turnaround. I got my boyfriend and my Gramps back. My boyfriend is moving to be closer to me. And we tacitly declared our intentions to get married someday. Last night I cried in this shower. Today I giggle a little. I hear the door to the bathroom open. Baby, are you okay? You've been in there a long time, Edward says. I open the door enough to peek around the side, still grinning like a crazy person. I'm good, honey. Happy, I say. He steps over to kiss me and I start to pull him in with me, but I'm cockblocked again by the doorbell. Food, he says, kissing me once more then winking at me as he leaves and closes the door behind him. I get out and put on the boxers and t-shirt I nabbed from his dresser, then head for the kitchen. We eat our delicious and totally bad for us food, chatting about the kids he talked to Chase, which makes him smile, and about how long I'm staying. I think I'll go home Sunday and then return here Thursday night to check on Arrow. Now that I know weekend only city hopping is going to come to an end, I don't feel bad about leaving the kids to spend a few of them down here. Carlisle and Essay call while we're cleaning up the kitchen and Edward puts them on speaker so I can listen in when he tells them he's moving. Esme is openly crying after a minute, and since no one cries alone if I'm around, I start crying, too. Edward hugs me tightly and chuckles, and judging by the muffled conversation we're overhearing, a similar scenario is happening in Forks. I get it together enough to ask Esme if we're still on for lunch next Wednesday. Our reg. Our lunches with Rose have expanded to include Alice and usually Paloma now, and she enthusiastically says yes. We've got so much to celebrate now, Bella. And a lot of planning to do for Edward's move, she asserts. Whoa, Mom, I'm 30. I think I can plan my own move, Edward interjects, rolling his eyes at me. Yes, darling, I'm sure. But it will go so much more smoothly if I plan it with the girls' help, of course, Esme laughs. Edward agrees, laughing with his mom, but wants veto power, to which Esme readily agrees. I have a feeling if Edward saw it he was going to backpack and hitchhike his way up to Seattle. Esme would readily agree, but I don't share that with Edward. He knows, of course, how much it will mean to his family for him to move closer. Alice nags him about it constantly. Yikes, I do not want to be on speaker when he tells her. I'll be able to hear the shrieking just fine without it. I imagine half of Forks will hear the shrieking. After we hang up, I compliment EDW. Art on the way he took his mother's pushiness in stride. Well, I've learned over time that fighting Esme is like trying to cross a riptide. It's easier to let her have her way about some of this shit, he says, shrugging. I really only care about the end result, anyway. I just want to be where you are. Are you trying to get me hot and bothered, SG? I ask, smiling up at him and squeezing around his waist. Trying? No, but I'm not going to be upset if that's a side effect, he laughs, hugging me back and kissing my temple. When he moves his lips to my ear, I shiver and break out in goosebumps. He rubs my bumpy arm as he continues talking. I think I'd better call Emmett and Alice first, though. Mom will be dying to tell them, and if they hear it from her and not me, they'll be pissed. I agree and happily sit next to him on the couch as he makes the phone calls Emmett first because otherwise Alice will call him before Edward gets the chance. Yep, She's that fast hitting the digits. If there was a competitive dialing league, Alice would be the champ. I can hear Emmett yelling at Edward after Edward tells him, "No, not yet, you were supposed to wait until after Christmas. Fuck, don't you care about your big brother at all? Shit, Rose has me by the balls for the next 6 months, now," he complains. Edward and I both laugh and I hesitantly tell him that I knew about Emmett and Rosalie's bet but not what was at stake. We end up on speakerphone with them, Rosalie gleefully taunting Emmett as we all laugh. "Sorry, Emmett, I didn't realize your balls were on the line or I would have tried to deter Edward," I say insincerely. "Don't try to make me feel better, Stinkerbell. I know you're lying anyway. You want my brother around 24/7. The Cullen men are irresistible that way," he laughs. "And it's a small price to pay to have my brother back within shouting distance." Rosalie and I both say, "Ah," at the display of brotherly affection, until Emmett ruins it. If that doesn't get us both hot pieces of ass tonight, nothing will, he stage whispers, barely containing his laughter long enough to get the words out. We hang up soon after, agreeing to all get together soon. "I need to get earplugs before you call Al," I say, leaning over to kiss him. "Are we speaking to Jazz or not?" Edward asks, looking playfully at me. I punch his arm lightly. "Of course we are. He's family. I'm sure Alice made him pay, anyway. In a twisted way, we're lucky we have all these kidnappers and interlopers who try to watch out for us." Edward agrees and leaves the speakerphone on, but turns the volume down, way down. "Edward Anthony Masson Cullen, if you are calling to tell me that you fucked things up with my best friend again, I will seriously freaking kill you," she yells when she picks up. "Damn, Alice, what the fuck ever happened to hello?" Edward asks, laughing. "Okay, you're laughing so either you worked things out with Bella or you're fucking drunk again," she muses. "I'm not drunk," Edward announces. And the shrieking begins. Edward can hardly shut her up long enough to tell her that he's moving. But when he does, we are met with the strangest sound. Silence. Like a full minute of uninterrupted Alice silence. Edward and I exchange puzzled looks and shrugs. "Are you kidding? Because I will cut you if you're toying with my emotions this way," she finally whispers, sounding eerily calm. "I'm not kidding, Al. I'm moving to Seattle," he says soothingly. "When?" she demands, still unemotional, calm. "I don't know, by the end of the year. It depends how fast we can find office space and get set up." "Al, in all honesty, you're freaking me out. How come you're not screaming?" he asks. She doesn't answer. It sounds like the phone drops and I hear muffled crying. Edward and I stare at each other in amazement. He rakes his hand through his hair roughly a couple of times. This was not the reaction either of us expected from Alice. "Hello, who is this?" Jasper asks. Edward answers him and tells Jasper what he just told Alice. Jasper congratulates Edward, says he's happy for us, then asks if I'm listening, too. I say hi, but nothing else. "Edward, Bella, I need to apologize for what I did. I shouldn't have butted in or should have at least bothered to find out what the hell I was talking about before I did," he drawls. We both tell him we accept his apology, and Edward even tells him he thinks it was good for our relationship in a roundabout way. I don't feel quite that generous. But I smile at Edward and resolve to keep my mouth shut until a little time passes and I can fully forgive Jasper. Edward continues, "Besides, you've lived with Alice too long to be anything but a nosy, loudmouth Batinsky." We all laugh at that. When Alice is composed enough to get back on the phone, she weepily tells Edward and me how much she loves both of us. We tell her we'll call later this weekend and hang up, smiling crazily at each other. Yawning, Edward stretches his arms up over his head, then pulls me to his chest. "I can't wait until I can do this every night," he murmurs into my hair. "We can go on real dates," I say excitedly. "No more trying to fit everything in 2 nights a week." I grab hold of his neck and pull his lips to mine. He slides both of his hands into my hair and holds my mouth against his as he moves his tongue against mine. After a couple of minutes, We're both breathing hard and I have my hand up under his shirt, raking across his lower abs. Baby, he asks. Edward, please, I say. Are you sure? I don't want you to think I am not concerned about getting the other stuff right, too. SG, please stop overthinking and take me to your bed. I want you, I need you, I love you, I plead, looking into his eyes. He stands up and reaches a hand down for me. We walk hand in hand, side by side, to his room. He pulls off his t-shirt and then mine, then dives in to kiss me, our bare chests meeting. By the time he kisses down my neck a few minutes later, I'm grabbing at the fly of his jeans, trying to get them unbuttoned with one hand, because I refuse to release the hold my other hand has on his hair. As his hot mouth gets near one breast, one nipple, he sneaks one hand up the leg of the boxers I'm wearing and glides his fingers over my clit. Oh my God, Edward, I moan, letting my head fall back in an arch. He pushes a finger and then two inside me, still gliding over my clit with his thumb. Bella, baby, I need you, he says hoarsely against my chest. Please, I beg. I guess that really is the magic word because as soon as I utter it, he pulls his mouth away from my chest and moves his hands to my hips, roughly pushing the boxers away and giving me a gentle nudge toward the bed. I crawl onto the bed while watching him take off his jeans and boxers. When he lays down on the bed, I push him onto his back and immediately straddle him. I don't want to wait anymore, okay? I ask, grabbing his hands. Okay, Bella, whatever you want, he answers. SG, all I want is you always, I say sincerely, leaning forward to kiss him sweetly. I lift up and take one pair of our joined hands down to position him against me. I feel the sob coming and am powerless to stop it. It comes out as I sink down onto him. Fuck, Bella, I love you so much. Please don't cry, baby, he says, squeezing my hands. I love you, too, I answer, smiling down at him and raising our joined hands to my mouth to kiss his hand. Good, baby, you feel fucking incredible. So do you. I want it fast. Is that okay? Jesus fuck yeah, he answers. He bends his elbows, resting them on the bed and letting me use his hands for leverage to move myself on him. I already feel like I'm going pretty fast when he begs me to go even faster. He's right, though, it's even better. As I speed up, he takes our joined hands and moves them to my clit and, together, we rub and flick until I come on top of him. My orgasm pushes him toward his and I feel him jar. K and pulse inside of me and buck underneath me as he calls my name loudly. When we both recover somewhat, he sits up to kiss me and hold me tight. He gently lays us down on our sides facing each other. We are both smiling sleepily. I guess you could call me Trigger since I just sexed you to what sounded like a pretty good ending, I say arrogantly, smirking at him. But only for tonight because I really freaking hate it. I don't want to call you something you hate. Angel, he says. Nah, too sweet. I'm definitely no angel, I laugh. Baby cakes. I shake my head and continue laughing. Nope, SG, picky. I'm going to get it right one of these days, he says determinedly. I know, baby, you will, I respond, reaching up to touch his beautiful face. Swallowing the tears when he grabs my hand and turns his head to kiss my palm sweetly. Bella, you the kids. You guys are everything to me. I would do anything for you, he whispers, reaching over to trace my cheekbone with the backs of his fingers. I would do anything for you too, Edward, I say, leaning forward to kiss him. Anything? He asks suggestively, winking at me. Anything, I reiterate. Shit, I'm too tired now, Oop, can you remind me of that in the morning? He asks, laughing against the top of my head as he pulls me into my favorite sleeping spot against his chest and moves his hand down to rest on my ass. Of course, SG, I'll remind you, I say, pretending to be exasperated. Go to sleep. I love you. Good night. The only answer I get is a soft snore and a reflexive clenching of the hand he has resting on my ass. I'll be damned if a little ass grab, even if it's a sleep-induced ass grab, isn't the best fucking way to fall asleep. People I've loved, I have no regrets. Some I remember, some I forget, some of them living, some of them dead. All I want is to be home. Blank, _ blank. Saturday morning, Edward and I stay in bed, both of us exhausted from stress and lack of sleep. It's past 10 o'clock before we do more than use the bathroom and then snuggle back in. After spending the week without him, I feel like I can't get close enough to him now. I keep my arms wrapped around him, my legs tangled with his. I lose count of how many kisses I place on his chest, his neck, his face. Every time we shift position we both whisper, "I love you." It's a little sickening how mushy we're being, but hey, we're just mushy and sickening like that right now. Almost losing the love of your life will do that to you. Getting the love of your life back will do that to you. Incredible make-up sex will do that to you. I force my eyes open when I hear Edward quietly talking on the phone. He's sitting on the side of the bed with his head bent forward and one hand raking through his hair again and again. In a blind panic, I sit up and crawl across the bed toward him. He turns to me and puts a hand out for me to grab. "That's great, Heidi. Bella will be thrilled to hear that Arrow's doing so well," he says, looking into my eyes. I slump bonelessly back to the bed, clutching Edward's hand over the top of my racing heart. I half listen as Edward tells her we'll be there in a couple of ho. Orson asks if there's anything they need. He hangs up and scoots back into bed beside me. "Sorry, babe. I should have gone in the other room when Heidi called," he says, pulling me back into his arms. "I was just scared to see you sitting up and messing with your hair." "You usually only do that if you're upset or pissed," I say, wrapping an arm across his waist. "Or if I'm highly aroused by my warm, naked, sleeping girlfriend but stuck on the phone," he says. "Hey, that's my gram you're talking about," I huff, tugging lightly on his chest hair. "Oh, you think you have free reign with Heidi now, too?" he says, laughing at me. He rolls over, trapping me beneath him, pushing my legs apart with his to settle in between them. I think he's still talking, but I have no idea what he's saying. I am too busy kissing his neck and rubbing my feet up and down his calves. He groans and pushes his hips against mine. He scoots down in the bed to trail his lips down my neck and over my upper chest before moving down to my breasts. "We should get up," I say breathily. "I know, but I'd rather stay here all day with you," he says, kissing a path across my chest from one side to the other. "Me, too, but I also want to see Gramps," I say, putting my fingers under his jaw and lifting until he looks up at me. "Gramps it is, but tonight, it's just us, Bella, okay?" he asks, smiling, scooting back up to kiss me gently on the lips. "MMHMM. Edward," I murmur against his lips. "Baby, if we hurry, we have time for shower sex before we go," I say, smiling. "I love the way you think," he says, laughing. He stands and pulls me out of bed, too. "My girlfriend is brilliant," he announces loudly, as if someone besides me will hear him. I shake my head at him and lead him to the bathroom where I show him just exactly how brilliant I can be. Blank, _ blank. When we get to the hospital, Arrow is kicking up a ruckus in his room. His nurse confiscated the enormous chocolate milkshake that Dimitri brought to him. Arrow still can't speak above a whisper, but he is whisper yelling and banging his marker on the side of his dry erase board as he faces off with the nurse. Heidi and Deem are standing near the window trying not to laugh. As a newly minted granddaughter, I feel it's my obligation to take over the bullying of Nurse Ratchet, who is still holding the styrofoam cup out of Gramps' reach. I only get a couple of digs in, delighting in the way Gramps' eyes light up with pride before Edward steps in between old Ratchet and me. Okay, she's not old. She young and blonde, and gorgeous, and even manages to make the juvenile, teddy bear patterned scrubs look cute. "Easy, killer," he murmurs to me, then turns his attention to her and starts negotiating. Immediately, I can see that he's going to get farther with her than either Gramps or I did. Stupid panty-melting smile. She'll probably hand over her phone number and apartment key, too, before the conversation is over. She is wavering, smiling at him. I roll my eyes, but she's too busy looking at Edward's sex hair to notice me or her patient anymore. Go ahead, Ratchet, keep eyeing the sex hair. I gave him that sex hair. Finally, with a blush. And I guess a little won't hurt, she gives the milkshake back and bats her eyes at my boyfriend. Fully irritated by this point, I start to step around him, but he puts his arm out and hooks it around my waist, pushing me back to my spot mostly behind him. I huff and cross my arms. When I sneak a look at Gramps, he winks at me and holds the milkshake up like it's a trophy. I expect him to kiss the cup before he starts drinking again, but he doesn't. I can't help grinning at him when he takes a big swallow and sighs contentedly, though. Ignoring my traitor friend for the moment as he consorts with the enemy, I sit down on the side of the bed and talk quietly to Gramps. After several minutes, the nurse finally leaves and Edward comes to stand behind me, putting his hands on my shoulders. I toss a little evil eye over my shoulder, which makes him laugh. Coming after me now, too, killer. He chuckles. Call me killer one more time and you'll find out, I say testily. He thinks I'm kidding, but I'm actually a little irritated. I jab him in the stomach with my elbow, not hard, but hard enough that he knows I'm not teasing. Bella, why don't we go get a coffee? We'll leave the men to their talk for a bit, Heidi says, standing up from where she was leaning against the window ledge and holding out a hand to me. I take it and skirt around Edward to leave the room, not looking back at him. I hear two distinct male laughs in the room behind me. If Gramps wasn't so hoarse, I'm sure it would have been three. Heidi waits until we're seated in the cafeteria before she starts on me. So, Arrow got promoted to Gramps, but I'm still plain old Heidi. She says, smiling at me. No, I want you, too, I reply grouchily. She laughs out loud and asks what I call her in my head. Gram, I answer, smiling softly down at the table. I can't look her in the eye until I know if she likes it or not. Perfect, she says. I look up at her, still smiling, and find her smiling back at me. Can you get me one of those ridiculous #1 grandma coffee mugs for Christmas? I laugh out loud, my bad mood dissolving quickly, and nod at her. I tell her about Edward moving to Seattle. She doesn't say, told you so, even though she did tell me in August that she thought this would happen. She asks if I'm happy about the turn of events this week. I nod and try to keep the tears at bay. Yes, very happy. I was afraid I'd lost him again, but now it's completely turned around in my favor. I love him so much. He healed me. Bullshit. Gram. Language. I scold teasingly, gasping and laughing. I'm serious, Bella. Stop selling yourself short. You healed yourself. He might have helped you along, or made you want to finally heal, but you, darling, finally pulled yourself up and started really living again. That was all you, sweetheart. You've built yourself quite a life, she says, smiling at me and reaching across the table to grasp my hand. I smile at her through the tears in my eyes. Thanks, Gram, I manage to say. Now tell me why you're so angry with my grandson. I assume this grandparent thing covers Edward, too. I laugh and sniff, laughing harder when she hands me a Kleenex. Just like a real grandma. It's his stupid beautiful face and his stupid panty-melting smile. He's not supposed to be using the panty-melting smile on anyone except me anymore. But he used it on Ratchet upstairs. And that's not even the worst part. The worst part is that it works every time he uses it. Women just bat their eyelashes and giggle when he's around, I grumble. Rolling my eyes when Heidi has to dab at her eyes with her hanky because she's laughing so hard. I imagine that's one reason he loves you so much, Bella. You don't let him get away with it. It doesn't work on you, Heidi begins. Oh, yes it does. I haven't had dry panties since July, I say, then gasp and cover my mouth with both hands in embarrassment. There are just some things a grandma can't comment on. That statement is one of those things, she answers with a twinkle in her eye. She clears her throat before she continues. However, if we had had this conversation a couple of days ago, I would have agreed that Edward does seem to know the power his smile wields over the opposite sex. And he does sometimes use it to his advantage. But he loves you. He's moving to be near you. So maybe cut him a little slack today. All right, Graham, I say with a heavy sigh. We move on to other subjects as we finish our coffee, talking about my kids, Edward's move and, of course, Gramps and his recovery. Eventually we head back to Arrow's room where we sit for the rest of the afternoon, listening to Heidi tell stories about their younger years, crazy vacations they took, the Hollywood stars they ran around with decades ago, some of the prolific authors they met and befriended. Gramps interjects whispered or written comments that usually make us laugh. They have had an edible life together, and more than once I find myself looking over at Edward and hoping we get many more decades to enjoy the life we're building. In the late afternoon, Gramps is getting sleepy, so Edward and I get up to leave. I tell him I'll be back next weekend and kiss him and Heidi goodbye, fighting back tears. As soon as we're in the elevator descending to the main floor of the hospital, Ward reaches for me and pulls me to his chest. I love you, killer, he whispers, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. I love you, too, but stop calling me killer, I answer, resting my cheek against his chest and hugging him tightly. And I'm not complaining, but what brought this on? He chuckles and then I feel him shrug his shoulders before he answers me. I enjoyed the afternoon with Arrow and Heidi. But nothing beats this feeling how I feel when I'm hanging on to you and you're hanging on to me. I pull my head away from his chest to smile up at him. Really, SG, how exactly does it make you feel? I ask, shifting my hands from around his waist to around his neck. It makes me feel like I'm home, Bella. No matter where I am, if I'm with you, I feel like I'm home, he answers softly, sincerely. Then he smiles at me. Stupid panty melter. Blank. Sunday when I get back to Seattle, the fairy godmothers are lying in wait. I can tell by the looks on their faces that they've been tipped off. Who told? I ask when I walk in the kitchen and see them seated at my counter. Who told what? MK asks innocently. We're just babysitting so your parents could go to the grocery store for you. I attempt my James glare, but, quite frankly, I am too freaking happy to pull it off well. At the risk of getting my boyfriend in big trouble, it was Dimitri. But, in an attempt to get my boyfriend out of trouble, let me explain that he didn't tell me anything except that you would have something to tell me and that I should bring the sidekicks, Emma says. Hey, MK and Angela both protest. Sorry, poor choice of words. He said I should bring the other bitches who interfere in your life, too. I assumed he meant these two, Em says, laughing. Angela flips her off and MK sticks out her tongue before we all start laughing. So spit it out and then we'll have drinks, Angela bribes. She's trying to entice me with the promise of alcohol and it's totally going to work. It's been a hell of a week. Okay, time out. Give me 5 minutes to talk to the kids and then I'll be back, I say, heading for the stairs to find the kids. By the time I get back downstairs a few minutes later, I've told the kids that Edward's moving and they all seem happy about it. Or at least not unhappy. Michael doesn't have much of a reaction, but coming from a pre-adolescent boy, I'm guessing that's a tacit blessing. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Angela has been doling out the cocktail delights. She hands me a glass as soon as I walk back in. What's it called? I ask hesitantly. Lord knows what she came up with this time. Make-up sex, she says, smirking at me. MK and Emma are trying not to laugh. I take a sip, groaning quietly at how good it tastes. So, how was the make-up sex? Emma asks, raising her eyebrows at me. I know she means the real stuff, not the cocktail, but one word describes both. Fan-fucking-tastic, I answer. Blank. The next month passes quickly and suddenly Thanksgiving is here. The Cullens are driving in to spend it with us, and then Edward, Jasper, Alice, Emmett, Rosalie and I are all flying down to LA to CK Edward for the move and have a little fun adult time. Emmett and Jasper are staying to drive up to Seattle with Edward. That was Esme's idea. She said the boys needed some bonding time. Thanksgiving is noisy and fun. Everyone seems to enjoy it, especially me. I haven't had a turkey day this great since I was a senior in high school, which not coincidentally was also the last time I spent it with the Cullens. After dinner, Edward drives his parents and Alice over to show them the apartment he's leasing. They can't get into the actual apartment yet, but at least they'll have an idea where he will be and how close to me he'll be. It's exactly 2.2 miles, big selling point for the Cedar Ridge apartments in my book. As Rosalie and my mom help me clean up the kitchen, they start guessing how long it will be before Edward either moves in with me or we get engaged. They are ignoring my irritated huffing and sighing and continuing to talk about it like I'm not standing right here. Before Easter for sure, my mom says. She'll definitely have a ring by then. I don't know. Maybe they'd rather just live together. Bella, would you rather just live together? Rosalie asks. The amusement in her voice clues me and she knows she's ticking me off. Jesus, never thought I'd see the day that the cold-hearted ice princess was more nosy and annoying than the tiny Batinsky, I mutter under my breath. Rose is standing close enough that she hears every word though. I guess that means she doesn't want to just live with him, she laughs. I cringe when I hear my mother laughing, too. No, Bella is pretty traditional in that sense, she opines. I roll my eyes and scrub the counter extra hard. Well, Edward's big on dates that mean something, so it wouldn't surprise me if he's ITING until his birthday or the anniversary of the date they met again, Rosalie says. He's kind of a sentimental fool about that kind of stuff. But he'll definitely propose by that July date. What was the date when you two met again? Bella. She turns to look at me, smiling, then panics when she sees the tears running down my face. Don't rush us, I exclaim, sniffling as they both come over to me to hug me. Oh, Bella, I'm sorry. We're just discussing throwing out ideas. We didn't mean to upset you, my mom defends. I know, but people are constantly in between us, trying to tell us what to do. Please, let us figure this part out ourselves. It's important to me, I plead. Wide-eyed, they both nod at me. We hug again and then I pull away and we all get back to our tasks. And Rose? I ask, continuing to dry the china and set it on the island to be packed back up. Absolutely no bets. She laughs, saying that she doesn't think Emmett will bet her anything about Edward anymore before kissing my cheek sweetly. __. Friday morning, the 6 of us fly to LA. So, Bella, pretty snazzy plane you've got here, Emmett says once we're airborne. Thanks, Emmett, it's not mine, though. I say, embarrassed. It's convenient to fly on the company plane, but it also makes me feel pretentious. Rose, I bet Bella wouldn't mind if we joined the Mile High Club in her jet, Emmett says. Rosalie smacks Emmett across the back of the head as the guys snicker and Alice and I groan. What? I bet Edward and Bella have done it in this plane, he reasons. Everyone looks at us. I feel myself turning red. Edward is, too. I scoot closer to him on the bench seat and bury my face in his shoulder. He kisses the top of my head. Oh my God, you guys really have done it in the plane, haven't you? I was kidding, but damn. Way to go, Edward, Emmett says, impressed. He holds his fist out for Edward to bump, but Edward just rolls his eyes and shakes his head in Emmett's direction. Alice and Rosalie are laughing at us. Jasper is very politely reading his newspaper and trying not to laugh. Jasper and I are still lukewarm around each other, but both of us are trying. I've forgiven him, and I think he's forgiven me for everything that happened years ago, but it's still awkward. I'm sorry my brother is so fucking clueless, baby, Edward whispers to me. It's okay. I'm normally amused by him. And I don't regret what we did, SG, I say, looking up at him and smiling. I don't regret anything that's happened since July, Bella. Not one thing, he says, smiling back at me. I reach up and kiss him until Emmett throws a pillow at us and makes a joke about us disappearing into the lavatory. We all laugh when Edward, Alice and Jasper all throw pillows back at him and Emmett laughs the hardest. Blank, underscore, blank. When we land, we get 2 cabs to drive us to Edward's apartment. Girls in one cab, boys in the other. So, Bella, you and Edward are more adventurous than I imagined, Rosalie says as soon as we're on our way. Rose, I am not discussing my sex life with you, I state firmly. Okay, we'll get you drunk and then ask you, she laughs. I still won't tell, I say. Maybe not, but you'll blush, so we'll know when we get it right, Rosalie laughs. Yeah, even I have to agree, that'll probably work. I don't bug you about your sex life, I grumble. That's because I'm married and boring. I am living vicariously through you, she says. I do not want to discuss this at all. It's gross for me to even think about my brother and my best friend. Yuck, Alice says emphatically. We all giggle and are still laughing when we pull up in front of Edward's apartment building. We get out to wait for the guys since all the luggage is in their cab. While we're waiting, my BFF Kate comes out the front doors of the building, takes one look at me and marches right up to where I'm standing. Hi, Kate, I say smugly. I'm sure she knows by now that Edward's moving out next week. You are such a little bitch. I can't believe you would force Edward to move away from his job and all his friends, just so he can hold the hand of his needy little girlfriend. She spits at me. Yeah, you're right, Kate. It's all because I'm so clingy, I say. I heard you have a whole posse of kids, too. Trying to trap Edward into playing daddy to your little brats. She says, looking me up and down condescendingly. I start to respond, but Rosalie steps in front of me. Oh my God, you are exactly as big a skank as Edward Said. Picking on kids. You're an obnoxious witch, Kate. Do you have a candy cottage in the woods with a big-ass oven inside? Alice interjects, stepping in front of me, too, to stand next to Rose. You do remember what happens at the end of that story, don't you? Rose says as she and Alice start stalking toward Kate. The kids corner the witch at the oven and push her in. Rosalie has her hand on Kate's shoulder now, giving a tiny shove between each word. Kate looks legitimately scared now, and she should. Rosalie has softened since high school, but she still terrifies me about half the time. I hear a whistle behind us and turn to see the guys getting out of their cab and pulling luggage from the trunk. Hey, babe, Rosalie calls, waving to her whistling husband. When I turn back around, Kate is scurrying away. The word, baby, on her ass tilting to the left and right as she escapes up the street. Rose, Alice and I look at each other and burst out laughing, doubling over. What the fuck just happened? Did we miss a catfight? Emmett whines. Nah, knowing Kate, she probably ran as soon as Rose bitch-faced her, Edward says, causing Rosalie to scowl at him. He holds his hands up in surrender. Sorry, Rose, but you know you have one scary bitch face when you want to. I say that as a brother-in-law and a frequent recipient of said bitch face. She smiles at him and even chuckles a bit. What about me? I helped, too, Alice insists. Ah, baby, you're more like a kitten, Jasper says to his wife, then backtracks when he sees the look on her face. A really fucking scary kitten, he finishes, smiling when she nods at him approvingly. The guys start heading inside with our luggage, so I turn back to the girls. Thanks, guys, but really, you didn't have to stick up for me with Kate, I say, intending to tell them I can fight my own battles. Of course we did, Bella, Alice says. Your family, Rose finishes. Blank, underscore, blank. That afternoon, Edward and I go visit Arrow and Heidi. Arrow's made a lot of progress, but still isn't quite back up to full speed. We invite them to Seattle for Christmas and, surprisingly, they agree to come. I feel better knowing I'll see him again in only a month and am in a great mood when we get back to Edward's apartment to start packing. We divide the packing jobs by room. Alice, Rose and I start to pack the kitchen, Emmett and Spur pack the living room shelves, and Edward is working in his spare room which doubles as his home office. We all have beers and Jasper has the radio on and turned up loud enough that we can't hear what they're talking about in the other room, and I'm sure they can't hear us talking about sex in the kitchen. I'm just saying that over time, it's different. It's nice in some ways because we're totally comfortable with each other. But I miss the spontaneity. I miss that feeling of, I've got to have it right now, Rose says. I miss it, too, Alice says. And we have to be so quiet if the kids are awake. Oh my God, my freaking ears are bleeding. Can you guys please quit talking about this? I beg, then pick my beer up and drain it. As I go to the fridge to grab another for each of us, I hear Rose huff behind me. Why can't we talk about this, Bella? She asks, clearly irritated with me. I quickly turn around to answer her. Because it's like looking into a crystal ball. I love my sex life with Edward, and I don't want to hear how boring it's going to be in the years to come. I say loudly so they can hear me over the radio, which has suddenly gone quiet. The entire apartment is silent. I know everyone heard what I said, and I can feel the blush heating my neck and face. Alice and Rose are even speechless, staring open-mouthed at me. I expect a smart-ass remark from Emmett, so I'm surprised when it's Edward the first hear call out from the guest room. I love our sex life, too, baby. I promise I'll never let it get boring, okay? Now someone turn the fucking radio back on, he hollers. Someone does. The radio is blaring again in a matter of seconds. Rose, Alice and I all look at each other. Sheesh, Rose. We didn't even have to get her drunk before she started embarrassing herself, Alice says, smiling slightly at me before she turns back to the box she's packing. Yup, Bella, you sure do have a way with words. And Alice, you know our husbands are going to try to prove how spontaneous and unboring they are now, right? We'll probably have to fight them off in the bar bathroom tonight, Rose predicts. I ignore her and go back to packing. Eventually, we start talking and laughing again. But we stay completely away from the subject of sex for once. An hour and a half and 3 beers later, we are getting giggly in the kitchen. But we are almost done with everything we can pack until Sunday morning. I gasp loudly as I hear the song coming on the radio. Alice groans she knows what's coming. Belly. Jasper calls to me from the other room. Jiffy. It's our song. I answer, picking up my beer and running into the other room and grabbing Jasper's hand. Neither of us have used our high school nicknames for each other since high school. The song is, It's the End of the World as we know it, and Jasper and I were obsessed with it, and REM in general, during senior year. We drove Edward and Alice batty for a while with our love of all things Michael Stipe and company. Jasper and I are totally lost in each other and the song, dancing around and singing to each other like fools. When the song is over, we hug before we notice 4 sets of eyes are watching us in what I can only imagine as horror from the kitchen. What? Jasper and I say together, then break into laughter. Everyone else goes back to their packing jobs, but Jasper and I grab our almost full beers and wander out to the balcony. So, I guess we should have talked earlier, but I am sorry about what happened last month about my part in it, he starts. I know. You've apologized before and, in all honesty, it wasn't even remotely your fault. Edward and I had some trust and communication issues. We're fixing them now, and that's in part to your credit. I heard him hurt all of you in the past, and I'm unbelievably sorry for that. I don't fault you for your loyalty to Edward. In fact, I appreciate it. I just hope that someday I'll be able to earn your loyalty back as well, I say. Ah, Belly, that's a done deal. We're all so damn happy to have you back, and now we're getting Edward back, too. I don't know if I should be telling you this, he was different after you left, Bella. He never really fully recovered until last summer. When you came to Forks last summer, I could see it in his eyes. Whatever was missing all those years was back, he says earnestly. I smile widely at him and we hug again. Then fall into easy conversation, just like old times. A few minutes later, everyone else comes to join us on the deck to watch the sunset. Edward comes to stand behind me, wrapping one arm around my waist. We should all make a toast, something we're thankful for. We never did it yesterday with all the chaos the entire Cullen family brings, Alice says. I'll start. I'm thankful for old friends. She looks right at me, smiling, and I smile back before all 6 of us touch bottles in the middle of our circle and take a drink. I'm thankful for the kids, all of the Cullen, Whitlock and DeClemente kids, Rose says. We all clink and drink. I'm thankful for adult time away from all the Cullen, Whitlock and DeClemente kids, Emmett says. We all laugh as we clink bottles. I'm da NKFUL that Emmett and Rosalie lost the coin toss and get the couch bed for the weekend, Jasper says. I'm not. Emmett still sleeps in the nude. No one should have to see that shit first fucking thing in the morning, Edward quips, making us all laugh again. I'm next. God, there are so many things I'm thankful for this year, and almost all of them happened since July. I'm thankful I saw Edward again and he forgave me. I'm thankful the Cullens welcomed me back so readily. I'm thankful my kids love Edward and vice versa. I'm thankful Arrow and Heidi have agreed to be sucked into the vortex of my family. I'm thankful for second chances. I say quietly, I got a lot of them this year, thanks in part to every one of you in this circle. Edward squeezes me with the arm he has around my waist as we all clink bottles. I turn my head to look back and up at him, and he kisses me quickly before we sip our beers. Edward clears his throat before he begins. I'm last, huh, well, I can honestly say that I've never before had as much to be thankful for as I do this year, so this will be a long one. I'm thankful for my family. I'm thankful for Bella and her family. I'm thankful that Arrow decided to sell his company. I'm thankful that I felt compelled to protect him from the rich bitch who was buying his company and went with him to Seattle last July. I'm thankful that after this weekend I won't be acking up the frequent flyer miles quite so fast. He pauses as we all laugh quietly about the last 2 things he's thankful for. But, I think most of all, I'm thankful that Bella and I got into a GE fight all those years ago and broke up, then found each other again this year. I realize that sounds strange, and I don't know what would have happened if we hadn't left each other then, but I sure as hell know that the 6 of us wouldn't be standing here right now, watching the sunset together and having a beer. And I think this is a pretty perfect fucking place to be tonight, he finishes. Here, Emmett says as we all clink our bottles. I'm teary-eyed and Alice is openly crying. I think even Rosalie is sniffing, although she's trying to hide it. The 6 of us stand on Edward's balcony talking for another 20 minutes. Until the sun is completely down and dusk is quickly fading into night. Then Emmett says the words we all knew he'd say sooner or later. I'm fucking hungry. Let's go eat dinner and then get blitzed. Quote, so we do. Nothing you can know that isn't known. Nothing you can see that isn't shown. Nowhere you can be that isn't where you're meant to be. It's easy. Blank, underscore, blank. Christmas Eve morning. Angela and I are in my kitchen baking and talking. Well, I'm baking and she's talking. Edward and the kids are out doing some last-minute shopping. And then they're picking up Heidi and Arrow at the airport. The month since Thanksgiving has flown by. Edward is mostly settled in his apartment and has been busy getting his office space set up. He eats dinner and hangs out with us most nights, only begging off when work gets in the way. I don't think he realized how much work it would be to staff and furnish the new office, woo new clients and still try to have a personal life. Throw in the fact that it's the holiday season, full of parties and shopping, and it's understandable why Edward's been so tired and grouchy the last couple of weeks. In fact, it's been so bad that I've sent him home to his own bed the last 5 nights before 10 o'clock. Sleep-deprived Edward was grumpy. Now, sex-deprived Edward is mopey. And since Arrow and Hyde are spending the next 3 nights in my bedroom, I'll be sleeping upstairs in the guest room alone. Please. The informer sleeps next door to the guest room. All I need is for Sophie to tell everyone what she overhears Christmas Eve. It wouldn't be Santa coming. It was funny when I kicked Edward out into the cold last night, though. He looked so sad and mumbled, "Happy fucking holidays, Edward, eh?" I helped him bundle up and pushed him out to the porch. He pouted so perfectly that I briefly considered relenting, but then he said he was thinking about getting a dog to keep him warm at night. I shut the door in his face and turned off the porch light after that remark. He called to apologize on his way home. I really wasn't mad. I knew it was the mopey grouch talking. But I let him grovel a bit anyway before I told him all was forgiven. I'm taking the next 2.5 weeks off work, though, and MK and I are going to help get the interior of Edward's new office finished up so he can concentrate on hiring lawyers and office staff. When we suggested our interior design plan to him yesterday, he was so grateful that he kissed both of us on the lips, shocking MK and making me laugh. Bella, are you even listening to me? Oh, sweet baby Jesus, you're not thinking about sex on this holy day before the holiest night, are you? Angela asks, smirking at me. No, I say adamantly. I'm thinking about how I'm not having any sex lately. And I thought Edward was grouchy about it, she mutters. Ah, the grouch is also apparently vocal about his lack of Lily. We'll be discussing that later. I'm not grouchy, I just miss him. We've been so busy lately, and when we're not busy, we're both completely wiped out. We've hardly been alone, hardly talked, and when we had sex 6 nights ago, it was like we both just couldn't wait to be done with it, I admit. I sigh. I guess I am cranky about it. Oh, Bells, that's normal. Especially this time of year. And you've both been swamped since he moved here. Things will settle down after New Year's, she opines. Even though I know she's pulling answers out of her ass, I feel unreasonably encouraged by her words. I lean around the corner of the kitchen island and kiss her cheek. Thanks, Ang, I say, smiling. I reward her bullshit by finally letting her help cut out the sugar cookie shapes. She continues talking, rambling about Peep, lit at the office and cutting out bells and stars. I flatly refuse to let her roll out the dough, though. When I tell her what I got Edward for Christmas, she agrees that he will love it. Then she can't help making her own prediction. You're totally getting a ring for Christmas, Ang states. I mean, you two are perfect for each other. What could he possibly be waiting for? Ang, we have only been back together a little over 5 months. 2 months ago, we almost completely broke up. It's too soon, I say adamantly. Besides, giving me a ring as a gift isn't his style. Oh, yeah, you might be right about that, she concedes, lining up her cut-out shapes on the cookie sheet. Plus, you guys are like surrounded by family this week. When do the Cullens descend? She asks. Tomorrow afternoon. Everyone wanted Christmas morning at their own houses. But Arrow and Heidi and my parents will be here with us in the morning. And Edward, of course, I say, smiling and looking down at the dough on the pastry board. I truly am excited for our first Christmas together in so long. And Edward, of course, she mocks in a high-pitched voice. Then she pretends to throw up in her mouth. I laugh and elbow her in the arm. Shut up. You and Ben are worse. What did you get him for Christmas anyway? We got distracted the other day and never finished that conversation. I brought it with me. I haven't wrapped it yet. It's in that bag over on the table, she says, still cutting her shapes intently and placing them on the cookie sheet. I wash and dry my hands and go to peek in the bag. It's a tiny pillow with a ribbon to hang it up. When I turn the pillow over, the words, "Shush baby sleeping," are cross-stitched on the front. I gasp and turn my eyes immediately to Angela. She's nodding at me through her tears and I start to cry, too. Then I start to laugh and yell, "I'm going to be an ant. I'm going to be an ant," which makes her start laughing. I practically bounce over to her and hug her, begging for details. She tells me that she just found out and confirmed with her doctor earlier this week. And you had time to cross-stitch a whole damn pillow? I ask incredulously. She laughs. No, my mom made that when Ben and I first got married. I knew she had it and went and got it from her yesterday. Besides her and Dad, you're the only one I've told. I'm dying, she says. I'm sure that's true. She loves to be the bearer of really good or really bad news. Oh, Aang, he's going to be so excited, too. Congratulations, I say, anxious for everyone to know so we can talk about it. I know. I haven't been this excited for Christmas since I was 9, she laughs as we hug again. We continue baking for the next 3 hours, our conversation consumed with talk of babies and future Christmases. I'm still giddy when Edward calls to say they're on the way from the airport and will be here in 10 minutes. When he pulls up in front, I go racing outside without a coat to greet Arrow and Heidi. I am particularly relieved to see Arrow looking so much like his regular, spry self. I hope we don't give him a heart attack on Christmas morning. My kids are luid. I squeeze him tightly, barely letting him get out of the car first. Gramps, I sigh, feeling the tears gather behind my closed eyes and slowly leak out. I'm a total sap for Gramps and Gram Dot and Christmas. Told ya, I hear Edward tell Michael. You owe me $2. Edward Cullen, I say threateningly, what did you bet my kid about this time? I try to glare at him over Gramps' shoulder, but I'm having trouble losing the big-ass smile. So I'm guessing I don't look too frightening. That you would cry, he answers, not scared of me at all. He smirks at me a bit and starts to pull luggage and shopping bags out of the back of his new SUV, the one he traded his little sporty car in for so he could help haul my children and their friends around from place to place. I can't help it. I'm an emotional girl, I defend, letting go of Gramps and moving to Gram. I know, baby, that's the way I like you, he says, winking at me as he sends my little pack mules into the house with full hands. I'm just trying to teach Michael about women. Come on, let's get you inside. You have to be freezing. Putting his arm around my shoulders, he holds his other arm out to steady Heidi as she climbs the porch stairs. I see Heidi gaze at him adoringly and roll my eyes at his seemingly effortless charm. But I'm still smiling, thinking about the last time I walked up these steps with Arrow and Edward. That night last July when I felt the RTH quake that MK so accurately predicted. I knew then, that night, that my life would never be the same again. I just didn't know it was going to be this much better. Before I can stop myself, I gaze at him adoringly, too. __. Christmas Eve night, my parents have all of us over for dinner. My mom has been watching Food Network again. She serves pork tenderloin ND2 pastas, one with a spicy vodka sauce and the other with homemade Alfredo. She's come a long way from the tater tot casserole of my youth, thank goodness. I would like to send Ina a huge bouquet of flowers in appreciation. But have no idea, short of driving around the Hamptons, how to find her. And that just seems a little too stalkerish. On the way home, I lean forward from the backseat, where I'm sitting with Gram, and tell Edward to pull his car into my garage since he's sleeping on the couch tonight. He didn't want to miss seeing the kids get up in the morning. And even though they're getting older, they'll still be up with the roosters when it involves presents. No, I'll park out front in the circle drive, he insists. Edward, just pull in the garage. It's cold and dark outside, I argue. Bella, it's easier for everyone to get out in the front. It will be difficult to get my car in next to yours and let everyone out, he says, rather testily by my estimation. That's a complete crock of shit, too. My garage has 3 car stalls and is easily big enough for both our cars. Why are you being so difficult? I ask through gritted teeth, trying to say it quietly so the kids don't hear in the back. Gramps, who's sitting up front with Edward, is already laughing. Why are you being so difficult? Why can't I park where I want to freaking park? He asks quietly, raising his eyes to the rearview mirror to look at me. I arch one eyebrow at him. Fine, I reply in the tone that every man on the planet should recognize as meaning it is definitely not fine. Fine, he reciprocates, moving his eyes back to the road in front of us and exhaling loudly. I lean back and exhale loudly, too, hoping he heard the implied expletive that I didn't utter. By the time I get the kids settled and tucked in, Heidi and Arrow have gone to bed. I wash my face and put my holiday pajamas on before going back downstairs to get everything ready for the morning. As I pass by the living room, I see that Edward is sitting in the room alone, slumped down in the big leather chair, holding a glass of red wine. The only lights in the room are from the Christmas tree lights and from the flames flickering in the fireplace, which Edward is staring into. I stop and lean against the wide doorway, content to look at him, study him for a moment. I still can't believe that all of this has happened. And even though the last couple of weeks have been bumpy, I know it's just because we're adjusting to the changes. I love him more than ever and I know he feels the same. Unashamed, I let my eyes rove over his body, admiring his long, lean legs, his flat torso, his broad shoulders. As usual, when I let myself look at Edward for more than 10 seconds, I quickly become aroused. My eyes are still mauve-ing back and forth from his waist to his ankles when I hear him softly clear his throat. "See something you like, beautiful?" he asks so quietly it's almost a whisper. My eyes flash to his, expecting to see the playful smirk. I'm surprised when I see his eyes are dark, his face serious. He reaches a hand out toward me and I walk across the room without hesitation to take it, letting him pull me onto him to straddle his lap. He keeps our hands intertwined, resting them on his chest, and raises his other hand to offer me the wineglass. I take it and drink slowly, letting him watch as I sip and swallow 3 times before handing the glass back. "God, Bella, even in your reindeer pajamas you're the sexiest fucking woman I've ever seen," he says lowly. "Come here." He lets go of my hand and slides his around the back of my neck, pulling me to his mouth. I moan quietly as my lips meet his, feeling the familiar magnetic pull, the force that keeps me invisibly tethered to him. He holds my th to his as he works his lips against mine, then finally slides his tongue into my mouth. We kiss passionately, but not hurriedly, both of us reveling in the first real kiss we've shared in days. After a few moments, I get restless, raising up slightly onto my knees and burying both hands in his hair, trying to increase the pace of the kiss. "Baby," he murmurs against my lips, sliding his hand down from my neck to cup my breast, rubbing my hardened nipple with his thumb as I whimper. I know I should stop him. We have nowhere to go tonight and we definitely can't have sex right here with my key DS upstairs and Arrow and Heidi literally in the next room. "Edward, I wish we could," I say, pulling my lips away from his and looking down at him. I exhale loudly and sit back down on his thighs, ing sure to move my tingly parts away from his noticeably erect part. "I have a surprise for you. I want to give you your Christmas present now," he says, smiling up at me. He takes another drink of tea. He whines and hands me the glass to finish. "You don't want to wait for the kids?" I ask, secretly thrilled that I'm getting a present early. I kept telling him not to get me anything, but I knew he wouldn't abide by that. Normally I don't like getting gifts, but he's great at getting me things I didn't even know I wanted. He chuckles darkly. "Definitely not," he answers. "Come on, Vixen, hop up and let me show you." "My pajamas are Rudolph, not Vixen," I argue, pushing myself backwards off his legs to stand in front of him. He shakes his head and looks at me incredulously. "Even on Christmas? Why, we're picky with the nicknames even on Christmas?" he asks, sounding irritated, but looking amused sort of. "Not picky, just accurate," I retort as he stands and pulls the front of my pajama top, forcing me to stumble into his chest. "Okay, but Rudolph was a boy, and for what I want to do with you, I need Lily," he says, leaning down to whisper in my ear. Damn it, he knows what that does to me. I put a hand on his chest and step backwards, out of sneaky, sexy whisper range. "Okay, SG, enough with the distractions. Bring on the present. Greedy little Vixen," he laughs. "Don't call me Vixen," I say threateningly. All right, close your eyes and let me take you to your present," he says. I take his hand and wrap my other arm around his while I close my eyes tightly. I quickly realize we're heading to the garage. Oh, this is why you wouldn't park in here tonight, I deduce. Wow, you catch on quick, he deadpans. You almost ruined the surprise by being so fucking stubborn. I feel his lips against my temple and the warm burst of air when he chuckles into my hair. Hey, I say laughingly as I pinch his arm. I was trying to be nice. We reach the door into the garage and He opens it and lifts me down the 2 steps to the garage floor. Okay, open your eyes. Merry Christmas, Bella, he says softly. Slowly, I let my eyes creep open and look up. Several strands of little, white Christmas lights are hung from the ceiling, bathing the grungy garage in a dim, romantic glow. I keep my eyes trained on the ceiling and gasp quietly. It's so pretty, I say. Baby, the lights aren't your present, he says. Look down. I gasp loudly this time and cannot stop the sobs that immediately overtake me. There, bathed in the glow of the twinkle lights is my old truck. The truck my dad bought for me when I moved to Forks. The truck that Edward hated, but I loved. And since I loved it so much, he eventually came to love it, too. The truck he pressed me up against the first time he kissed me all those years ago. The truck that died a slow and painful death my 3rd year of college. My dad had it towed back to Forks and I never saw it again. Where? How? When? I stammer. I found out from Jake that it's been sitting for 13 years in his dad's shed. Your dad and Billy helped me find someone to restore it well, not really restore it. I didn't think you'd want it perfect, I thought you'd want it the way it was. So, the engine's fixed and it has fresh paint, but it's not shiny and new looking. It looks pretty fucking similar to the way it did when I last saw it. I throw my arms around his neck, still crying, and hug him tightly. Edward, I love it. I love it. I love you, I say, kissing all along his neck. I love you, too. I'm so glad you like it, he says, breathing in my hair. His arms holding me close. It's not I'm not trying to relive the past. But I thought a nod to where we came from was appropriate, especially now as we move forward. I nod against his shoulder. Then pull away. Come on. I want to see it up close. I grab his hand and drag him across the garage floor so I can look in the windows. It's the same. It's exactly the same. The interior is clean, and still original except for the radio that Emmett installed for me for my 18th birthday. The external rust spots are gone and I can tell the paint is fresh, but it's the same dusty, dull red it was before. It couldn't be more perfect. Edward moves to stand behind me, wrapping both arms around my waist. He nuzzles my neck, pushing my hair aside with his nose before kiss. Sing and sucking lightly on the spot right below my ear. He knows exactly what he's doing, and when I see what's in the bed of the truck, I thank my lucky stars once again for this man. Edward Cullen, did you bring me to the garage to seduce me? I ask, pretending to be offended. Absolutely, he answers, chuckling. I love you. I want you. I want to celebrate this holiday with you. Do you think it will be any more comfortable than when we used to lie in the bed of this truck? I ask, sliding my hands along his arms. He laughs against my neck before he answers. I doubt it. But beggars can't be choosers and, baby, I'm begging. I turn in his arms to kiss him and he slowly starts backing toward the tailgate of the truck. When we get back there, he lifts me up and then crawls in right aft. Me and we scoot up to get comfy on the pillows and blankets spread in the bed of the truck. He lies back and pulls me to him, kissing me sweetly, rubbing his hand up and down my arm. Hang on, he says, leaning up slightly to grab an extra comforter and throw it over us. I don't want you to get cold. I didn't think about the garage being so chilly. I think you'll be able to warm me up, I sigh. Snuggling down under the comforter and pulling him underneath with me so that we're cocooned inside. Eagerly, we kiss and pull at each other's clothes. It's just like it was last summer when we couldn't wait to be together after spending several days apart. As soon as I get his pants pushed down, he's inside of me, both of us groaning. I missed you, I whisper, wrapping my legs around him and framing his face with my hands. God, Bella, I love you, he whispers back as he slowly begins to thrust. I love you, too, but if you don't go faster, I'm going to go insane, I say, smiling at H. I am and pulling his face down to bite gently at his lips. He chuckles lightly as he speeds up, but soon both of us are panting. Edward. Oh God. Please, I gasp, sighing when he moves one hand in between us to help me. He rubs in tight circles until I come, arching against him, my fingernails digging into his shoulders. Fuck. Sweetheart. Yes, he rasps, thrusting even faster until I feel him ease inside me and then collapse on top of me. I fold the comforter back from around our heads to breathe some cooler air, then scratch my nails lightly up and down his back as we catch our breath. Lighting in the grunts of approval he exhales into my neck. After a couple of minutes, he moves to my side, pulling me up tightly against him. Well, that part was very teenage-like, he comments wryly. All hormones, not much foreplay. Very little actual play. I giggle against his shoulder. No complaints here, SG. I snuggle a little closer and tangle our legs together. He reaches a hand down and intertwines it with the hand I have resting on his chest. He holds our hands up, studying them, extending our fingers and then sliding them back together over and over. What? I ask, amused by the gesture. Nothing. I just like the way our hands fit together, he replies, smiling down at me. To let him know I heard him and turn my attention to our hands, trying to see what he sees. Nope, I don't see it. I mean, his hands are really nice looking, but mine are just average. I try not to place too much importance on the fact that he's stroking my left ring finger with his right pinky. I think he's doing it absent-mindedly. Diversion time. I really do love my present, Edward, I say, placing small kisses against his shoulder. Thank you. You're welcome, baby. I guess we should go back inside, huh? He asks, pulling our joined hands to his mouth to kiss my knuckles. Yeah, but I think we should leave the pillows and blankets out here. We may need somewhere to escape to tomorrow night, too, I say. Laughing with him when he chuckles against my hair. We get redressed, stopping to help each other kiss each other. Then we stow all the blankets and pillows in the back of my Land Rover. Grinning at each other like idiots. Can we take it for a drive tomorrow? I ask, looking longingly at my old truck again. Absolutely, Bella, he says, kissing me once more before taking my hand and leading me back inside. Once inside, we stuff stockings for the kids, my parents, and Arrow and Heidi. Edward is so cute, so excited to play Santa, smiling widely the whole time. We take turns, looking away while we fill each other's stockings, but I feel his eyes on me and know he's peeking. I whip around several times trying to catch him, but he's faster than me, even though I can tell by his grin that I almost catch him each time. It's such a magical way to end the night that I can't bear the thought of going up to the guest room to sleep alone. I end up snuggling up on the couch with Edward, knowing that neither of us will sleep very well in the cramped space, but for once, not caring if we're sleep deprived. Mom, Edward, time to get up, Chase calls as he barrels into the room. We're up, Edward says, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. He looks down and smiles at me. Merry Christmas, baby. I sit up and wrap my arms around his neck then kiss him gently. Merry Christmas. Quote. The next 30 minutes are a flurry of activity as the other kids and Gramps and Graham get up. Then my parents arrive finally, according to Chase, so the CAF. Fane consumption and present opening can commence. Months of preparation, hours of wrapping are gone in 2 minutes. The kids eagerly show Edward what they've opened and extract promises from him to help try out the new video games. When most of the presents are opened, everyone goes out to look at my truck. My dad is misty-eyed as he stands looking at it. I walk toward him, wrapping my arms around his waist and reaching up to kiss his cheek. It's as perfect a gift the second time as it was the first, I say, quietly enough that only he can hear me. I'm so lucky to have it given to me twice. By the two men I love and admire most in the world. A tear escapes down his cheek, followed by one down mine. Thanks, Bells. Brings back a lot of memories for both of us, I'm sure. I have to say, as a father, it makes me so happy to see Edward being so good to you. Not that you need it, but you have my blessing, and your mom's, when it's time, he replies, wrapping me in his arms and kissing the top of my head as I rest it contentedly against his chest. Unable to speak around the lump in my throat, I squeeze him extra tightly. Hey, you too, no crying on Christmas, my mom chirps, calm. To us and putting an arm around each of us. Come on, let's start breakfast. And, Bella, I don't think Edward's opened your gift yet. She's right. Charlie and I pull ourselves together and go back inside. You get the last present of the morning, I tell Edward, handing him the box. He blushes at being the center of attention and I step backwards and turn the video camera toward him. He opens the box carefully. Then his eyes light up when he realizes what he's opened. Baby, no you didn't, he exclaims. Yes, I did, I answer, sniffling right in the microphone of the camera. No, you didn't, he says, still disbelievingly. Yes, I did. Most of us are laughing now. Edward's is the best reaction of the entire morning. He comes over to where I'm standing, with the video camera. No, you didn't get me the Dodgers dream day. Yes, I did. How'd you get this? He asks, his face lit up with excitement. We left the auction early, before the bidding closed. We did, but Emma didn't. I asked her to make sure she got it, I answer, pulling the camera away from us and reaching up to kiss his lips quickly. Merry Christmas, Cullen. I love you, Swan. Merry Christmas, he replies quietly. Would you like me to remind you why you wanted to leave that auction early? No, still recording here, I chuckle, hooking an arm around his neck when he leans down to me. I know, but you're already going to edit the last 10 seconds out. I might as well remind you that we went to the beach to have s. He starts, but I yank him to me and stop him from saying any more by kissing him. Thank goodness everyone else has lost interest in us and has migrated into the kitchen to start eating breakfast. Pulling away from him after a minute, I reply, I remember, SG. I remember, blank, blank. As spring break nears, Edward and I decide to take the kids to LA for a few days. We both have meetings there during spring break week, and figure we can spend the rest of the time exploring the things we didn't get to see last summer. I'm hoping to get a little relaxation in, too. Between school and sports, it seems like all we've done is run kids around for the last 3 months. Edward has adapted pretty well to being here full-time and we have learned to navigate this new phase of our relationship pretty well. Angela, who reminded me that she is a motherfucking genius, was right. Things calmed down quite a bit after New Year's. I reminded her that now that she's with child, she's got to tone down the fucking curse words. Once Edward's office was completely set up, his stress level decreased dramatically and we fell into a routine that makes me pretty happy. He's at my house almost every night, usually sneaking out in the wee hours before dawn. We make time to talk by riding into the city together 2 days a week and eating lunch together at least once a week. We also go out alone 1 night a week. Not too shabby for Bella. Before we can take off for our LA vacay, though, we have to go to Forks for the weekend. It's Carlisle's 60th birthday and Esme plans a party which she repeatedly refers to as a command performance, meaning we all have to get our asses to Forks by 5 o'clock on the Friday when spring break begins or else. She keeps saying she's joking, but she's totally not joking. We all know it and plan accordingly. Edward and I decide to leave early and stay for the whole birthday weekend, wanting to show the kids around our old stomping grounds a little. I can't describe how thrilled the kids were to hear that. We leave Friday morning, letting the kids skip school the last day before the break. That is the only part of this plan they like. We get to Forks in time to eat lunch at the diner, then show them Charlie's old house, the police station, the high school, and some of our old hangouts. Chase is the only one remotely interested. Consequently, Edward and I take extra care to point out every little and interesting thing to Sophie and Michael. Yucking it up in the front seat at the repeated lengthy sighs and unhappy mutterings coming from the back. When we finally get to Carlisle and Esme's at 4 o'clock, Me gives us a printed card with a list of the weekend's events. Friday night, all of us kids included are hosting the big party at the house for Carlisle's friends and colleagues. Saturday morning is free time, which Alice has already informed me means girl time in Port Angeles. Saturday afternoon is a family bowling party, all of us are expected there, too. Saturday night is Carlisle's Actua L birthday and will be celebrated with an adults' night out while all the kids stay with a couple of sitters at Alice and Jasper's house. Sunday morning is a family brunch at Esme and Carlisle's before we all head back home. Esme has complained before about not getting a big, fun wedding weekend since she and Carlisle got married while he was in medical school and he barely had enough spare time to show up for the vows. I think she's making up for it now. As Edward and I carry all the bags inside, he starts whining about the sleeping arrangements. It's going to be crowded tonight since all of us are staying here. So Sophie is sharing a room with me, meaning Edward can't sneak to my room after bedtime. Why won't you come to my room? He asks petulantly. If Sophie wakes up, she'll be scared. We've never stayed here before. Baby, I think you can make it one night. You didn't even leave my house until 4 o'clock this morning. You should be tired, I say, smiling at him as he drops my bag. And Sophie's in the guest room where we're sleeping. I lay the hanging bag on the bed and crook my finger at him. I'm not tired, he complains, walking into my arms and wrapping his arms around my waist. Sweetie, you'll make it one night. And, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to sneaking off with you during the party for a little make-out time. The last time I came to a party in this house, we snuck out back, remember? I asked. It was Alice's and my 18th birthday party. Of course I remember, he smiles, leaning down to kiss me. I remember that we snuck off to the bathroom once, then to the laundry room once. Then outside where I finally got my hands down your pants. You mean up my skirt, hotshot, I say, smiling against his lips. Up your skirt and then down your pants, he retorts. I'm starting to think tonight might be a good night after all. What are you wearing? He bends down to kiss me again, sliding his hands down to cup my ass. Oh, God, Mom, Edward. Gross. Enough already, Sophie says disgustedly, walking into the room. Luckily, Edward's back was to her so she could tell we were kissing, but not that he was palming my behind. We pull apart reluctantly, exchanging more quick pecks before he picks up the rest of the luggage and heads down the hall to his room. I leave Sophie unpacking and go to find Esme to see what I can help with. Within just a few minutes, she has Alice and me helping Emmett string lights across the patio. She sends Jasper and Edward to buy a truckload of ice. Okay, maybe not an actual truckload, but it's a lot of freaking ice. She's even got the kids working, setting up chairs before asking them to make sure that the video game system she bought for them to play in the basement is hooked up correctly. Once the caterers arrive to start cooking and finish setting up, we are all excused to get ready for the party. I shower and get dressed, putting on the MK-approved long-sleeved black dress and knee-high black riding boots. Edwa Road knocks lightly on the doorjamb before stepping through the open door. Holy shit, baby, you look incredible, he says. Well, thank you, SG. We aim to please, I laugh. You never disappoint, Bella. Let's lock the door and stay here all night, he says, smiling crookedly at me as he crosses the room to kiss me. No can do, big shot. You're hosting this shindig with your mother and siblings. They'd come looking for us. And you know Alice always did seem to have a sixth sense where we were concerned. She always knew what we were up to, I laugh. All right, then let's go, he grumbles with a smirk, taking my hand. My kids are already in the basement with the Cullen and Whitlock kids. We get downstairs a few minutes before the guests are due to start arriving. Carlisle and Esme both look ecstatic to have us all here. They both pull at me several times to introduce me to guests. I spend quite a bit of time talking to people who knew my dad when he was police chief, too. I have quite a mental list going of people who want me to be sure and tell Charlie hello. During the party, Edward really does manage to get me outside once and in the upstairs bathroom once to make out. We don't have time to do anything more, though. Esme has the boys on bartending duty and Emmett will come looking for us if we're gone more than a couple of minutes. That doesn't stop Edward from trying, though. He repeatedly attempts to push my skirt up to my waist, but I repeatedly bat his hands away. There's not time and you are not going to get me all hot and bothered and then go out there to pour more drinks for your mother's cougar friends. I say against his lips. He tries once more with the skirt and finally succeeds. Baby, I can be quick, he murmurs against my lips, rubbing his fingers against the outside of my panties. God, Edward, stop please, I beg, hanging onto his neck. Honey bunny, let me touch you, he breathes into my ear. I push against his chest and he backs up to look at me. No honey bunny, I shake my head. Sweet pea, snookums, he asks, laughing. I'm laughing, too, but I push my skirt back down, the mood broken. No, I don't like any of those. Come on, we've got to get back. You know Emmett will tell everyone we're sneaking off together if he figures it out. Bella, why don't you just tell me a nickname I can call you? Edward asks tiredly. I don't know one. I'll just know the right one when I hear it, I say, reaching up to kiss him one more time before I open the bathroom door and check the hallway. It's clear, so we exit and head back down to the party. I'm not kidding about Esme's friends. She has 3 friends who are divorced and tipsy and doing everything except rubbing their chests against Edward. Oh, hell, I take it back. One of them Actu. Allie is rubbing her chest against Edward. Before I can get over there, though, Alice comes to his rescue, expertly steering the leech away. The party breaks up about midnight and I get my kids put to bed before heading to the kitchen to help with cleanup. The caterers have cleaned the kitchen pretty well, but Edward asks me to come to the garage to put the leftover beer into the extra refrigerator. As expected, I end up pinned against the refrigerator door with one of my legs wrapped around Edward's hip as he plunges 2 fingers in and out of me, quickly making me come, capturing my cries with his mouth. As he kisses me lazily afterward, I murmur that it's not fair to him, he didn't get anything. It's enough, baby. Just watching you is enough for tonight, he smirks. I knew you two would be out here making out. Alice calls from the doorway, turning on the lights in the garage. Edward and I spring apart like guilty teenagers. I know I'm blushing, grateful she wasn't a couple of minutes earlier. Wait until I tell Emmett, she trills as she shuts the door, laughing. Go on to bed, Bella. I'll finish this and then go to bed alone, he says, finishing with the same lengthy CGH he heard so many times from my kids earlier today. I give him a quick kiss, moaning as he rubs his hands across my ass, and then go up to bed with a smile. Blank. After spending Saturday morning with all the girls in Port Angeles, we return to Forks just in time to go bowling. According to Esme, this was the only thing Carlisle asked for during this whole weekend. I am a little surprised. I never took Carlisle for a bowler, but it's his birthday, so what he wants, he gets. As we all start piling into cars to head into town, Carlisle asks my kids if they want to ride with him and Esme. I look quizzically at Edward, but he purses his lips to the side and shrugs. He pats his front pockets, clearly looking for something. I'll be right back. I think I left my phone inside, Edward says to me. Then calls to the others to go ahead, we'll be right behind them. I see Alice look from him to me with a strange look on her face, but she gets in her car and waves to me as they drive away. I wait impatiently for Edward, leaning against the side of his car for almost 5 minutes before he reappears. As we finally drive toward Forks, toward the bowling alley, I realize we're close to the meadow. Edward, I begin, reaching across the console for his hand. I lace our fingers together as I look out my window at the trees that guard our meadow. I look over at him, wondering if we have time for a quick look. You want to stop for a minute? He asks, glancing at me. Can we? I ask, smiling over at him. It's been relatively dry here this week, so it should. Nt be too muddy and the day is unseasonably warm for the end of March. Since we're both wearing sweatshirts, I know we won't be too cold. Sure, baby, we're already late enough that they'll all assume we were shagging somewhere anyway. He laughs. He turns onto the side road and drives all the way up the dead-end lane, parking at the end. Silently, we get out of the car and start walking down the wider part of the path holding hands. Do you remember the very first time we came here? He asks, looking down at me. Yeah, I can't remember why we were out here, though. Can you? We were looking for somewhere to be alone. Remember how Alice would follow us almost everywhere we went before she and Jasper started dating? He laughs. Right, I had forgotten that. Somewhere to be alone, What were you hoping to do with me out here all alone in the woods, Cullen? I laugh. Exactly what we eventually did out here in the woods, Swan, he answers, laughing, too. The first time you said you loved me was on this path. Remember? I ask. Yep. You were pissed at me about something, right? Uh-huh. We were fighting about that little skanky freshman girl that used to follow you around. What the hell was her name? I can't remember. But I remember you were way too nice to her. She used to bring you cookies all the time, too. I laugh. Her name was Emily. And she was a nice girl, he says defensively. Whatever. I don't want to fight about her again. You have your opinion, which is clearly wrong, and I have mine, I say, stopping in the path and wrapping my arms around his neck to pull him down for a kiss. He laughs against my lips as he kisses me, then moves his mouth down my neck. Better watch it, Miss Know-It-All. I'll give you a big hickey right where everyone can see it. God, if you keep kissing me like that, I won't even care, I half groan, pulling on his hair until he moves his lips back to mine. But I don't like that nickname, for sure. You're too picky. I'll never come up with one that passes your elusive nickname test, he says, moving one hand down to my ass before turning me back toward the path. It narrows here so I'll have to walk in front of him for a few feet. I have faith in you, SG. You'll come up with the right one someday. And I know you're only making me go first so you can stare at my ass, I call back to him, laughing and raising my sweatshirt to shake it a little for him. I hear him laugh behind me. Wait, I think I've come up with the perfect nickname for you, he says from behind me. Okay, try it out, hotshot, I call back to him, not turning around. Bella Cullen. I stop walking so suddenly that I almost fall forward on my face. What did he just say? I should turn around. I'm scared as fuck to turn around. If I turn around and he's laughing kidding, I will make him cry for his mommy before I let him off this path. No, he's not kidding. I know it. I feel it. I swallow twice then close my eyes. Flashes of my life, past and future, are running through my head in a jumbled loop. Seeing him for the first time in the Forks High School cafeteria, seeing him for the first time again last summer in my driveway, watching him play outside with my kids. Dancing with him at Jake's wedding, making him teach the kids to drive, watching him walk Sophie down the aisle at her wedding, laughing in the sun with him in LA, seeing him waiting for me at the end of the aisle at our wedding, Christmas Eve, Christmas morning, laughing with him as we watch a green-eyed, wild-haired toddler take his first steps. I force my eyes back open, and lift my fingers to wipe away the wetness beneath THM before I turn around to look at Edward. Suddenly, all I can think of are my high school notebooks that I scribbled, Bella Cullen, all over. That young girl's dream is coming true for me now today and I had no idea. I take a deep breath, then turn around slowly and see him kneeling on the path a few feet behind me, holding an open ring box. I gasp and cover my mouth with one hand. Bella, will you marry me? He asks simply. His face is serious but eager. his voice calm yet tremulous. I swallow again and take another deep breath. That's a name, not a nickname. I mumble around my hand. Whatever, he says, the serious face breaking into my favorite crooked smile. Does it pass? I nod, still dumbfounded. Yes, it passes, or yes, you'll marry me. I drop my hand from my mouth and laugh out loud before answering. Crazy ass butterflies have started fluttering around in my stomach. Both, I say, smiling through my tears and starting to bounce a little. Get up, Edward. Why? Because I can't contain myself much longer and I don't want to knock us into the mud, I say laughing. He stands up and walks toward me. I take 3 steps and then jump into his arms. We hug each other tightly as he sways us from side to side, my feet swinging above the ground. I love you so much, Edward. I don't know whether to laugh or cry, I say, then make a ridiculous half-sob, half-giggle noise into his shoulder. Baby, I love you, too. I'm so fucking happy, Bella, he says, putting me down and kissing me. I pull away quickly. Hey, I wasn't done, I protest, jumping back up and wrapping my legs around his waist this time, too. Don't rush me. No one's ever going to propose to me again. I want to enjoy this. Okay, baby, let me know when you want to see the ring. He laughs, putting his hands under my ass to hold me up. Who cares about the ring? I mean, no offense. Knowing you, I'm sure it's incredible, but I'm more excited for the husband than the ring, I say, kissing his neck and sucking it lightly. Using one hand to hang on around his shoulders and the other to gently glide along his jaw, I rear back to look into his eyes. Smiling widely and rejoicing inside when I see the enormity of love I feel for him reflected right back at me. We both laugh lightly, then I lean in to kiss him, letting my eyes slide shut, pouring every emotion I have into the kiss. I won't tell Alice you said that she designed it, he says against my lips when I let him up for air. I pull back slightly to look into his eyes again. She did. Okay, let me see, but don't put me down yet, I demand. He laughs and juggles me a little so he can raise one arm up and hand me the ring box. Oh my God, Edward. It's so beautiful, I say, admiring. The dark emerald cut sapphire surrounded by diamonds set on a platinum band. She did a fantastic job. I love it. I couldn't have picked anything more perfect. I'm glad you like it, he says, watching me. I love it, I correct him, kissing his lips, then his cheek, before I hug him again, resting my head between his neck and shoulder. I'm glad you love it. Want me to put it on you now? He asks. I nod against his shoulder. I'm going to have to put you down. I unhook my legs from his waist and he lets me slide down. I hand him the ring box and he takes it out gently as I hold out my shaky left hand. He looks into my eyes as he slides it on my finger, then kisses me, each of us smiling against the other's lips. I pull back slightly and rest my hands on his chest, studying the ring, loving the way it looks on my finger, but loving what it symbolizes so much more. Jesus, I can't believe this. You had this planned. And I fell right into your trap, asking to come here. I ask, tearing my eyes away from the ring to look at him again. Basically, I was getting ready to ask if you wanted to stop at the meadow right when you asked me if we could. I didn't plan to do it quite that way, on the path. But when you bitched about the nickname again, I had an inspiration, he chuckles, wrapping me in his arms. Hold on, motor mouth. Never kept a secret in her life. Alice knows you have this and hasn't blabbed. Impossible, I giggle, sliding my arms around his waist, intertwining my hands at his back and fingering the ring with my right hand. Swore her to secrecy. She was only allowed to tell Paloma. And she didn't know when I was going to do it, he answers haughtily. She doesn't know it was today. I ask, resting my head against his chest. No, only my dad knows, Edward replies. I told him last night. I gasp as I pull my head away from his chest to look up at him. Oh my God, the kids, my parents. They're going to be shocked, I say, giggling a little. Not that shocked, he admits, blushing. He slides his eyes to the side, not looking at me. They know. I inquire. I went and talked to your parents a couple of weeks ago. And I talked to the kids last week. The end. You had the dinner meeting with Jake. I owe him for that, by the way. Jacob knows, too. He's never kept a secret from me before. I muse, feeling a little irritated at being so far out of the loop. They all knew that it was important to me for you to be surprised. I laugh, thinking how I was a little irritated about having to wait for Edward to find his cell phone before we left his parents' house. I was surprised. All right, SG. So speaking of people who can't keep secrets, is there anyone you didn't tell? I look up at him bemusedly, still not able to wipe the grin off my face. The fairy godmothers are all yours. They have no idea. He lifts his hands up to cup my cheeks and presses his lips to mine sweetly. I think we need to talk to the kids first before we make any big announcement, I murmur against his lips. He pulls back slightly to look at me and nod. Absolutely. I've got my dad on call to bring them back to the house early so we can talk to them before dinner. Or we can put the ring away and talk when we get back to Seattle. It's up to you, he says. No, Edward, if you're going to be the co-parent, you have to learn the lingo. It's up to us, I say, moving my arms from around his waist to hook them around his neck. We're both smiling as I pull him down to kiss me again. And, frankly, now that I have this ring, I'm never taking it off again, so it's gonna have to be now. He smiles widely at me, then pulls me to his chest so tightly that I'd think it was Emmett, not Edward, hugging me if I didn't know better. Baby, we have so much to talk about, the kids, especially. But I want to spend a few minutes of just us, okay? Anything you say. My fiancé, the hotshot attorney, sex god, almost stepdad, I say, arranging my arms around his neck so that I can admire my ring over his shoulder. I can tell that you're looking at the ring, he says lowly in my ear, making me giggle. My fiancé, the badass almost Bella Cullen. Eventually, we finish tea. He walked to the meadow and Edward leads me over to the middle where a blanket is already laid out next to a small cooler. He opens the cooler and pulls out a bottle of champagne as I kneel down on the blanket. I grab the plastic glasses from the cooler and hold them out for Edward after he pops the cork. You're very big on popping things in this meadow, SG. Cherries, champagne corks, the question, I laugh. He laughs heartily, too, as he sits down next to me on the blanket. Well, 2 of those things were all me, but the champagne is courtesy of your future father-in-law, who was almost as excited as me about today. He was practically giddy this morning, and Carlisle doesn't do giddy very often. He came out here with me to set this up while Emmett entertained all the boys with foosball at Jasper's house. That's so sweet, your dad helping out, I say, starting to sniffle again. Jesus, everything is gonna make me cry today. Edward leans forward to kiss me. No more tears for now, Bella. Here's to us. Fucking finally. He says, smiling crookedly, holding his glass out toward me. Fucking finally. I agree, smiling back. We clunk our plastic goblets together and drink them down. Blank, underscore, blank. And her later, Carlisle meets us in the driveway of his house to drop the kids off. I keep my hands in my jean pockets as they get out and head inside, looking at me quizzically. My eyes meet Carlisle's for a second and he winks and nods at me before looking proudly at Edward. I can hold everybody else off for another hour, but probably not much longer than that. They were very suspicious about me bringing the kids back to you. I tried to play it off by saying I hoped nothing was wrong, but Rosalie was really scrutinizing me. Alice looked like she knew something was up, too. And your mother is going to be furious with me when she finds out what I've done, he laughs. But I'll try to keep them out until 4 o'clock. I can't believe they didn't just follow you here now, I say, laughing with him. I took Emmett's and Jasper's car keys when they weren't paying attention, he says sheepishly as Edward and I laugh. Congratulations, you too, he says quietly. I mouth, thank you, with tears in my eyes. He waves and pulls out of the driveway as Edward and I turn to follow the kids inside. I already asked Edward if I could speak to them alone first for a few minutes. So he heads for the kitchen as I go to join the kids in the great room. So, I heard this rumor that there are some pretty sneaky kids living in my house, I say as I walk into the room. I told you, Sophie says to Michael. He asked you, didn't he, Mom? Yes, he did, and I need to know how you guys feel about that, I say, sitting down on the coffee table across from where they are sitting on the couch. I told you once that if I ever got married again, the guy would have to love all of you and you would have to love him. Well, Edward loves all of you. How do you feel about all this? Love him. Quote, like him. I'm not saying I love him. That's gay. Thank you, Michael. Okay. Are any of you against me marrying Edward? Against Edward living in the house with us, going on vacations with us? All of the normal, everyday stuff we do, all the exciting, fun stuff we do, he'll be there. Fine with me. Fine with me. Fine with me. You three have never been this agreeable in your lives. Did Edward bribe you or something? I ask, laughing. Hey, don't talk that way about my future stepdad, Sophie says. He already told us that he loves us all and he loves you a lot, too. He wants us all to be a family. Good sign she's sticking up for him. I smile at all of them. All right, then if everybody agrees, I'm going to marry Edward. My eyes fill up with tears again. Do you think it would be okay with Dad? Michael asks quietly. I turn to look at him as I wipe my eyes. He doesn't look upset, just curious. I smile and nod as I begin to answer him. Yes, Michael, I do. Before your dad died, when we knew that he wasn't going to get better, he told me that he wanted all of us to be happy, and if that included another husband for me and someone who would be like a dad to you guys. He would like that. I think Dad would like it very much that Edward is here now and loves you and wants to help take care of you. That's what I thought. Dad told me it was my job to take care of you until you found someone who would take care of all of us, he says in a serious tone. All at once, my heart aches for them, for the part of childhood lost to grief, for me, for the guilt I felt. For all four of us, for the pain we've endured. But just as quickly my heart swells, feeling the tether of love that connects us to the past with Marcus, and the beacon of love that draws us to the future with Edward. I feel completely at peace as I reply to him. You've done a great job taking care of us, Michael, I tell him, smiling and feeling a couple of tears escape and make their way down my face. Mom, are you sad that you're getting married? Chase asks quietly. He's so serious, so concerned. I want to scoop him up in my arms, but that would tick him off for sure. No, you Riri. Edward says girls always cry when they're happy. You'll get used to it. I think Mom's going to be crying a lot for a while. And Alice will for sure cry. She cried yesterday just because Paloma said, dog. Michael scoffs, rolling his eyes. I clear my throat and raise my eyebrows at him. He shrugs as if to say, what? Michael, will you please go in the kitchen and ask Edward to come in? I ask. When he's gone, I look down at Chase. Chase, sometimes when you love someone very much or when you are very happy about something, you cry. It happens to boys, too, not just girls. So you love us and Edward very much? He asks. I nod. And you're happy? I nod again. Okay. He smiles at me and lets me ruffle his hair for 3 whole seconds before he pulls away. When Michael and Edward come in, Michael sits back in the spot he left and immediately elbows Chase. I stand up and Edward comes to stand beside me. Are you guys okay with this? He asks them. They all say yes. Do you have any questions? I ask. Do we have to call you Dad? Sophie asks. No. You can call me whatever you feel comfortable calling me. And you don't have to decide right now, he smiles at them. Can we call you Dad if we want to? Chase asks quietly, his head tilted down but eyes looking up from under his brow. I swear my heart skips a beat every time that kid speaks today. Absolutely. I'd love that, but only if you want to. Edward answers, swallowing a couple of times. I have tears leaking from my eyes again and I put an arm around Edward's waist. He smiles down at me and puts his arm around my shoulders. When are you getting married? Sophie asks. We haven't even talked about it yet, sweetie, I answer. After we get home, we'll all put our calendars together and figure it out, okay? Okay. Does this mean if Mom dies, you'll take care of us? Chase again. His Grim Reaper days are apparently not completely behind us. Edward's answer is swift. Your mom and I are going to figure all of that out. You don't have to worry about it, okay? But from now on, I will do everything I can to take care of all of you for the rest of your lives. They continue to pepper us with questions about what we're going to do with Edward's furniture, when he's moving in, and if they can have TV in their rooms now. I knew they'd try to sneak that one in. I'm a little surprised they haven't asked for cell phones, too. Just as the questions are drying up, the front door flies open and bangs against the wall. Alice and Rosalie are the first ones in, practically running into the room. Edward and I don't move, but he does pull me a little closer to his side and I wrap my other arm around the front of his waist. So what's up, guys? Rose asks nonchalantly. She and Alice stalk slowly across the floor, getting closer and closer to us. Not much, Rose. How was bowling? I ask innocently as the rest of the Cullens come filing in. Carlisle brings up the rear, looking at us apologetically. It's not quite 4 o'clock. Bowling was great, Bella, even though Carlisle stranded us there for some unknown reason. Now tell us what's been happening here, she demands, smirking at us, trying to surreptitiously look at my ring finger. I have my left hand hidden under his sweatshirt, though, so she's out of luck. Should we tell them? I say, looking up at Edward. Whatever you think, Bella, he says, smiling down at me. Tell them, Mom, Chase pleads. Oh, all right, I laugh. Edward asked me to marry him. I almost get through it without my voice cracking. And she said yes, he finishes. Cheers erupt around the room. Alice launches herself at me and would have knocked me down if Edward hadn't been hanging on to me. Michael's right, she does cry. She lets go of me and moves on to hug Edward. Rosalie pulls me into a hug. I knew it the first time you showed up last summer, she says. Bella, I'm so happy for you guys. Thanks, Rose, I say, hugging her back. Stinkerbell, I knew you'd be my little sis someday, Emmett says, lifting me up into his arms. When he puts me back down, he sniffles a little and then kisses the top of my head. I try not to think about what he might have left up there. As Tay moved toward Edward, Carlisle and Esme come to me. I couldn't be happier, Bella. You've been my daughter in my heart for years. You're just making it official now. I can't believe my husband and son kept this from me, though, she laughs, hugging me tightly. Her eyes are red-rimmed but happy as she pulls back to look at me. Bella, you're already a part of this family, but, as Esme said, we're looking forward to making it legal and to officially gaining 3 more grandkids to enjoy, Carlisle says, kissing my cheek and hugging me even though Esme hasn't let go of me yet. For a moment, I let myself fully appreciate the beauty of this moment, standing in the embrace of 2 people who have loved me, forgiven me, and accepted me as if I was their own child. I feel myself starting to lose the tight grip I have on my emotions. If I let them all out, I'll be a sobbing mess in no time. I pull back slightly and take a deep breath. Esme notices my quivering lip and fixes her determined gaze on me. I've never loved her more. Okay, no more tears. Tell us how he asked you. Was it perfect? Esme wants to know. I relay the story, having to start over as Al. Ice and Rose hear what I'm saying and come to listen, too. Carlisle opens a bottle of champagne for the adults and sparkling juice for the kids and toasts us. Emmett taps his wedding ring on his glass to get us to kiss. We do, kissing so long that some of the kids are making gagging noises. We finally break apart when Rose asks if tapping again will make us stop. When we finally get around to making toasts, it seems everyone has one to offer. Some well wishes for Edward and me, some birthday wishes for Carlisle, and one wish from Jordan that Spike the lizard hadn't eaten Iago the other lizard. By the time the toasting is all finished, I'm as relaxed and happy as I've ever been, sitting on the couch between Edward and Alice and listening to the noisy chaos that is the Cullen family, my family. Blank, underscore, blank. Dinner that evening is perfect. While the kids eat pizza and play at Alice's with the babysitters, the rest of us go to Carlisle's favorite restaurant. LL of us drink way too much wine. Thankfully Esme anticipated this and got a car service to drive us tonight. Edward and I hold hands under the table for most of the meal and I feel his thumb rub over the ring on my finger again and again. I can't stop smiling, even when Rose punches my thigh pretty hard under the table to try and make me. She laughs with me when even that pain, which I'm sure I'll leave a big bruise, can't erase my grin. Right before dessert, Alice, Rose and I all excuse ourselves to the ladies' lounge. As we stand in front of the mirror touching up our lipstick, they start on me. So, what are you thinking? Bella, big wedding, small wedding? Rose asks, smiling at me in the mirror. I shrug my shoulders as I answer. I don't really care. I'm all about the husband part. The wedding I can take or leave. Whatever Edward wants is fine with me. Alice gasps so loudly that she scares me. Bella, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If you let him pick, he'll cart you off to the courthouse next week wearing jeans and that crappy-ass USC hoodie he wears when he runs, Alice chides. Do not make me take over this wedding by force. A vision of gangster Alice, in a ball gown with a machine gun in her arms and a cigarette hanging from her lips, muttering, "Just do it my way and nobody gets hurt, see?" Makes me shudder then giggle. I don't think I'm too far off. Alice, honestly, the courthouse would be fine with me. I don't need all the fancy shit. I just want the man, the family, even you, I say, sticking my tongue out at her in the mirror. Rosalie turns and hops up onto the makeup counter to look at me. You know, Bella, I rarely agree with Alice about this stuff, but I think she's right here. This is a monumental occasion for you and Edward and your kids. It should be treated as such. I shake my head at her. I've already done the big wedding once, I argue. But Edward hasn't, Alice insists. He should have a day to remember, you all should. Don't underestimate what the kids need here, too. I think a ceremony, a celebration, where you all officially become a family is more important than you realize. They could be right about this. ACE. Remini, where Edward and I declare ourselves, and by extension my children, irrevocably tied together, will be a defining point in our family. It should be special. It should feel like an important day. It is an important day. I chew my bottom lip for a moment. I feel myself getting talked into this and starting to get excited about it. I still don't want a ton of people there, I say hesitantly. Alice nods eagerly, meeting my eyes in the mirror. I start to smile even though I'm trying not to. I have been waiting a freaking long time for this day, though, I say, nodding. Yes, you have, Rosalie pipes up. I look over at her and she's teary-eyed. Oh hell, that does it. If Rosalie freaking Hale Cullen is emo about this, I don't stand a chance. I break into a full-blown smile. Okay, I think I want the nice wedding and reception. Quote, Alice is bouncing on the balls of her feet and grinning at me ridiculously. Subdued, nothing over the top, I insist. Alice nods and claps. I just need one more thing. What? They ask in stereo. I need my sisters to help me, I say. They both grab me and we hug, all crying and laughing at the same time. Hey, Esme scolds from the doorway. What's going on and why wasn't I invited? Mom, Bella and Edward are getting married in a real ceremony with a real reception, Alice says excitedly. Uh-oh, what are you up to, Alice? Bella, don't let her bully you, Esme states firmly. I sniff and laugh before answering her. She's not, Esme, I say. They just pointed some things out to me and I agreed. When we finally head back to the table a few minutes later, they guys all stand to push our chairs in for us. Well, somebody's sure trying to get lucky tonight, Rose observes snarkily, but she smiles sweetly at Emmett. I figure Edward's the only one guaranteed to get action, since he brought out the bling today. But Dad has a decent shot, too, since it's his birthday. I mean, assuming he can still do that sort of thing at his age. Can you, Dad? Emmett asks, deadly serious. We all groan at Emmett's question, then laugh uproariously when it's Esme who answers. Yes, Emmett, he can. And if you don't want proof, you might want to sleep in the basement tonight. Since you kids moved out, we've become rather vociferous and I'm not sure we'll remember that you're all in the house with us tonight, she answers, smiling smugly, not blushing at all. Emmett frowns and looks from Esme to Carlisle, clearly confused. She's loud, Emmett. Your mother is trying to tell you that she's loud, Carlisle says with a straight face. We erupt in laughter again when, for once, Emmett is the one left blushing. I wouldn't change a thing. It's perfectly imperfect, so crazy, but it's worth it. And I'm wrapped around you like this ring. And something tells me even if I could, I wouldn't change a thing. Blank, underscore, blank. It's weird, isn't it? He asks as we get into bed from opposite sides. Being back in this house, in my old room, as adults. It's weird that we just told your parents goodnight and came in here together. Alice used to have to sneak me in, I remark, pulling the covers over us as I scoot close to him. But, this room doesn't really feel like yours anymore. Nope, no dark blue walls, he says, reaching over to turn off the lamp. No Claudia Schiffer posters, I laugh. I had one poster of her, he defends, laughing, too. What about you? You had pictures of Brad Pitt everywhere. He pushes me onto my back and rolls on top of me, wedging his knee between mine until I make room for him. As he settles between my legs, he rocks himself against me, startling me. Edward, shish, baby, not so loud. My parents will think we're in here doing what we should be doing, he teases, pulling his hips back slightly from mine. I told you, I don't think I can relax when your parents are right next door, I say quietly. I know, he replies, pressing his lips to mine gently. It's okay. We can wait until we're home tomorrow night. He continues to kiss me lightly, teasingly, not trying anything else and knowing it will make me crazy after a minute. And it does. Heart racing, aroused, wiggling under him crazy. You don't play fair, I pant, smiling against his lips as I snake my hands up under the back of his t-shirt. I know, he chuckles, moving his mouth across my jaw and then down my neck as I arch backward into the pillow. Still want to marry me? I don't answer, knowing that will make him crazy. After a few seconds, he lifts up to look at me expectantly. More than anything, I whisper, swallowing the lump in my throat. I'm rewarded with my favorite crooked smile as he lowers his lips to mine again. This time there's nothing gentle about the kiss, it's desperate, frantic. Within a minute, we're pulling at each other's clothes. Bella, he breathes sitting back on his heels as he peels off my shirt and then his own. I know he wants me to tell him it's okay. We have to be quiet, I whisper, lifting my hips so he can pull my panties off. I'm always quiet, he says, smiling as he leans over me again. You're the one most likely to wake the kids right now, my parents. I'd like to argue, but he's right and he's right there, pushing slowly into me. When I raise my hands to grasp his upper arms, I catch the faint glint of my ring in the light coming through the window and shift my eyes toward it. Are you going to look at the ring or your fiancé? He asks, grabbing my attention. Both, I say, then gasp as he thrusts into me again. He dips his head to press his lips against mine as he pulls out. Fuck, you feel good, he murmurs. He slides back in quickly, banging the headboard against the wall. Oh, my God, that was loud, I whisper, looking up at him with wide eyes. Yeah, their headboard is right against the other side of this wall, he answers, chuckling quietly. Jesus, Edward, they're going to know, I say, closing my eyes in embarrassment. Baby, we're engaged, it's okay. No, 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 off, now. Instead, he leans down to kiss me, staying buried deep inside me. When I'm writhing against him once more, he raises up to look at me. Floor. As soon as I nod, He gets up and pulls the comforter off the bed. He spreads it on the floor beside the bed, and then reaches a hand toward me. I want top, I say quietly, looking up at him from under my brow as I stand. Putting an arm around my waist, he nods and bends down to kiss me, sliding his tongue along mine until I moan quietly. As soon as he's lying down, I kneel astride him and lower myself onto him. Jesus, baby, I love you, please hurry, he moans as his eyes slide closed. Smiling, I lean forward to put my palms on the floor next to his shoulders, then start to move. It's not long before he grips my hips, wanting me to move faster. Oh, God, I whisper, sitting up straight and gripping his forearms. I'm so close. Fuck Bella, he groans as I feel him climax inside me. He slides one hand to my center, rubbing my clit quickly with his thumb until I come, too. Gasping loudly, I arch my back and stop moving, letting the pleasure wash through me before I collapse forward onto his chest. Neither of us speaks as we catch our breath, lying still and clinging to each other. I love you, I whisper after a few minutes. I tangle my fingers in his chest hair and press my lips to his damp skin as I listen to the slowing, steady beat of his heart under my ear. I've loved you since I was 16, he muses, scratching one hand lightly up and down my back. Even all those years we were apart. I always loved you, always hoped you were happy. I hoped you were happy, too, I say as tears pool in my eyes. I was, sometimes, he sighs. But I'm so much happier now. And, baby, yeah, I sniffle and raise my head to look at him. I have no regrets, he says, sliding his hand into my hair to push it away from my face. I think we are exactly where we're supposed to be, exactly when we're supposed to be here. On the floor of your old bedroom while your parents sleep next door. I joke, using one hand to wipe the wetness from under my eyes. I know that's not what he means. He says stuff like this all the time because he knows I still have some measure of guilt over everything that happened when we were teenagers. I think he means it every time he says it, but I've never fully agreed until now. No, smartass, he retorts. Together, engaged, raising a family. SG, you are the smartest, sexiest man I know, I reply, stretching up to kiss him. Why do you sound so surprised? He asks, grinning against my lips. Don't mistake my amazement at your sexual skills for amazement at your intellect, I answer, pulling back to look at him. And before you misconstrue that, I'm using the word amazement to describe my awe, not my shock. Got it, he laughs, hugging me tightly. Let's get some sleep, huh? Big day tomorrow. The fairy godmothers are gonna freak when I tell them we're engaged. I remark as I move off him and stand. And we can tell Arrow and Heidi in person when we get to LA. Monday, he adds as I pull him up. Gramps will cry, I predict, twining my arms around his neck. Which means I'll cry, too. I know, baby, I know, he says as he leans down to kiss me. Blank, blank. Late the next afternoon, Edward takes the kids to his apartment to watch a movie while he packs for our spring break trip. I hustle around my kitchen, making appetizers and drinks. The fairy godmothers are about to descend. When I hear the back door open, I turn around to smile at Aang. Hi, B, she says, her husky voice tired. How was the weekend? Good, I answer, stepping around the counter to hug her and pat her just starting to protrude belly. When I step away, she reaches for my hands and looks down, her shoulders sagging when she sees my bare left ring finger. While she's not looking at me, I smirk. I knew she was suspicious when I called her, so I put the ring in my pocket a few minutes ago. Want a drink? Yes, she moans. Vodka. I laugh loudly and pull out a bar stool for her to sit down. Sorry, I don't serve minors. I've been legal for 12 years. She protests. But the little one isn't. I smile. She smiles back, resting her hand on her stomach. How's the morning sickness? It's better, she allows, tilting her head side to side. But Ben is driving me crazy. He's on my ass about everything. If he doesn't stop quoting that stupid, what to expect, book, I'm going to hit him with it. Ah, there she is. My crusty bestie. I knew she was still in there somewhere. I remember that. Marcus suddenly became an expert about everything, too, I say, smiling as I pour cranberry juice and carbonated water into a martini glass for her. I garnish it with a curled lemon rind, but she still rolls her eyes when I hand it to her. Putting a virgin drink in an adult glass doesn't make it more appealing, she grumbles as the front door opens and closes. Emma and MK must be here. Frowning, Aang pulls the curled rind off the edge of her glass. And what the fuck is this? Hey, I protest, ripping it from her fingers and hanging it from the edge of the glass again. It took me almost an hour to make those damn things. It's an NFG, Emma announces as she follows MK into the room. What? I ask, turning to her. A non-functional garnish, she clarifies. Its sole purpose is to sit there and look pretty. Like Heidi Klum. Emma, Heidi Klum has a production empire to go along with the piles of money she makes modeling, Angela says. Bad example. Whatever. You got my point, Emma replies, then sticks her tongue out at Aang before turning to me. So, Bella, what the hell's going on? Why did MK and I have to how? Our asses all the way to the burbs on a Sunday afternoon? Turning away, I busy myself pouring alcoholic drinks into martini glasses for Emma and MK. Their drinks are the same shade of pink as Angela's. Can't a Gil just want to hang out with her 3 best friends? I'm leaving for LA tomorrow, you know, I shrug, still with my back to them. I know if I look at them right now, I'll crack. We haven't spent any time together for the last 2 weeks. I barely even know what's going on with you. Seth and I are back together, MK offers cheerfully. You two are off and on more than a hooker's underwear, Emma says flatly. She hasn't been quiet about her disdain for Seth over the last couple of months. But even Nessie is unhappy about the way he treats MK. You need to break it off and mean it. Make him man up if you want him long term. I do, you guys, she admits quietly. I turn around and hand glasses to her and Emma. I really love him. Then make him treat you right, Mare, I say, nodding at her before I turn back to the counter to pour my own drink from the other pitcher. I haven't been as vocal as Emma about Seth, but I feel the same. I told him this is his last chance, she replies. And I'm serious. Good, I say firmly. I leave my drink on the counter, standing in front of it, and turn to face the girls. Emma, status quo with Dimitri, she answers, but her face softens. He's helping me design my new catering menu. He's so in love with her, MK pipes up. He sends her flowers twice a week. He calls her constantly. He even helped her cater a party last weekend. Emma blushes, but she rolls her eyes before she looks at me. He bartended. I was in a pinch and he was in town. No big deal, she explains. Then she moves on. We already know Aang is knock D up and grumpy since she group texts us 10 times a day with updates. So the only other person here who could have something to share is you, Bella. You have something to tell us, B. MK asks as she sips her drink. She holds her glass up, looking at the pink liquid inside. Oh, my God, this is delicious. What's this called? My grin is quick, and I point at her as I answer. It's called a bridesmaid. I point at Emma and Aang in turn as I repeat myself. Bridesmaid. Bridesmaid. Twisting to the side, I pick up my martini glass full of a creamy, white drink and hold it up for them to see. Bride, I exclaim. MK's squeal is deafening as she bounces toward me. She reaches me first, but Emma and Aang are right behind her. In the awkward group hug that follows, we laugh, we cry, we spill our drinks on each other. When we break apart, Emma refills our glasses while I wash my hands and put my ring on again. They all admire it in the way best friends are required, although I can't imagine they're pretending to fawn over it. The ring is gorgeous. Alice's design is unique, and the stone is large, but the dark color doesn't look too flashy. Once they're done, I lift my glass. To my best friends. I love you all, I say, managing to get the words out before my voice cracks. We tap our glasses and sip our drinks. Aang is next. To you and Edward, she toasts, her eyes shining with tears. We clink and sip again. MK winks at me as she starts speaking. Bella, the universe brought you two back together after all these years for a reason, she says. I knew it the first night you saw each other last summer. To your happiness. Clink. Sip. Finally, it's Emma's turn. She turns to me, her lips curled into a smirk. "'Bout fucking time," she declares exasperatedly. We all laugh as we tap our glasses together. Have you set a date? Have you thought about what color the wedding will be? Remember, I look terrible in yellow, MK chatters, talking so fast that I have trouble catching everything she asks. There is no fucking way we are wearing light-colored dresses unless she gets married after this baby is born, Aang insists, glaring at MK. We will not be highlighting the fact that I will be the biggest float in the parade. I chuckle as they immediately begin to debate colors. Congratulations, Bells, Emma says quietly from my other side. I turn toward her and we hug tightly. I knew SG was the one. Even though I give Mare shit about this stuff, it's hard to argue with fate on this one. As we pull apart to look at each other, we're both smiling. You're right, I agree. It is. Blank, underscore, blank. 3 weeks later, Alice, Rose and Esme come to Seattle for the weekend to look at wedding sites with Edward and me. Alice has named herself the wedding planner, which is fine with me as long as it doesn't get too out of hand. So far, so good. We ask my parents to tag along. Well, Edward begs my dad to come along so he's not the only guy in the hunting party. They agree and we all tour a couple of country clubs. Both places are nice, and at both places, I lift my eyebrows at Edward, silently asking for his opinion. He shrugs. We look at the large private dining room of a restaurant. Alice likes it and busily makes notes in the big binder she's carrying. I nod, thinking the place has potential. Then I look at Edward. He shrugs. Next, we walk through a huge, trendy bar downtown. It looks a little rough in the harsh light of day, and even though the manager assures us they host wedding receptions often, I'm not crazy about it. I'm actually relieved to see Edward shrug this time. When we arrive at the final stop, an old shipping magnate's mansion, Alice is noticeably huffy. I presume she's irritated that Edward and I haven't agreed to any of the previous locations. When we get inside, Alice, Rose and Esme follow the event planner as she gives the tour. I link arms with my mom and follow at a slower pace, while Edward and my dad lag behind. By today's standards, it's not really a mansion, but for the turn of the 20th century when it was built it was enormous. The rooms are beautiful with ornate, carved woodwork, wide plank floors and high ceilings. We see the room where dinner would be served, and then walk across the foyer toward the parlor where the wedding ceremony would take place. My dad has already taken up residence in one of the foyer chairs. Smiling, I stop and touch his shoulder. Dad, what do you think? I ask quietly. It's nice, he answers, making me chuckle. It's the same comment he's made about every other place, even the bar. My mom and I shake our heads at each other as we walk away from him and into the parlor. It's pretty, and then we follow everyone else up the grand staircase to the reception ballroom on the second floor. Alice is taking more notes as the event planner continues to talk, but it's Edward who's captured my attention at the moment. He's wandering around, looking at the room. He likes it, I think. When he turns to look at me, I raise my eyebrows and he smiles. I slide my eyes toward Alice and she's looking back at me. She must have been watching Edward, too, because she immediately asks the event planner about availability. Well, we were completely booked on Friday and Saturday nights until November, but we just had a wedding cancel this morning. Poor dear, she was so upset, she says. Clucking her tongue a little, she continues in a hushed voice, eager to tell us the scandal. The groom eloped last weekend with someone else. That's too bad. When is the open date? Alice says, lifting up on her toes. Oh, God, she's going to start bouncing if she likes the answer. June 19th, she answers. Oh, that won't work, Alice laments, flat-footed again. Barely over 2 months. There's no way we can get a wedding together in that amount of time. Why not? All of us turn to look at Edward. I really need a minimum of 5 months to plan this wedding, Alice informs him matter-of-factly. The band we want doesn't have an open date until October. Plus the invitations, the flowers, the dresses, it just can't be thrown together that fast. Why not? He asks again. Yeah, Alice, why not? Rosalie echoes. You're like a freaking whirling dervish when you get going on something. They like this place. There's an open date. They've waited a long damn time to get married. But I want it to be perfect, Alice whines. It will be, Rose insists. Because they'll finally be married. My mom and I are quietly laughing as we listen to them bicker, bu. Edward is still standing by himself in the middle of the room. Breaking away from my mom, I walk over to him. You like this place, don't you? I ask, reaching down to take his hand between both of mine. Yeah, what do you think? It's perfect, I answer, smiling when he looks at me. It's fast though. You really want to get married this quickly? What are we waiting for? He asks. A fucking band. Is Alice kidding with this shit? She's your sister, I laugh. Then I state the obvious. It's the day before your birthday. I can't think of a better way to spend my birthday than staying in bed with my wife, he says. Bending down to speak quietly in my ear. I inhale sharply, and then pull back slightly so I can see him. Okay, I'll be a June bride. Who's 1 year older than the groom, he teases. Greenest eyes shining and crooked grin in place. He stands up and turns his head toward where the others are standing. Alice, we'll take it. Blank, underscore, blank. I'll give Alice credit. She controlled her outburst at the mansion, but she's not happy. She's been making lists ever since we left. Edward took my dad and escaped to my house, but the rest of us have to get to go dress shopping. Luckily, the fairy godmothers and Sophie are meeting us at the bridal boutique. But they're late. My mom and I look through the dresses in the mature bride section, while Alice is on the other side of the store, in the poofy, cake topper dress section. After the fourth loud gasp, I've had enough. Alice, you promised, I say, turning around to speak quietly through clenched teeth. But, Bella, she pleads. No big, white dress, I say adamantly. Rose has already given up and is slumped back in a chair watching me. Wait, Bella, she says, sitting up. That one's pretty. Smiling. I pull it off the rack. I think it's pretty, too. It's purple, Alice says disgustedly as she walks toward me. Dusky gray, the saleslady corrects. Turning, I look at her. I like her already. But Bella, Alice starts. Alice Whitlock, sit down and zip it, Esme says. She says it teasingly, but Alice knows she's serious. She flops down in the chair next to Rosalie. Fine, she mutters. When Sophie arrives, she and Alice, who didn't stay seated for long, pick out a couple of the princess dresses. I grudgingly agree to try them on, knowing they'll never leave me alone if I don't. But I also know I would never choose them. In the dressing room, the saleslady, Mrs. Davis, helps me into the first princess dress. It's beautiful, but I feel like I'm trying to look 22 again. I'm not. I'm happy being a 34-year-old bride. But I smile and walk out front, where Alice reluctantly agrees that it's not me. I try on 2 more dresses. One is long and cream-colored with a small train. It's pretty. And boring. The other is light pink. It's all right, but not really what I had in mind. Finally, it's time for the dusky gray dress. It has a slight violet tinge, but it's a muted color. It's strapless with a tight bodice, a flared skirt and a short train. As soon as the saleslady zips it up, I know. I was afraid you weren't tall enough for this one, but it looks perfect on you, she says. Peeking over my shoulder to meet my eyes in the mirror. I nod and swallow, but can't speak. Oh, goodness, she says, seeing the tears in my eyes. Well, that settles it. When you know, you know. She pats my shoulder and hands me a tissue. When I walk out to show my audience, they're all quiet, even Sophie. Amazingly, it's Alice who finally breaks the silence. "That's it," she announces, smiling and wiping her eyes. "That's the dress you're going to wear when you marry my brother." She stands up and walks forward, then hugs me gingerly, trying not to crush the skirt. "Mrs. Davis," she says, turning to the saleslady, "how fast can we get this dress? Blank, underscore, blank." The next few weeks pass by in a blur of flower picking, menu choosing, cake tasting, and music listening. Every time I think we're done, Alice finds some other way to torture Edward and me. But the invitations are mailed. Seth's band is booked, this wedding is happening. In the midst of all the chaos, Edward and I decide to start counseling as a couple and as a family. I'm not anticipating any big obstacles, but I want us to be prepared for the ups and downs of blending a family. Michael likes Edward and isn't resistant toward him, but Sophie and Chase are definitely closer to him than Michael is. Dr. Denali suggests that Edward spend extra time with Michael one-on-one to strengthen their bond. Edward has been trying not to be too obvious, so he's played a lot of baseball and basketball with Michael in the last couple of weeks. Today, exactly 2 weeks before the wedding, they're on the patio planting flowers in my big pots while I'm in the kitchen cooking dinner. Sophie and Chase disappeared as soon as Edward arrived with flats of flowers from the garden center. I'm taking it as a good sign that Michael volunteered to help Edward outside. I really don't intend to eavesdrop, but the windows are open and once I hear what they're discussing, I can't force myself to walk away. "I don't know if I want to call you Dad," Michael says. "I mean, I want to, but I don't, you know." "I know," Edward responds. "Michael, there's no wrong answer here. Either way, it won't affect how I feel about you. How much I want us all to be a family. It's just a name, okay? It's just I don't want to forget my dad," he says, his voice heavy with emotion. "I understand completely. Do you know very much about my dad?" Michael asks quietly. "Your mom has shared some things with me, but not a lot. Would you like to tell me about him?" Oh, God, I was already close to tears. But listening to Michael's memories of Marcus, hearing Edward ask questions and laugh at funny stories throws me over the edge. I stand at the stove near the window and let the tears fall. I blow out a big breath when Michael finally changes the subject. "Do you think you and my mom will have a baby?" "We'd like to, but it will have to be the right decision for the whole family," Edward explains. "How would you feel about that?" "It'd be cool to have a little kid around. As long as it doesn't turn out like Chase," he says, laughing. Edward laughs, too, but disagrees with him. "I think you're all pretty great. I feel very lucky." When I hear little footsteps behind me, I hurriedly wipe my eyes. I recognize the rhythm, the shuffling of his walk, and know it's Chase who has come into the kitchen. "Mom?" he asks hesitantly. "Yes, sweetie," I reply, turning around and smiling at him. "Dr. Denali says I should start calling Edward Dad whenever I'm ready. But I want it to be official." "That's at the end of the wedding." "Right." He's standing at the end of the counter, his head ducked down, looking up from under his brow. New tears fill my eyes as I walk toward him, clearing my throat quietly. "Right, I mean, I guess it's technically in the middle of the wedding. Or maybe it is the end. I don't know, Chase," I finally admit, chuckling. I stop beside him and put my elbows on the countertop, leaning down so we're eye level. "Maybe Edward knows. We'll ask him." "Ask me what?" Edward asks as he walks in from the patio. The front of his t-shirt is smeared with dirt and it's wet. But not as wet as Michael's. He's dripping his way across the floor, his shoes squeaking with every step until he's standing beside Edward. When I frown at him, he grins sheepishly. "We got all your flowers planted, Mom," he says, sliding his eyes toward Edward. "Thank you," I reply slowly, raising one eyebrow at them. "Looks like you two watered each other as well as the daisies." I'm secretly happy that they had fun together, but if I act excited, Michael will balk. Edward winks at me as he answers. Purely accidental. Right, Michael. He claps a hand on Michael's shoulder before he continues. We were thinking about taking everyone out for ice cream after dinner. The rest of you can go, but I have to fit into a dress in 2 weeks. No dessert for me, I state, smiling at Edward before I turn to Michael. Dinner's almost ready. You want to change into dry clothes. After he agrees and heads upstairs, Edward ruffles Chase's hair. What's up, slugger? I was just wondering, when you and my mom will officially be married, Chase mutters, looking down at the counter. I mean, is it all the way at the end of the wedding or is it earlier? I think technically we're married after we say the vows. Edward answers, shifting his gaze to me briefly, and then focusing on Chase again. But I would say it's not official until the judge says we're husband and wife. Then that's when I'll start calling you Dad. Chase says, slowly raising his eyes to look at Edward. Sounds good, little man, Edward replies. He crooks his arm around Chase's shoulders and pulls him into a one-armed hug. After briefly returning the hug, Chase spins away from Edward. Can we go to Scoops for dessert? He asks. That's where Michael wants to go, Edward replies, nodding. Awesome. I'm gonna tell Sophie, he announces as he races from the room. Frowning, I shake my head at Edward as I step toward him. Trying to buy their affection with ice cream. I tease. When he reaches for me, I back away. No way, you're wet and muddy. He takes his shirt off and drops it on the counter, then pulls me close. Better, he asks, kissing my forehead. Are you kidding? You just put your filthy shirt on my clean counter, I protest. Is this what it's going to be like living with you? Your dirty man stuff laying all over the house. Yeah, I think so, he laughs. That okay, you'll get away with it for a while, I hedge. Smiling as I pull back to look up at him. You really won't come to Scoops with us. He pouts. It's too tempting. You know I love ice cream, I explain. Alice had tea. Oh, have my dress rush shipped to get it here by next week. Do you know what she'll do to me if it won't zip? You could have a mini scoop, he suggests. Then he bends down to whisper in my ear. I'll help you work it off later. My heart picks up speed at his suggestion. It is our last night alone before the wedding, I reason, sliding my fingers through his hair. Alice is coming tomorrow and Sta. Ying for a few days to work on last-minute details. Esme will arrive 2 days later for her final dress fitting. Rose is coming toward the end of the week and bringing all the kids. By the time they leave, Arrow and Heidi will be here from L.A. I love them all and am glad they're staying with me, but it means I won't have much time with Edward or alone during the next 2 weeks. So a few days ago, I made my only bridezilla demand. Everybody is out of here the day before the wedding. I want one night alone, just a few hours to be completely by myself. I told the kids they could stay, but the Y chose to go to the hotel with my parents and all the Cullen cousins. Yes, it is, he concurs, kissing along my cheek toward my lips. Oh, all right, I concede, turning my head to meet his lips. Now I'm gonna have to decide if I want a mini scoop of chocolate and peanut butter or chocolate chip. Baby, I love you so much that I'm willing to make a sacrifice, he says, brushing his nose against mine. Get both and I'll help you work it off twice. Wow, I laugh. So generous of you. Are you serious that this is it until we're married? He asks. I'm serious, I reply, arching my neck back so I can look him in the eyes. I'm not sneaking you in while your family is here. And I think it's kind of romantic to abstain for a little while before the wedding. Judging by Edward's answering huff, he disagrees. But he kisses me quickly before pulling away. He picks up his dirty shirt and heads for the laundry room. I'm going to change, he calls over his shoulder. Maybe you should get 3 mini scoops for dessert. Or the 4-scoop mini sundae. What do you think? Smiling, I shake my head at his back. I think it sounds like I won't be getting much sleep tonight, I mumble happily. As I turn back to the stove to check on dinner, I picture my dessert in my head and pick out the 4 flavors for my sundae. Blank, _ blank. As Edward drives us home from the rehearsal dinner 2 weeks later. He glances away from the road long enough to look at me. "You're quiet tonight," he remarks. "Am I?" I ask with a sigh as I lean over against his arm. "Are you nervous about tomorrow?" he asks, having second thoughts about marrying me. I giggle and sit up as Edward parks in my driveway. "No, SG, I reply insistently. "It's just nice to have a little quiet time alone with you. It's been crazy the last 2 weeks with all the people in my house. And the dinner tonight was fun, but loud." He leans across the console to kiss me. "You've been great about dealing with my family," he says. "Our family," I correct him, kissing him again before I pull away and start to get out. "Hang on," he orders, opening his door. I wait until he comes around to help me out, and then raise my eyebrows questioningly. "It's the last time I'll walk you to the door and leave you here. I want to do it right." "What about you?" I ask as we walk up the porch steps. "Are you nervous about tomorrow?" He squeezes my hand before letting go to unlock the front door with his key. "Nope, not even a little bit," he answers, turning toward me. Sliding my arms around his neck, I pull him down and kiss him, clutching him tightly as we move our mouths together. By the time we break apart, we're both breathing heavily. He rests his forehead against mine and strokes his fingers lightly along the side of my neck. "You sure you don't want to have one last go at premarital sex?" Smiling, I tilt my head to press my lips against his once more. "I'm sure," I answer gently. "I'm going to swim, and then go to bed." "Bella, you've been drinking," he says, frowning down at me. "You shouldn't swim alone." "I had 2 glasses of wine almost 2 hours ago, SG, I protest, but I give in when he insists on swimming with me. After I change, I walk outside and smile as I spot Edward hanging on to an inner tube in the dark pool. A few weeks ago, when we came out to swim late at night, Ben saw the underwater lights and crashed our private party. That night, Edward saw he wasn't turning on the lights next time we came out to swim alone. He was serious, I guess. I dive into the deep end and swim toward him. "You found your trunks in the laundry room?" I ask. "Nope, couldn't find them," he replies, smiling slyly at me. "So I'm not wearing any." Immediately, I switch directions, kicking away toward the other end of the pool. "Stay away from me, hotshot. I know what you're up to," I laugh. He laughs, too, but then pleads with me. "Take yours off, too. I promise I'll keep my hands to myself." I shake my head. I argue, but he's pretty cute and persuasive. Giving in, I swim to the side and strip my suit off, tossing both pieces onto the lip of the pool. When I turn around, he's coming toward me with the inner tube. "Here, baby," he says, pushing it toward me. He smiles at me as I hook my arms over the ring directly across from him, and then he pulls us back to the center of the pool. We hold hands in the middle of the hollow tube, and I prop my chin on the edge, closing my eyes while we float silently for a couple of minutes. When he tightens his grip on my fingers, I open my eyes to look at him. "Want to practice our vows?" he asks quietly. "You don't know them yet?" I ask, narrowing my stare. "I know them," he scoffs. "I, Edward Cullen, take you, Isabella Swan di Clemente, to be my wife. I promise to love, honor and respect you. I promise, too," I whisper, squeezing his hands. He continues. "I promise not to look around, fool around or argue about paint colors in good times or in bad times. These are not the vows you were supposed to learn." I laugh, watching as he rewards me with my favorite smile. "I made some additions," he responds. "I promise to stay out of your way when you have PMS and to show up when I'm told to most of the time." Most of the time, giving myself some wiggle room, he clarifies. I slide my fingers in between his, NTERT whining them. "I promise to apologize even when I don't know why I'm in trouble. And I'll try not to fight with you about stupid shit, but I probably will a few times every year." "Me, too, all of that," I reply. "I also promise to keep you satisfied in the bedroom, even when you're old and wrinkly." "Well, That's a relief, I retort dryly, chuckling. I'll do everything I can to make you happy, he says seriously. You already do, I insist. Feeling tears prick my eyes. I love you. You'd better, he replies with a nod. You're stuck with me after tomorrow. Pulling my hands from his grasp, I dip underwater and resurface in the center of the tube. I rest my hands on his upper arms and press my lips to his. I can't wait to be stuck with you, I murmur between kisses. I missed you the last 2 weeks. You've seen me every day. He chuckles. With a million people around, I complain. Your sister, my kids, Gramps. No one would leave us alone. I tangle my legs with his, sliding my feet along his calves. And then wrap my legs around his waist. Jesus, baby, I'm trying really hard to keep my hands to myself like I said I would, he mutters, digging one hand into my hair. Maybe I don't want you to, I breathe. As he kisses me, I feel him start moving us toward the shallow end of the pool. When he can touch the bottom, he stands and lifts the inner tube over my head, pulling me close to his chest as he buries his face in my neck. I look over his shoulder toward the house and gasp when I see the outdoor clock hanging on the wall. Oh, my God, Edward, what time is it? I ask, panicking. What? He asks, but he holds his wrist up to look at his watch. 11:57. Fuck. Let go. Let go. I hiss, scrambling away when he releases me. Bella, what's wrong? It's almost midnight, I explain, hurrying toward the steps. It's bad luck if we see each other on our wedding day before the wedding. Baby, you don't believe in that shit, do you? He groans as I climb out of the pool. I never did before, I say, picking my towel up off a chair and wrapping it around myself. But after everything that's happened, the way we found each other again so unexpectedly, so unbelievably, I'm not going to do anything to jinx it. Quote, you're just gonna leave me here like this? He whines. I'm so sorry, Edward, I answer, turning to walk into the house. I promise I'll make it up to you tomorrow night. I love you. Will you lock up when you go? Yes, he sighs. I love you, too. I'll see you in 18 hours. Stopping in the doorway, I turn around to smile at him one last time. I wouldn't miss it. Blank. Saturday morning, I wake up before the alarm sounds. I shuffle to the kitchen to make coffee and check the schedule Alice prepared for today. Shaking my head, I smile in amusement at her down-to-the-minute agenda. Thank goodness I have almost 3 hours before I have to report to the salon. Picking up my coffee mug, I walk into the hearth room. Letting my eyes rove over the family pictures hanging on the wall, and then settle on the bookshelf. I can hear Drive, Denali in my head, urging me to make peace with the past and let it go to Lou K at the photo album that causes so much pain that I've avoided it for 4 years. Hoping for a bravery I don't really feel at the moment, I stand in front of the shelf, running my fingers down the SP. In of a blue leather-bound photo album before picking it up. Sighing, I take the book with me and sit down on the loveseat. Propping my bare feet on the coffee table in front of me, I hold the book on my lap. Turning pages with one hand and holding my cooling mug in the other. There are some pictures of my childhood, a few from high school. I pause to smile at the prom picture, the graduation picture. A sorority portrait from college. A few candid photos from my wedding to Marcus. As I continue looking through the book, I smile through my tears at the pictures of us with newborns Michael and Sophie, and then later, Chase. I laugh out loud at some of them, recalling funny moments with the kids. Marcus and I may not have been good at marriage, but we were good at friendship and parenting. Finally, I come to the part of the book that causes my stomach to flip-flop. Swallowing loudly, I turn the page and see Marcus already looking sick, even though we had just found out what was wrong with him. Tears slide down my cheeks as I study the photos on that page and the pages that follow, remembering how he tried to be strong around the kids even when his pain was almost unbearable. When I look at the last picture in the book, a family photo of all of us taken a month before Marcus died, the momentary grief I feel is just as sharp as it was when we were living through those last horrible weeks. I press my fingers against my lips and try to hold the sobs back as I think about everything he said to me about the kids, the company, me. At the time, I couldn't even imagine marrying again. In the 3 years that followed his death, I threw myself into the business, into mothering my children. I stayed away from dating almost entirely, overwhelmed with guilt about not loving Mar. Cuss the way I should have, overwhelmed with fear of falling in love or never falling in love. And then suddenly last July, Edward was standing in my yard. I'll never forget the recognition, the surprise on his face, the way my heart raced and my knees buckled as if no time had passed since high school. Every moment since then has brought us to today, and now I can't imagine not marrying him. Feeling calmer, I trace Marcus's face in the picture once more. I've never been very religious and I don't know if heaven really exists, but if it does, I think Marcus is there. And if he could see me, I think he'd be happy that I found Edward for myself and for our kids. After one more sigh, I close the book and stand up to put it back in its place on the shelf. What do you know? Another thing drive. Denali was right about. I actually feel better after looking through the book. I feel more at peace. I'm ready. Except I'm not ready. After glancing at the clock in the kitchen, I realize I'd better get in the shower. Alice will kick my ass if I throw us off schedule today. Blank. Bella, you look beautiful, Alice says, sniffling from behind me as she hooks the back of my dress. Thank you, I say quietly, studying my reflection in the mirror. The room is noisy, filled with the chatter of the fairy godmothers, Sophie, Esme and my mom. I turn my head slightly to try and see the low, messy side bun with white feathers tucked around it. I had to be talked into this hairstyle, but I really like it. My hair's okay. It's perfect, Alice nods. After a brisk knock, the dressing room door opens and Rosalie sticks her head inside. It's time, ladies. Esme, Renee, we need you two first, she announces. Wait, Rose, can you come in for a second? I ask, turning around. I smile as Alice hustles to straighten the skirt so I don't wrinkle it. Rose steps inside the room and shuts the door, leaning back against it. No crying, Stinkerbell, you'll wreck your face, she warns. But she's grinning and her eyes look teary. I won't, but I want to say something, I respond, then pause to swallow. All of you in this room are important to me, and all of you. You have helped or supported me somehow in preparing for this day. So before everything gets crazy, I want to thank you. I'd like to say more, but I will cry if I do. I love you all. My mom and Esme both wiping their eyes, and Alice moves to stand in front of me, fanning my face wildly to hold back the tears. Rose winks at me before she opens the door again and escorts the moms out. Emma passes out bouquets to everyone, finishing just as Rose cracks the door again and calls for the bridesmaids. When she shuts the door, Alice and I look at each other. Oh, my God, I whisper. I didn't think I would be nervous. But I feel like throwing up. She laughs and reaches for my hand. You'll be fine, she assures me, squeezing my hand. I have a bunch of sappy stuff I want to sigh, but I don't want to have a red nose and puffy eyes for the pictures. I'll wait until the next time you visit. Okay, I nod. I have things to say, too. She sniffles. You have all your somethings, right? Old, new, borrowed, and blue, I smile, wrapping my mom's handkerchief around the stems of my bouquet. Then you're all set, she pronounces just as Rose opens the door. Let's hit it, Rose says, wiggling her eyebrows. When we step out into the hallway, I can hear the music of the string quartet in the parlor. He's already in there, I whisper as we walk toward the foyer. Yes, hun, Rosalie replies as she pats my back. I know it's a stupid question, but I feel better after she answers. As we turn the corner into the foyer, my dad turns to look at me. You're a beautiful bride, he says, leaning down to kiss my cheek when I reach him. You ready? Dad, I've never been this ready for anything else in my life, I say, smiling widely at him. He nods at me and swallows, and when I rest my hand in the crook of his left elbow, He lifts his right hand to grip mine tightly. We stand still for a few seconds while Alice straightens my train one last time. When Alice and Rosalie open the double doors into the parlor, I immediately look to the front of the room where Edward stands. Once our eyes meet, I don't even glance at any of the 50 other guests in the room. I keep my gaze locked with his until we reach the front of the room. And then I briefly slide my eyes toward Sophie, standing next to Angela, and then toward my boys, standing on the other side of Edward. I try to concentrate on the words Judge Peters is saying, but it's mostly a blur as my dad and Edward shake hands, and then I step forward with Edward. "You're stunning," he says quietly as the judge asks Gramps to come forward. "Thank you," I smile, turning to look at him. "You are, too." We both turn toward Gramps as he reads a passage from the Bible, the same passage that was read when he married Heidi. Then, since it's Gramps, he can't resist telling everyone that he's the reason we're here today. By the time he winks at me and walks back to his seat, the crowd is laughing. When the judge says it's time for the vows, I hand my flowers to Sophie. And then face Edward, clutching his hands tightly. "I'm going to say the vows Alice made us learn, but I mean all the stuff I said last night, too," he whispers, smiling crookedly at me. "Even the old and wrinkly part?" I ask. "Especially that part," he answers, squeezing my fingers. At Judge Peters's prompting, we each recite our vows. I try to memorize everything: the look in his eyes, the inflection in his voice, the way he bites the inside of his cheek while I'm speaking. I'm teary-eyed as he slides the wedding band onto my finger, as soon as I put the ring on him. He runs his thumb along the underside of it, and then grins at me. Neither of us notices Chase approaching until he's standing right beside us. "Edward," he whispers. I watch as Edward raises his eyebrows and turns his head toward Chase. Then I look at Chase, too. "Is it official yet?" "Not yet, slugger, but almost," Edward answers, whispering too. He smiles at Chase, then turns back to me when Chase returns to his groomsman spot while the guests quietly chuckle. "That kid really gets to me." "I know," I smile, squeezing his hands. "I love that about you, the way you love them." While we speak softly, the judge calls Jake forward to read the poem I selected. We face forward again to give him our attention, and then Judge Peters addresses us once more. "Edward, when you asked me to perform this ceremony, I told you that I don't officiate at many weddings anymore," he begins, looking first at Edward and then at me. "But I was honored to do this for you and Bella. And so it gives me great pleasure to announce that you are officially husband and wife. You may kiss your bride." I'm aware that Chase says something that makes Emmett and Jasper laugh, but I can only focus on Edward for these few seconds as we turn to each other, smiling. He bends his head to mine as he wraps one arm around my waist, cupping my jaw with his other hand. "I love you," I breathe just before he kisses me. I grip his arms as we press our lips together several times, and then pull apart, still staring at each other. From the corner of my eye, I can see that our guests are standing. I hear their applause, hear the string quartet begin playing the recessional, and I stretch up to kiss him once more before I twist away to take my flowers from Sophie. "Edward, I can call you Dad now, right?" "Right, Dad," Chase asks as I turn back toward Edward. He's standing beside Edward again, looking up from under his brow the way he does when he asks a question that's important to him. "You bet, Chase," Edward replies as they hug. "I need to go with your mom now, but I'll meet you out in the hall, okay?" "'Kay," Chase answers, tipping his head back so he can see Edward. As I swallow the lump in my throat, I fleetingly hope that the photographer is taking pictures of them. Chase slides his eyes to me, sees the tears threatening to spill over, and then whispers loudly to Edward. "Uh-oh, Mom's getting ready to blow." "Mom's fine," I insist, reaching forward to graze Chase's cheek with the back of my fingers. I don't linger though, knowing a quick touch is okay, but he'll be embarrassed by too much motherly affection when he has an audience. He grins at me before he walks back to his spot. "Don't cry, baby, it's all good," Edward murmurs as I slip my arm through his. I know, I answer, sniffing quietly and smiling at him as we start walking back up the short aisle. I know, blank, underscore, blank. The evening flies by so quickly, too quickly. I know Alice and Rose are still working behind the scenes to make sure everything goes smoothly, and it does. The food is delicious, the wine and champagne are flowing, and by the time the band starts playing upstairs, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Chase and Sophie have been using every opportunity they have to say, "Dad," while Michael looks on uncomfortably, not making eye contact with Edward. So I'm not surprised, when I see Edward sneak Michael out of the ballroom later. Although I'm itching to follow, I know that I can't. They've got to have a relationship independent of me for this family to function. Still, I nervously watch the doorway for several minutes, but don't see them return. When Arrow asks me to dance, I accept and teasingly pull him away from Heidi. "I'm so glad you two are here," I murmur, looking into his eyes as he wraps his right arm around my waist. "We wouldn't be anywhere else," he answers, smiling. "Especially since I orchestrated this entire relationship." Laughing, I lift up to kiss his cheek. "Yes, we all know that. You bragged about it in the damn middle of my wedding," I retort. He chuckles as he answers, "It was hard work, you know, getting you and Edward to even have dinner alone. I thought I was going to have to go to Plan B. Which was dragging out the sale of my company, haggling over every detail of the contract, forcing you two to spend a lot of time negotiating," he replies. "Any idiot could see that neither of you had business on your mind once you saw each other again. He's right about all of it. Thank you, Gramps," I whisper sincerely, moving closer to him. I rest my forehead against the side of his cheek and let him lead me around the floor. After a moment of silence, I feel his chest shake with quiet laughter. "There's my next target," he says, turning us around so I can see Dimitri dancing with Heidi. "That boy's head over heels for your friend, Emma. But he's slow as molasses. He's wooing her," I defend, rearing back to look at him. "It's sweet." "Yes, it is. And now it's time for him to act before she gets away," he says, his eyes twinkling as he smiles at me. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Laughing, I bury my head against his shoulder. "Poor Dimitri. Anybody around here seen my wife?" Edward asks from behind me as the song ends. Twisting in Arrow's arms, I crane my neck back to look at my husband. "That's me," I say, too happy to be embarrassed by the stupid, wide grin I feel break across my face. "I'm your wife." I hear Edward's laugh as I turn around to hug Gramps, whispering my love for him and kissing his cheek again as he returns the sentiment. Then I take Edward's hand and walk with him toward the stage where Seth is calling for all the single men to gather on the dance floor for the garter toss. I didn't want to do this tonight, but Alice proclaimed it a reception necessity even though there are only about 7 single guys here. And 2 of them are Chase and Michael. But I smile and sit in the chair placed in the middle of the parquet floor. My eyes focused on Edward as he kneels in front of me. "Watch your hands, SG, I tease. "Baby, I don't think I should put my head under your skirt right now to look at my hands," he retorts. "Our kids are in here." "You're hilarious," I remark dryly, but I can't help the giggle that escapes as he skims his hands up my leg. As he begins sliding the garter down, I speak without moving my lips. "Make sure our boys don't get it. That's creepy." "Already handled, Mrs. Cullen," he says, leaning forward to kiss me just before he pulls the garter free and stands. After turning to check out the positions of the guys behind him, he aims the garter and shoots it like a rubber band over his shoulder right at Dimitri. And, of course, tall, athletic Dimitri catches it, then turns to look at Emma. "You're up," Edward says as I stand. "You know who's supposed to get the bouquet, right? Did Arrow set this up with you?" I ask, frowning. Alice interrupts before Edward can respond. But the amusement in his eyes is answer enough. "Here you go," Alice smiles, handing the smaller version of my bouquet to me. She takes my arm and guides me to the middle of the floor. As Edward walks away, I call after him, Do you just do whatever that crazy, old man tells you to do? I tease. He turns to face me and shrugs, walking backward off the dance floor. Well, yeah, it's working out for me so far. He winks at me and then turns back around, leaving me laughing behind him. Alice positions me facing away from the group of women vying for the bouquet. On the count of 3, Bella, Seth says into the mic, smiling at me from the small stage. 1, 2, 3. Instead of throwing the bouquet over my shoulder, I quickly turn around to face the ladies. Spotting my target, I aim the flowers in her direction. Emma, I call. I watch her closely as she catches the bouquet, then looks at me. Shaking her head, she walks toward me as the band starts playing again. You're pushing, she remarks as we hug. Nudging, I argue, chuckling. You just want me to be as miserable as you will be, she jokes. We break apart when Ang and MK join us and we spend a few songs da. NCing until Ang basically stops moving and holds her belly. I need to sit, she moans when Ben comes to check on her. As the band plays a slow song, I look around for Michael, walking toward him when I spot him standing with Edward. Ah, Mom, he gripes when I pull him to the dance floor with me. Why doesn't Chase have to do this? He already did, I reply smugly. When you and Edward were gone. Where did you two go anyway? Outside. Edward wanted to talk to me, he answers as we sway side to side with the music. About what? I pry, then regret it. Guy stuff, he mutters with a shrug. Oh, okay, I say, somewhat relieved that he didn't tell me. It should just be between them. I love you very much, you know. Mom, he groans, dragging the word out and making me laugh. We're in public. You promised not to do that stuff in public anymore. Sorry, I chuckle, leaning down slightly to kiss the side of his head. I'll stop. As the song ends, I see Edward winding his way through the crowd toward us. I think Edward's coming to save you from your overly affectionate mother, I murmur, prompting Michael to pull away and look up at me. Mom, I'm glad you and Edward are married now, he says. Me, too, I agree as tears spring to my eyes. Because he won't be sneaking out all the time in the middle of the night anymore, he laughs, ducking away when I grab for him. Michael Marcus Di Clemente, I hiss, trying not to laugh. Well, you guys were pretty loud. What, loud? I ask, horrified that he heard us. I press my hands against my suddenly upset stomach. Yeah, Mom, he nods. My room is right over the garage and I could hear the door going up and down in the middle of the night. And Edward's car engine is noisy, too. Relieved that he didn't mean what I thought he meant, I exhale. Then lean into Edward when he stands next to me. Wrapping his arm around my back, he steadies me and looks quizzically at me. I shake my head and smile. That explanation will have to wait until later. Can I go now? Michael pleads. Yes, Edward answers, putting a hand on Michael's shoulder. Your mom and I are leaving soon, but we'll call you guys tomorrow at your grandparents' house. You'll help take care of everyone just like we talked about, right? Yep, he responds. See you next week. He turns and rushes away before I can even hug him again. Edward pulls me into his RMS to dance while I watch Michael hastily retreat, part of me wishing he at least acted like he will miss me while I'm gone. Baby, he's fine, Edward murmurs, capturing my attention. I know. That's the problem, I say sardonically. But I smile up at him. We're really leaving soon. Limo's already waiting out front, he replies, bending his head to rest against mine. All my stuff is in the dressing, I begin. Alice already packed it. It's in the limo, he assures me. Leaning into him, I sigh happily. She drove me a little crazy, but she really did make everything today so wonderful, I remark. She drives everyone a little crazy, but, yes, she did, he agrees, smirking slightly. I hem and let my eyes slide closed for the rest of the song, stroking my fingers idly along the nape of his neck just above the collar of his tuxedo shirt. When the music stops, I pull away slightly, pausing to kiss him before I step away. Let's go, I say, reaching for his hand. I can't stop smiling as we move through the room, saying goodbye to our guests, our families. I hug Emma and Aang tightly, and then look around for Alice, but I don't see her. Alice is downstairs, Edward whispers, pulling me toward the staircase. She wants to be the last one to see us before we leave. She's waiting at the open front door, beaming at us as we approach. I stand aside as she and Edward hug, smiling. When whatever he says to her makes her laugh loudly and punch his arm. When he kisses her cheek and then lets her go, she turns toward me as Edward walks to the limo. I can never thank you enough for everything you've done, I say, swallowing the lump in my throat. Today was more perfect than I ever imagined. I'm so glad, Bella, she says, her voice thick with emotion, too. And I'm so sorry about the way I acted last summer. I was such a bitch. Yes, you were, I laugh as I hug her. But I made plenty of mistakes, too. I'm grateful you forgave me, grateful everything has worked out so perfectly. She loosens her hold on me and rears back to look at me. Yeah, you finally got your happy ending. Happy beginning, Alice, I say, smiling slightly at her, and then turning to look at Edward, waiting patiently beside the open back door of the limousine. This is my happy beginning. After another quick squeeze and a promise to call her as soon as we get back from the honeymoon, I walk toward Edward, kissing him once before I climb in the back. He helps me get all the skirt material in the car, laughing by the time he closes the door and walks around to the other side. As soon as he's in, I let my upper body slide sideways, sighing dramatically as I rest against his shoulder. God, it feels good to sit down, I say. Tired, baby. Tired of standing? Yeah, I answer. Not too tired for other stuff if that's what you were asking. It wasn't, he laughs. But that's good to know, wife. Gasping quietly, I push up and twist to the side to look at him. That's it, I say excitedly. That's the nickname I like. Wife, he asks, raising his eyebrows in amusement. Yes, I nod. Say it again. Wife, he says softly, leaning over to kiss me. Again, I wrap my arms around his shoulders to hold him in place. Wife, he murmurs against my lips. Wife, as he deepens the kiss, he lifts his hands to cup the sides of my neck. We press our lips together and then pull apart over and over. He lets one hand drop to my leg, rubbing lightly before I feel him begin to pull at my skirt. Are you under there somewhere? He chuckles. Yes, way under there. We don't have time for that anyway, I chide, tilting my head to the side when he kisses down my neck. I wasn't trying to do that, he insists, then grins slyly when I push him back to look at him. Okay, I was trying to. Laughing, I hug him, and then peek out the window over his shoulder. We're almost to the hotel, I remark, gently moving out of his arms. But I take his hand and hold it in my lap, staring down at the platinum band circling his ring finger. Just before I look away, I glance at his watch. Edward, look what time it is. Just after midnight, he observes, and then teases me. Is there some rule I can't see you the day after our wedding, too? No, I respond quietly as I turn my head his way. It's your birthday. His smile is genuine and wide as it spreads across his face. It is. I forgot all about it. Leaning over, I press my lips to his, and then kiss along his cheek to his ear. Happy birthday, Edward, I whisper. I am happy, wife, he answers softly, squeezing my fingers. Resting my head against his, I sigh contentedly. I'm happy, too. BPOV. August. Dimitri and Emma are pulling into the driveway, Edward announces as he walks into the kitchen. He stops behind me and wraps his arms around my waist while I continue making hamburger patties. Whose idea was it to have people over on the night your parents have the kids? Yours, I laugh, turning my head to kiss him when he bends down. But we still have tomorrow alone. I checked in with Alice today, so she shouldn't bother us tomorrow, he mumbles against my lips. And my girls know the drill, I reply, leaning away to look at him. They won't bug us after tonight. He pulls at me until I turn around to face him, holding my messy hands to the side as he presses me against the counter and kisses me again. Don't you two ever give it a rest? Emma asks disgustedly when she comes in. You've been married almost 2 months now. Edward straightens up, but doesn't let me go. We can't help it. We never get to be alone, I whine, turning to look at her. Newsflash. You're not alone now either. So knock it off, she orders with a smirk. And wash your hands. We have something to tell you and I don't want your hamburger fingerprints all over me. You have something to tell us. Something that's going to make me want to hug you. I ask excitedly, breaking away from Edward. Are you getting married? If I say yes, do you promise to keep the meat juice off me? She's still smirking, but I can tell by the way her eyes are lit up that I'm right. Yes. Then yes, she answers. We're engaged. Gasping, I move toward her and hug her tightly, keeping my wrists flexed so I don't get her dirty, as promised. I'm so happy for you guys, I whisper. I love you, Emma. I'm so happy, B. I had no idea I would be. Act like such a girl when Dimitri proposed though, she says disdainfully. Did you cry? I ask, pulling away to look at her. Big, ugly sobs, she says, sighing and shaking her head. And I jumped up and down. You did not, I gasp. Totally did, she admits. Then she looks at me seriously. I swear to God I'll hurt you if you tell SG that I'm not as scary as he thinks I am. I won't tell, I reply, laughing. When Aang and Ben, and then MK and Seth arrive, we go through the whole thing again. Eventually, the guys retreat outside to the grill while Emma and I finish up the side dishes. Holding her lower back, Aang shuffles to the table and sits down. If I don't have this kid soon, I'm convinced it's going to come clawing its way out of my belly like in that one movie, she complains. Shish. Exhales loudly and rests her hands on her bulging stomach. I can't breathe, my ankles are so swollen they have rolls, and now that I'm sitting in this chair, I have no idea how I'll get back up. Sweetie, you're almost done, I soothe, glancing over at her. Only 2 more weeks until your due date. Yeah, she mutters. One of you bitches had better bring a good, strong martini to the hospital for me. You know I will. Em laughs, picking up the pitcher Aang brought over tonight. What about these? Can we have them now? Yep, Aang sighs. God knows someone should be drinking. Once the drinks are poured and Aang has a bottle of water, we all raise our glasses. To Emma, who finally found her cosmic match in this big, crazy universe, MK pronounces. Emma immediately protests all the Zen crap, and the sound of the two of them bickering drives me to drink half the liquid in my glass. Well, the drink also tastes really damn good. By the time they stop fighting and start drinking, I've lowered my glass to look suspiciously at a giggling Aang. What's it called? I ask with a heavy sigh, realizing what the clear, yellow drink resembles and anticipating a disgusting name, but I'm wrong. The baby maker, she laughs, dropping her head back, and then moaning a little when her stomach shakes too much. Emma spits the liquid in her mouth back into the glass, and then sets it down loudly on the granite counter. What the hell? I don't want a baby right now, she says, glaring at Aang as if the drink will actually make her pregnant. If you drink enough of that you will, Aang retorts. No, drinking a lot of this will make us drunk and horny, MK chimes in. Which is how we get knocked up, Aang says, exasperation evident in her voice. Point proven. Bella's glass is almost empty, Em remarks amusedly. I did that before I knew what the damn drink was called. I protest, feeling my cheeks heat. But you want a baby with Edward, MK says softly, staring me down. I know you do. Yeah, I do, I admit. Smiling at her. I'm going off the pill next month. But, realistically, I know it could take a while. Well, if you can get your parents to keep taking the kids one weekend every month, you'll increase your odds substantially, Aang teases. Suddenly, she hisses and sits up straight, grabbing her lower back for the 3rd time since she arrived. Fuck, these back spasms are killing me. Emma looks at me with concern, and then raises her eyebrows, asking wordlessly if I'm thinking what she's thinking. I nod minutely at her, and then walk to the table. Lean forward, sweetie. I'll rub your back, I say softly, standing behind her chair. Immediately, she sets her arms on the table and rests her head on them, groaning as I move my knuckles in small circles on each side of her spine. From the corner of my eye, I see Emma and MK sneak silently out the patio door and head for Ben. How long have you been having these? I don't know, she exhales. 3 hours maybe. Have they been getting more regular? Like about every 5 minutes. I ask, still trying not to alarm her. But I know she'll get it in a minute. Yes. How did you know? She replies, her voice trailing off. Oh. No. Oh. No. Oh. Shit. Shish. It's okay. I whisper as I feel her start to shake. It's not, Bella, she answers, sounding panicked. I'm in labor, right? I'm in labor, and soon a person is going to come out of me. And I'm gonna have to be its mother. And I'm already flunking my first mother thing by not realizing I'm in fucking labor. I see Ben walking toward the door, wide-eyed and dazed. 20 minutes later, Ben and Angela get into the backseat of my car so I can drive them to the hospital. I'll be right behind you, Edward says, opening the driver's door for me. You won't forget her bag. Emma and MK already went to get it, he answers, smiling. Hearing Aang gasp in pain again, I stretch up to kiss Edward, wrapping one arm around his neck. I love you. I'll see you there, I say. See you there, he echoes, closing the door for me after I get in. 6 hours later, we all meet Abigail Weber Cheney. Blank, _ blank. Late October. Jesus. Why can't anyone else in this house put stuff away correctly? I grumble. I rearrange the silverware drawer loudly, separating the tablespoons from the teaspoons and moving the knives so they're all facing the same direction. What's with all the noise, baby? Edward asks as he comes inside and shuts the patio doors. It's raining outside, so he's sopping wet and I see him shake his head, sprinkling droplets of water all over the inside of the French doors, the glass French doors. I close my eyes and take a deep breath before speaking, but counting to 10 okay, 7 doesn't do anything to calm my temper. Did you do this? Unload the dishwasher and put the silverware away like this? I snap. I already know the answer since the kids have been at my parents' house since last night and I sure as hell didn't make a mess out of this drawer. But I want him to admit it. Yeah, I did. What's the matter? He asks, slowing down before he reaches me. He's eyeing me like he knows he might want to make a hasty retreat. You didn't put the spoons or the knives away correctly. And while we're on the subject, quit putting the glasses in the cabinet upside down. That's not how they go, I say, raising my voice at him. Jesus Christ, what the hell is the big damn deal? He mutters, walking over to the cabinet behind me. I was trying to help. It doesn't help me when I have to come along behind you and redo everything. I say testily. I look over my shoulder at him, but he's facing away from me as he turns over all the glasses he put away earlier. What's your problem with me, Bella? He inquires. Your parents took the kids so we could spend some time by ourselves, but you hardly spoke to me last night before you passed out on the couch at 9. And now you're clearly irritated as fuck with me. Maybe I should just go. Give you some space. You want to leave me? I croak. Immediately, tears fill my eyes. I see his shoulders heave as he sighs deeply before he turns around, smiling softly at me. No, honey, I just thought maybe you needed some time to yourself. You've been a little moody the last few days. Nodding, I swipe away the tears running down my cheeks. I know. I'm sorry, I whisper. It's okay, baby. Just tell me what's wrong. Sniffling, I shake my head. I don't know what's wrong. I think maybe I have a virus, or a parasite, I say with a shrug. A parasite? He asks, eyebrows lifted. He looks like he's trying not to laugh, which pisses me off all over again. Yes, Edward, a parasite. My stomach has been upset for days and I'm really tired. Everything makes me cry. I spit, glaring at him. As I continue, though, I feel the anger drain away as I connect the dots. And now even my boobs hurt, oh my god. What? He looks concerned now. I'm so stupid I didn't realize, I mumble. Looking down, wishing I was better at keeping track of my periods. I count backwards. It was a Thursday. I think it's been 5 weeks. Bella, you're scaring me. What's the matter? I think I'm pregnant, I say quietly, raising my eyes to his. How? Edward, I huff in exasperation. I mean, you just went off the pill. I was in LA for 10 days last month. Chase is in our bed half the time. He reasons. He looks a little shell-shocked. Rolling my eyes, I grab his hand and walk out of the kitchen, pulling him along behind me. It only takes one time, hotshot. Let's do a test. Several minutes later, he stands in the doorway of our bathroom reading the test instructions over and over. I tried to tell him that no one reads that crappy pamphlet that comes in the box. But he's a read the small print kind of lawyer, so he's undeterred, or maybe he's uncomfortable watching me pee on the little stick. When I'm finished, he follows me to my sink, standing behind me as I set the test down and wash my hands. I'm trying to avoid looking for a minute, trying not to get too excited just in case it really is a parasite. In the mirror, I see him folding the instructions, not looking at the test either. After I dry my hands, I take a deep breath and look down. Immediately, Edward steps forward, wrapping his arms around my waist from behind and peering over my shoulder. Neither of us speaks for a moment, but the result is clear. As that? Does that mean yes? Asks the man who just spent 7 minutes reading the damn instructions. But at the moment, I'm too happy to be a smartass. Looking up, I meet his gaze in the mirror and nod. You're going to be a dad, I say quietly, smiling through the tears in my eyes. His eyes look watery, too, but he frowns. I'm already a dad, he reminds me. You're right, you are, I agree. You're going to be a dad again. I turn and put my arms around his shoulders. He picks me up, holding me tightly against his still damp chest for a moment before he sets me down on the counter next to the test. But I got to be here for the fun part this time, he says, smirking as he leans back to look at me. Watch it, SG. Pregnant or not, I can still kick your ass, I answer, quirking one eyebrow the way I know he likes. No doubt, baby, he says, sliding his hands from my back down to rest on the outside of my hips. I love you. He rests his forehead against mine, closing his eyes and swallowing loudly. I love you, too, I murmur, sliding one hand into the back of his hair and pulling my fingers through the wet strands unhurriedly. Can I get you anything? He asks after a moment. Pickles, ice cream. Chuckling lightly, I tilt my head and kiss him. No cravings yet, SG, except for you. Well, that craven, G, is one I can definitely do something about. Wife, he answers, kissing me again as he picks me up and carries me to bed. Blank, blank. The months fly by quickly, marked by the steady expansion of my belly. I swear I didn't show this fast with Chase, but we've had 2 sonograms to confirm there's only one baby in there. Dr. Denali was especially pleased by the baby news. Probably because now she has a reason to continue counseling us. The kids seem excited so far, but the reality is that a new person added to the household could upset the still delicate balance at home. Edward and I are alone with Dr. Denali one day in late February when he brings up the subject of adoption again. This feels like the right time to me, he says insistently when I argue that it's too soon. I'm just not sure how far we should push Michael, I say, turning to reach for his arm. He's doing so well, but you know this has been difficult for him, Edward. Piling expectations on him, making him feel like he has to choose between you and Marcus, deciding whether to change his last name might be too much. I know, but I don't think you're giving him or me enough credit, Edward insists. We're close, Bella, and I don't think he'll object to this, especially once we explain that it's just a formality. I don't expect him to magically start calling me Dad. There's no pressure to choose between Marcus and me. Marcus will always be their dad. And I don't expect any of them to change their names. This is my commitment to them. He's so impassioned, so eager to prove to him that he's just as much their dad as he is this new baby's that I can't bear to hold him off any longer. We spend most of the rest of our session making a plan of action to present the idea to the kids. I don't think there will be any resistance from Sophie and Chase, but I'm afraid Michael will balk. And that will hurt Edward, no matter how much he says he's prepared for the possibility. But instead of voicing my worries, I'm supportive. I smile back when Edward turns to beam at me. And that night when we sit down in our bed for a family meeting still held in pajamas, I sit right next to him, winding my arm through his. With tears in my eyes, I listen to him talk to the kids, his voice persuasive as he explains his reasons, the emotional ones and the legal ones. He's patient when they ask questions, never skimming over the things that are difficult to answer. Can we have a few minutes to talk about it? Michael asks. You can have as long as you need, Edward replies. You don't have to decide tonight. When they hop off the bed and leave the room, I lean over against Edward's shoulder with a sigh. They took it okay, I think, he remarks, turning his head to kiss the top of mine. They love you, I whisper, wiping at the wetness under my eyes. And so do I. No matter what happens, Edward, we're a family. The 5 of us are a family. 5.5, he says, twisting to put his hand on my stomach. He tries to look like he's paying attention for the next couple of minutes as I chatter about fetal development and upcoming doctor appointments, but he's distracted, nervous. He sits up straighter when the bedroom door opens and the jury comes filing back in. I hear him take a deep breath as the kids climb onto the bed again. Okay, we're in, Michael says. He's smiling slightly, but the other 2 kids are grinning widely. What do we have to do? I'm not entirely sure, Edward answers, making us all laugh. Geez, Dad, what kind of lawyer are you? Sophie teases. A corporate one, he retorts, turning to smile at me. I'll get my phone and call Judge Peters at home. 2 hours later, I climb into bed after washing my face. Edward is reading, but I'm sleepy. I turn my bedside lamp off and lean over to kiss him. Night, SG. I told you Michael would be fine, he says as I pull away. I know my kids. Oh, God, do you always have to gloat? I moan. No, I only gloat when I'm right, he answers, smirking. I'm just right a lot. Yeah, and you're also annoying, I laugh, lying down and rolling to face away from him. In general or just right now? He asks, amused. He turns off his light and lies down, scooting up behind me. Just right now, but don't press your luck, I say, reaching behind me to grab his arm. I pull it around me and link my fingers with his. Okay, he agrees. His voice is hushed when he continues. It's a big deal though. It's a really big deal to me that they agreed. I lift our hands up and press my lips against the side of his thumb. It's a really big deal to me, too, Edward. He takes a shaky breath, his chest pushing against my back. I want to be good enough for them. For all of you, Edward, you're a great dad. The kids are happier than they've been in years, I say, rolling over to face him. I'm happy. Are you happy? Yeah, he answers quietly, smiling as I scoot closer. I don't know how this day could have been better. Well, I can think of one way. I lean forward to kiss him. Yeah, there is that, he murmurs against my lips. Reaching for the front of my pajama shirt, he unbuttons it partway and slips his hand inside. The door, I whisper. I don't think it's locked. Yes, it is, he answers, using his thumb to circle my nipple. I love it when you're sneaky, I sigh, tilting my head back as he kisses down my neck. I know, wife, I know, blank, blank. April. As winter turns to spring, Emma is consumed with wedding plans, Angela is in full mom mode, MK breaks up with Seth, and I keep growing. Much to everyone else's amusement, my bridesmaid dress has to be custom made to accommodate the belly. Finally, though, the wedding weekend arrives, and all of us fly down to Los Angeles. Emma and Dmitri get married outdoors in a beautiful garden at a country club. I cry through the beginning of the ceremony, standing next to my tough, often abrasive friend W. Ho is completely undone by the man standing beside her. And he feels the same way about her. He accepted my offer to transfer to the Seattle office soon after they got engaged, and he moved up north 2 months ago. But since his family and Arrow and Heidi live down here, they decided to hold the wedding in a closer, and sunnier, location to them. From behind me, I hear baby Abigail laughing. Ben and the baby are sitting right in front of my kids, who think Abigail is the cutest thing they've ever seen. I'd be willing to bet that they're responsible for the persistent giggles. Glancing to my left, I meet Angela's gaze and we smile at each other as we listen to her. Ang is just as great a mom as I knew she'd be, and Ben is crazy about both of his girls. When Emma turns to hand me her buku, before she faces Dmitri to say her vows, she widens her eyes and leans close for a second. Oh, my God, B. I'm fucking getting married, she whispers through clenched teeth, never losing her smile. My shoulders shake with silent laughter. I fucking know, I reply just as quietly. Now turn around and finish the job. As Emma recites her vows, MK is sniffling on the other side of Ang. She's as positive as ever about finding her perfect cosmic love, but breaking up with Seth was difficult for her. She hasn't really dated anyone since him, but she flirted all night long last night with one of Dimitri's friends. I know she'll be okay, and now that she seems ready to move on, I'm totally going to set her up with one of the lawyers Edward hired in Seattle. I think they're perfect for each other. As we applaud Emma and Dimitri's first married kiss, I turn to look at Edward and the kids in the crowd. They're all looking at the newlyweds, but when I slide my eyes to the left, I meet Gramps' twinkling gaze. With a wink and smile, he points to his chest, silently taking credit. I helped. I mouth to him, then laugh quietly as he holds his thumb and forefinger up about an inch apart. When Emma turns to get her bouquet from me, tears fill my eyes again. Congratulations, I say quietly, leaning forward to kiss her cheek. Love you, she whispers. I return the sentiment and we smile at each other before she turns away to walk up the aisle. Blank, _ blank. May. Jesus, these bleachers are hard on the ass, aren't they? Emma says lowly. Yes. That's why I told you to bring a cushion, I remind her. I'm not carrying some padded ass seat around like a grandma, she grouses, wiggling around next to me. Or a pregnant lady who's about to pop. Shut up. I laugh, elbowing her lightly. I still have 5 weeks to go. I know how long you have left, but you look miserable. I'm not miserable, I protest. I'm doing fine except for spending 4 or 5 nights a week sitting on these bleachers. By the end of the game, I can hardly get up. This conversation does not encourage me to ever have a kid, she laughs. She pulls off her sunglasses and squints out at the field, lifting a hand to shield her eyes from the setting sun. What number is Michael? 19, I answer, looking out at the field from our seats on the first row right behind home plate. Playing shortstop. From my other side, Edward leans forward to rattle off Michael's batting average and on-base percentage to Dmitri. What are they talking about? Emma whispers. Don't ask. It's a 45-minute explanation if you get Edward going about it, I giggle. The game is exciting and close. We're down by 1 in the 8th inning with 1 out. Michael's on third base, ready to score the tying run if there's a hit. When we hear the crack of the bat, we all start cheering. I watch as the second baseman scoops up the ball and fires it toward the catcher. Run, Michael, I yell as he sprints toward home. The catcher, Edward mutters. He's right. The kid is blocking the plate. I gasp quietly in horror as Michael slides feet first into him. Safe. The umpire calls. The crowd around us yells and whistles. But I'm watching Michael roll from side to side in the dirt, holding his knee. Edward jumps to his feet and I can tell he wants to go, but he looks at me. Go, I insist, struggling to stand. Dmitri can help me. Before I'm steady on my feet, Edward is on the field, and the coach moves aside to let him kneel beside Michael. I can't hear what he says, but I hear Michael's answer. I felt something pop in my knee. Dad, he says, lying still now but still grimacing in pain. Raising my hand to cover my mouth, I walk to the fence. Edward is talking quietly to Micah. As he gingerly presses his fingers around Michael's knee, giving no indication that Michael just called him Dad for the first time. A moment later, Edward and the coach lift Michael to his feet and help him hobble toward the dugout as the crowd applauds. Dimitri lets me lean on him as we walk to meet them. Knowing Michael will be embarrassed if I act too upset, I try to be cool as we approach. Michael is sitting on the dugout bench with Edward crouched at his feet, holding an ice pack on his knee. I stop behind him, curling my fingers through the chain-link fence and looking pleadingly at Edward. He's okay, B. Edward says softly. We'll get an X-ray at the but Michael wants to watch the rest of the game first. Okay. I whisper, nodding. Mom, Dimitri, Michael says, twisting around to look at us. Did you see me score? I tied it up. It was the best play of the game, Dimitri says excitedly. Of course we saw it. I sigh amusedly as I listen to them recount the play, cringy. When Michael describes how his knee felt after crashing into the catcher. Once the game is over, we head for the hospital where we find out that Michael's knee is only sprained. But it's almost midnight when we finally get home with crutches and pain medicine. Edward gets Michael upstairs and into bed, and I join them a few minutes later. Quit looking so worried, Mom, he says as I walk into his room. I'm fine. I get him to sit up and take his medicine, and then Edward tells him goodnight and heads downstairs. When I bend down to kiss the top of his head and start to turn off his bedside lamp, he looks up at me. Did you hear what I said to Edward tonight? He asks quietly. Yes, I answer, swallowing around the sudden lump in my throat. It's kinda weird, he says, bowing his head and looking down. I don't want to forget about Dad, but I feel like Edward's my dad, too. I know, and you know that Edward understands. Yeah, he told me that when we were waiting at the hospital, he nods. He said it's no big deal if I never say it again, but I think he liked it. You know, he tips his head back to look at me again, smiling slightly. I'm sure he liked it, I answer honestly. I'm glad you married him, he says. Yawning. When he lies down again, I cover him up and bend down to kiss him. I'm glad I married him, too, I smile. I turn out the light and walk toward the door. Mom, he asks sleepily. I turn around to look at him in the shadowy light from the hallway. Tell Dad I said goodnight. Okay, sweetie, I'll tell him. When I get downstairs, Edward's not in our room. He's not in the kitchen. He's not in the office or the living room, but as I pass the front door, I notice it's unlocked. Stepping outside, I see him standing at the railing on the far end of the porch. Edward, I ask quietly as I reach him. He HMMs without really answering and lifts the beer bottle he's holding to his lips. What's wrong? He drinks heartily and swallows before speaking. It fucking sucks to find out you're not nearly as honorable as you thought. Me? I ask, confused. No, me, he sighs. Standing beside him, I put my arm around his back, rubbing up and down slowly. All this time, I told Michael it didn't matter if he called me Dad or not. All this time, I thought I was being truthful with him. But when he called me Dad today, it made me so fucking happy, Bella. Quote, did it change the way you feel about him? No, he says forcefully, turning to look at me. Of course not. Then why are you upset? Because I've told him for a year now to call me whatever he wants, he says, turning away from me again. But now that he's said it once, I really fucking want him to say it again. And that makes me feel like shit. It's completely normal, Edward, I soothe. And he knows you liked it. He told me. He chuckles quietly and takes another drink. He's a perceptive kid. He also told me to tell you he said goodnight, Dad. He smirks and shakes his head slightly. That feels incredible and horrible at the same time, he muses. Come here. He sets his beer down on the railing and pulls me to stand in front of him, wrapping his arms around me to rest on my stomach. I lean back against him, covering his hands with mine. "It's all gonna work out, Edward," I say quietly. "I know," he agrees, kissing the side of my head. When the baby moves under our hands, he bends forward to look over my shoulder. Chuckling, "I'll never get used to that." "Well, you won't have that many more chances," I answer with a yawn. "This baby is coming soon. I can't wait." "Me neither," I respond. Then flinch when I get poked in the ribs. Especially since this kid is kicking the shit out of me. He laughs, shifting away from me to pick up his empty beer bottle. "Bella, you never disappoint. You know that. You always know the right thing to say to me." "Yep, SG, you're pretty fucking lucky to have me around," I say teasingly, smiling up at him. Laughing harder, he slips his arm around my shoulders, pulling me closer as we walk inside. "Yes, I am, wife. Yes, I am, blank, blank. June. 2 weeks later, we've finished the interviews and home s. required for the adoptions to be finalized, and will sign the papers and make it official in 8 days. I'm relieved and excited and miserable. I've reached that point in my pregnancy where I can't breathe, can't move well, and can't wait until the delivery. "This sucks balls," I complain, sitting on the side of the bed. Edward is behind me, his legs extended on the outside of mine, performing what has become our ritual the last few nights. My shirt is pushed up, Edward's hands are covered with lotion, and he's rubbing my aching lower back. 3 more weeks, honey, he consoles. "Or less," I grumble. "Maybe I could talk the doctor into doing the C-section early." He laughs and presses his lips to the skin of my shoulder. When there's a knock at the door, he pulls the material of my tank top down before he answers. "Come in. I thought you kiddos were in bed," I say when I see all 3 of them in the doorway. "No, we've been having a meeting in Sophie's room," Michael announces. "But we want to talk to you guys now." "Okay, what's going on?" I ask nervously. Edward scoots away, and then piles pillows against the headboard for me to lean against. None of them speaks as I.W.K. Wardley move around until I'm comfortable, well, as comfortable as I'm going to get until the baby is born. We've been talking the last few days about how everything's going to change when the baby comes. I mean, our family will change," Michael begins. Edward reaches for my hand and we smile at each other for a brief second before turning our attention back to the kids. "One thing I'm not changing is diapers." Chase pipes up. "Gotcha, buddy. No diaper duty," Edward answers. "Well, we were talking about how you two both have 4 names in your whole name and how we think the baby should, too, so it matches you." Michael says. "Okay, we'll consider that," I say after shrugging at Edward and receiving a shrug and slight nod in return. "We still haven't decided on a name for the baby. And we think we should match, too," Sophie says. "If it's okay with Dad." I wait for her to explain, but she doesn't. Frowning, I turn to look at Edward. He's also frowning, clearly not understanding her either. Seeing our puzzled looks, Sophie rolls her eyes and huffs out an exasperated breath. "Catch on, parents. We want to match," she says again. "I want to be Sophia Swan Di Clemente Cullen. Michael Marcus Di Clemente Cullen," Michael says proudly. I'm trying to hold the sobs in, but don't stand a chance against the tears. "Chase Charles Di Clemente Cullen," Chase finishes. I look over at Edward and see that he's having trouble holding it together, too. His eyes are shining and he can barely speak when he tries. "I'd love that," he replies hoarsely. "I've told you before that I don't expect you to change your last name. But it makes me incredibly proud and happy that you want to. So, it's okay." Chase smiles. Edward glances at me, and then answers. "Yeah, it's okay. In fact, it's a lot more than just okay." When he gets up and walks to the dresser, I ask where he's going. "Getting my phone. I'm calling Judge Peters to see if we can add it to the adoption proceeding." "Didn't you wake him the last time you called him at home?" I ask, laughing through my tears. "Don't make him mad," Dad, Michael pleads. He might change my name to Lester or Chester. All right, Edward acquiesces, holding up his hands. I'll wait until morning. The kids stay in our room for another 20 minutes, amusing us by thinking of terrible names for each other. When they finally go to bed, I lie down on my side and close my eyes. Edward turns the light out and lies down beside me. Did you know they were gonna do that? He whispers, sounding emotional again. No, they didn't mention it to me beforehand, I answer, reaching over to rest my hand on his chest. I hear him swallow loudly a couple of times before he replies. When I showed up here 2 years ago and found you again. It was the best surprise I ever got, he says. But this is close, Bella. This is really close. I know, I respond. One of the things I love most about you is the way you love our kids. Our kids, he repeats. I feel the bed move as he tries to scoot closer to me. That's it, SG, I say with a laugh when his stomach bumps against mine. That's as close as you can get for now. I can still get close, he boasts, cupping my face with his hand. He pushes himself up and leans over me, pressing his lips against mine. I just have to try a different angle. I bury my hand in his hair as I chuckle against his mouth. I recognize that tone, I say warningly. But I'm so far from being in the mood, I could be in Toledo. He murmurs, sliding his lips toward my neck. You know what I learned in law school. I breathe. My heart is pounding and I'm already panting. Shit, I look like a whale and I'm going to end up having sex with my unbelievably hot, hasn't gained any sympathy weight husband. The power of persistence, he answers. And the art of persuasion. He pushes himself up as he reaches for my hand. Looking into my eyes, he lifts our joined fingers to his th and brushes his lips across my knuckles. More like coercion, I laugh. Cheesy coercion. Is it working? He smirks. Yes. Then I don't care what the hell you call it, wife, he replies, leaning down to kiss me again. I find that after a minute, I don't care what it's called either. Blank. All right, everyone. I'm feeling rather claustrophobic, so let's get this show on the road. Judge Peters announces from his desk. Would the pertinent parties please step forward? Well, to the best of your ability. We all laugh lightly as I look around the crowded office. Emmett and Alice have wedged themselves into a corner behind the judge's desk to take video and still photos. Edward's parents and mine are standing right behind us. Rosalie is trying to conta in 2-year-old Paloma and all the Cullen and Whitlock boys in the back of the room. Arrow, Heidi, Jake and Nessie, who also insisted on being here, are standing on one side of the judge's desk, while H's secretary and the court reporter are sitting in chairs on the other side. Edward, the kids, and I, who are the pertinent parties, are already standing in front of the desk, but we all move a little closer. As the court reporter types everything into the record, Judge Peters reads Edward's petition for adoption, and then excerpts from the recommendation letters written by Arrow, Dimitri, and a couple of Edward's law partners. He also notes the social worker's report endorses the adoption. Collecting all the papers into a neat stack, he looks up at us. Edward, is it your desire to adopt these 3 minor children? It is, Your Honor, he answers. Bella, you have given consent and are in full support of Edward's petition. Yes, sir. He nods at me, then turns his attention to the kids standing between Edward and me. And, most importantly, you 3. You each indicated to me earlier today, privately, that this is your wish as well. Correct. After they answer yes, he smiles. Then please sign these papers and get you people on your way and out of my office. We all laugh again as he turns to his secretary and takes the folder she hands him. I sign all the documents first, then EP back from the desk to watch the kids and Edward. I take a big breath and blow it out, then inhale sharply when my stomach tightens up. You all right there, Bells? Jake whispers, looking at me with concern. I nod, but it's a lie. I don't feel so great all of a sudden. I've had contractions off and on since yesterday, but this one is much stronger. I feel my dad at my back. Lean back, sweetie, he says quietly. Carlisle grabs my wrist to take my pulse. I'm okay. It's just warm in here. But I lean back and close my eyes. Bella. Edward sounds panicked. Finish. I mumble without opening my eyes. And then I think we'd better call Drive. Brown. But you have a scheduled C-section in 4 days, Edward says. Never argue with a woman in labor, Emmett laughs from the corner. You're gonna have the baby today, Mom. Chase asks excitedly. Yes, I'm finally gonna be a big brother. Honey, do you really think? Edward asks. Finish, I order through clenched teeth. When I hear the rustling of papers a minute later, I open my eyes. Judge Peters is smiling as he quietly congratulates Edward and the kids, and then he looks at me. Congratulations to you, too, Bella. These are the best kind of cases for someone like me who often oversees the dissolution of families, he says. To see the creation and strengthening of a family makes the other parts of my job a bit more bearable. Thank you, sir, but it appears you have another event to get to, he chuckles. So I'd better let you go. Would you like a quick photo first? I hang on to Edward's arm as we gather around the judge for the picture. Right after it's taken, another contraction hits, causing me to hiss and lean forward slightly. Okay, time to go, my mom announces, beginning to usher people out of the room. I hear her tell Edward that they'll take the kids and wait to hear from us. Carlisle steps out to call Drive. Brown for us, and returns almost immediately. Doctor Brown wants you to head straight to the hospital, he advises. With 2 previous C-sections, your risk of uterine rupture is elevated the longer you labor. So I really am having this baby today, I mutter as we walk out to the hallway. I think so, he answers gently, seemingly realizing that I'm pretty close to freaking out. I've never been in labor. My scheduled deliveries have always happened on schedule, not ahead of schedule. We'll meet you there. Blank. You're not going to pass out, are you? I ask, using my left hand to pull the oxygen mask away from my face enough to talk. I'm fine. Leave that on, Edward scolds, taking my hand after I replace the mask. My right arm is immobilized since the IV is hooked up to it. I wonder if it's some kind of record to go from legally having 0 children to having 4 in one day. I mean without having quadruplets or something. Proud of yourself, I tease. Proud of my wife and kids, he answers. I can't see his mouth since he's wearing a surgical mask like all the doctors and nurses, but I know he's smiling. Suddenly Drive Brown's eyes appear above the screen stretched over my chest. Doing okay, Bella. You've got quite a bit of scar tissue, so we're taking our time. Is that bad? Edward asks. It's normal. It just takes a little longer to get to baby. But we're monitoring them both and we can go faster if we need to, she answers. Dr. Brown disappears again, but I can hear her and the assisting doc talking about their summer vacations, their kids, and other random subjects. Edward talks to me a little and the anesthesiologist asks me several questions. But mostly I'm just quiet, taking in the sounds around me, waiting impatiently for the baby's first cry. Okay, Bella, you'll feel pressure and then pulling, Drive Brown announces. Edward, if you'd like to get the first look, you can stand up. Immediately, he's up from his stool, still clinging to my hand. Tell me, I plead, squeezing his fingers. I feel tears leaking from the corners of my eyes and running down to my temples. It's a boy, B, he says, glancing at me. When I hear his first cry, I laugh. Dr. Brown holds him up above the screen for just a second so I can see him. What's his name, Mom? Anthony, I answer, pulling my hand out of Edward's. I lift the oxygen mask away again so I can speak clearly. Anthony Arrow Carlisle Cullen. That's a mouthful, she responds with a laugh, handing him off to a nurse. He has to match, Edward says, smiling at me briefly. Long story. Baby Anthony passes all the newborn tests, and soon the nurse is ready. Why to take him to the nursery for his first bath. Dad, you come with me. We'll meet Mom in the recovery room in a few minutes, she orders. Edward looks at me hesitantly. It's okay. Go with him. Go tell the kids in our family, I insist. He wipes the tears from his eyes as he leans down, pressing his lips against my forehead. I love you, he whispers. I love you so much. I love you, too, I answer, reaching for his face. Go. They're all waiting. Gramps will cry when he hears the name. I know, baby, I know. Blank, blank. August 2 years later. Dear's my baby, Anthony says as Edward carries him into the bedroom where I have just finished feeding our fifth and final child, Elizabeth Esme Renee Cullen. This pregnancy was harder on my body than the first 3, and Edward and I agreed that this will be the last. Remember to be gentle, buddy, Edward tells him, setting him down on the bed. As I look at the two of them, I smile. Anthony looks almost exactly like Edward did as a toddler. If I hadn't grown him in my body, I would think Edward illegally cloned himself. I hold, Anthony says, scooting across the bed toward me and Lizzie. Edward sits down on the other side of the bed. He settles Anthony against the headboard and puts a pillow on his lap. Sniffling, I lay Lizzie down on the pillow gently. Hi, baby, Anthony says in a quiet voice, touching her gently. Giggling when she grips his finger. She loves you, Anthony. Do you love her? I ask, dropping a kiss onto his head. Sophie has appeared at the end of the bed with a CA. Mara and is snapping photos of Anthony's first time holding the baby. Michael and Chase are coming in the doorway as he answers. Ayov's Zibby, he says. It's Lizzie, honey, I correct. Lala, Lizzie. Ya, Zibby, he tries to repeat. We all laugh and Anthony laughs, too, looking around at us. He loves to be the center of attention and especially loves when his big sister and brothers laugh at something he's said. You can call her Elizabeth, Edward suggests to him. No, Dada, Zibby, he says, looking sternly at Edward. The teenagers all laugh again. Yeah, Dad, it's Zibby, Chase says. I groan quietly and look over at Edward. I have a feeling this is going to stick. He smiles at me and asks Michael to go get Esme or Carlisle from the other room. I want a family picture of all of us. On the day we brought the littlest Cullen home, he explains when I raise an eyebrow at him. I exhale slowly, puffing my cheeks out, trying to hold it together. Oh, no, Mom's getting ready to blow, Dad, Chase says, eyeing me warily. Edward laughs and reaches over Anthony's head to put his hand on my neck. She's fine. We're just happy to finally all be home together, right, B? I nod, not trusting myself to speak yet. Edward picks Lizzie up when Esme comes in and we all rearrange on the bed to get in the picture. Our big boys don't even grumble about having to take yet another family photo. Once we're done, the older kids offer to take Anthony to the park and Esme offers to hold her namesake so I can nap. I lie down gingerly on my side of the bed and am not surprised when, a few minutes later, Edward comes in our room and shuts the door. How's Mommy? He asks, dropping to his knees on the floor beside the bed to look at my face. Fine, just an emotional, hormonal wreck. How's Daddy? I ask, smiling tiredly at him. Good. I'm so happy that my girls are finally home, he says, bending forward to kiss my lips gently. It's not the same around here without you. The week I spent in the hospital before Lizzie was born, plus the 3 days I spent thereafter, left Edward home alone with the 4 kids for 10 days. My parents helped. Carlisle and Esme came when Lizzie was born in AR. Staying another week until I can get around a little better. But I know Edward doesn't like it when I'm not here. Miss me? I ask, tangling my hand in his hair. Like you wouldn't believe. Baby, please, don't leave me alone with the teenagers again, he says, laughing against my lips. I laugh, too, then cringe when I feel the pull across my incision. Don't make me laugh, I chide. Lay down with me, I don't want to hurt you, he says. Just keep your hands up top and I'll be fine, I say, sighing as he climbs carefully on the bed and snuggles up behind me, wrapping his top arm around my shoulders. Bella, I could not have imagined 5 years ago that I would have this family, be this happy, he says, his voice thick with emotion. SG, if you start crying, there's no way I'll be able to hold it together. I threaten, already feeling the tears gather in my eyes. He laughs and sniffles behind me. Okay, I'll stop. I just want you to know that it's still true, Bella. I still couldn't imagine my life without you. Without all of our kids. The 6 of you are more than I ever hoped to have. I love you so much, he says, kissing against the back of my shoulder. I reach my hand up to grab the arm he's got around me and try to hold the sobs in while letting the tears run down my face. Damn it, SG, quit saying shit you know will make me cry, I say, bending my head down to kiss his arm. I love you, too. Now let me get some sleep. Okay, wife, he says, shifting my hair out of the way to get his face nestled against my neck. That's still my favorite nickname, I say, smiling with my eyes closed as I scoot back closer to him. I know, baby, I know. Sleep. Zibby will be up before you know it, he says, chuckling into my skin. Oh hell, not you, too, I mutter. But I can't stop smiling. Blank, _, blank. Christmas Eve 3 years later. Daddy, what means nocturnal? Zibby asks from the back seat. She and Anthony are in the middle section of the SUV. And all 3 teens are smooshed into the back. They haven't complained too much, but I know it's because we're on our way to Carlisle and Esme's for Christmas and presents. I never thought I'd feel this way. But thank God for the cell phones they are all playing on. It makes the 3-hour drive to Forks much more pleasant for Edward and me. Edward is patiently explaining to Zibby what nocturnal means. I turn to look at her. She's nodding and I can practically see the wheels turning in her little head. As soon as he's done explaining, she's on to the next question. What means plastic? I'm still looking at her and thinking it's a good thing that the older 3 kids look a little like me because the youngest 2 are all Edward. Not a trace of me in their hair, eyes, or faces. I turn back around and am smiling out the front window until Zibby asks her next question. Daddy, what means fucking asshole? I gasp. The teenagers laugh uproariously in the back, momentarily focusing on something other than texting. I glance over at Edward and he's clearly trying not to laugh, too. I bite the inside of my cheek, but the smile breaks through anyway. Edward reaches across the console to take my hand. That's you, sailor, he accuses quietly, glancing at me quickly, his eyes shining with the laughter he's holding in. I know, I reply a little snarkily. But I was talking about you. He loses the battle and laughs out loud then while I explain to Lizzie about grown-up words and how she should not use those particular words again. After a bit, it grows quiet in the back. They're all asleep, even the big ones. I whisper to Edward. He squeezes the hand he's still holding and tugs on it a little until I lean over against his shoulder. What are you thinking about? I recognize the sentimental look on his face. The holidays always bring it out in him. About our first adult date. Remember the night we went to dinner? The first time you took me to Sophia's? He asks. Of course I remember. It was the night we agreed to take a second chance on each other. Yes. What about it? I reply quietly. In the car, we were talking about Nessie, about her name, he says. And we both said we'd never give a kid some crazy-ass name, I say, lifting my head to look over at him. And now we have a daughter named Zibby, he laughs, pulling our joined hands up to his mouth to kiss my hand. I chuckle with him, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Life in this family is never boring. Is that what you wanted? A life that isn't boring? He shrugs, lowering our hands to his leg. I wanted a life with you. I wanted a life with you, too, I sigh, leaning against him once more. I mean, since Gramps was already spoken for. He chuckles quietly, then turns serious. We should probably try to get to LA a little more often this year, B. I know, I nod. Gramps and Heidi have both had health scares in the last few months. I talked to Heidi this morning. They're anxious for us to get there next week. No, they're anxious for the kids to get there, he argues. You and I become second-class citizens when they're around. Especially Anthony. Especially Anthony, I concur. We're both quiet, lost in our own thoughts for a moment. We're lucky, Edward. All that we have the kids, our family and friends. And each other. I agree, he says as we pass the Forks city limit sign. Should we wake them or let them sleep 5 more minutes? Sleep. Definitely, I insist. These are the last 5 minutes of peace we'll get until we go home in 2 days. Stopped at a stoplight rather. The stoplight in Forks, Edward leans down to speak quietly in my ear. You don't think everyone will stay in their own beds tonight? We can hope, I reply, tilting my head toward him and looping my other arm around his neck. We've learned to be creative and quick, he murmurs. I agree, pressing my mouth to his. We kiss several times, moving our lips and tongues together slowly, until I pull away. It's going to be a long afternoon, he chuckles. He kisses me once more, and then turns his attention back to the stoplight. It's green, so he drives forward. Maybe we could offer to go to the store for your mom. She always needs something at the last minute, I suggest, smiling slyly at him. That might work, baby, he says, squeezing my hand. None of the kids will want to go. I've taught you how to be sneaky, huh? You have, I laugh. Turning sideways to face him, I continue. But you taught me much more than that, Edward. You know that, right? Every day. My life is better because of you every day. I feel the same way about you, he answers lowly as he turns onto his parents' street. Every day. We're quiet until we've pulled into the driveway and stopped. Smiling, he turns to me and crooks his finger until I lean toward him. I love you, he says, then kisses me. I love you, too, I answer as I sit back up. Ready, he nods. Let's go. The end. Thanks for watching.